He muscles his way in on the left wing. Marian Hossa stops on the boards. Pressured by Alberts. Hossa still has the puck. Drops it to the blue line. Chalmers with a long shot. Deflected. Luongo marvelous. And they score! Ben Smith has won it in overtime. The rookie at 15:30. And the Chicago Blackhawks, who trailed 3 games to none, have forced a Game 7 Tuesday night in Vancouver.
His third goal of the playoffs being his biggest. The hero, Game 2, at least for getting on the board. Ben Smith had 2 in that game, but those pale in comparison to this one. As a wonderful blocker save by Luongo, lands right on the tape of Smith. And the 22-year-old puts it upstairs, and the Hawks win this game with 4:30 left on the clock in overtime, 4-3.
It is bedlam here at the United Center. One fan trying to climb into our booth to show us his game ticket. Well, it's a winner-take-all, Game 7, 7 o'clock Tuesday at Rogers Arena. It's no longer if necessary. It's a fact. And the Canucks will have to build off what was a very good effort tonight. One they could have easily won, but one they lose in overtime. 4-3 the final. Ben Smith, the hero here in Chicago.
Former teammate of Corey Schneider, who in this game had been moved around on different lines. But with Hossa out there controlling the puck, it makes its way back to the point. And the Jalmanson shot was deflected. And a sprawling save by Luongo, but he can't get the second one.
Luongo only let in one. But it was at a time when you couldn't let in any if you wanted to win the hockey game. Canucks wind up out shooting Chicago 35-33. But the Hawks get the victory, and the Canucks had their chances. Some scrambles in overtime. You think about the goal post that Chris Higgins hit in the third period. But it's back to Vancouver in a game that will send one of these teams on to the second round. Nobody wants to leave the United Center tonight. Game 6 is final in overtime. The final score, the Blackhawks 4, the Canucks 3. Best of 7 tied at 3. We'll have a summary in a moment on King of Floors playoff hockey on the Team 1040 and the Canucks Radio Network. They're still celebrating here at the United Center to the strains of Chelsea Dagger after a huge victory for the hometown Blackhawks, forcing a winner-take-all Game 7. Tonight's game summary brought to you by Fraser Valley Wireless, your Rogers authorized dealer. With 11 locations in the Lower Mainland, you can find one near you at FraserValleyWireless.com. It was a night that began with a major surprise, a night that ended with major heartbreak for the Vancouver Canucks, as Vancouver failed for the third straight game to put away the Chicago Blackhawks, and will now have to face the Hawks in a home Game 7 Tuesday after Chicago, which never trailed in the game until the very end, won it in overtime on a goal by rookie Ben Smith. The big surprise for the Canucks was the naming of Corey Schneider as starting goaltender. Although he was never named, it was a secret held from everybody until Schneider skated out for pregame warm-up. Canucks jumped early. Daniel Sedin, 2:07 into the first, made it 1-0. Brian Bickle got that one back. Alex Burrows late in the first restored the Vancouver lead, 2-1 Canucks after 1. Dave Bolin, a major thorn in the side of the Canucks, scored his second of the series, the only goal of the second period to make it 2-2. Canucks in a 4-on-4 situation retook the lead in the first minute of the third period. Kevin Bieksa on a Mason Raymond rebound, backhanding one past Corey Crawford to make it 3-2. Alex Burrows, the second assist on that goal. He had 3 points for the Canucks. But Chicago's Michael Frolik was awarded a penalty shot after being pulled down by Dan Hanhus on a scoring chance. And Frolik did double damage to the Canucks, not only scoring to tie the game at 3, but also seeing Corey Schneider injured on the play. Schneider forced to leave at 2:31 of the third. The intrigue only grew deeper as Roberto Luongo, to howls of derision from the Chicago faithful, had to take over and play the rest of the way. Canucks had chances to win the game. Chris Higgins hit a post late in the third period, and they had numerous attempts on goal in overtime on Crawford as Vancouver outshot Chicago 12-11 in the extra frame. But it was Smith who won it at 15:30 off a blocker save rebound from Luongo. He chipped in his third of the postseason to send the Madhouse in Madison on into a frenzy. Smith the winner, and the Hawks take it 4-3 to force a Game 7 Tuesday at Rogers Arena in Vancouver. Much better effort for the Canucks, but they fall short and will be in danger of one of the most prolific comebacks in NHL history if they don't get it done on Tuesday night. Again, the final in Game 6 in overtime. The Blackhawks 4, the Canucks 3. The series is tied 3-3. This is John Shorthouse in Chicago. Stay tuned now for the Quiznos postgame show on the Team 1040 and the Canucks Radio Network.
The Canucks will play Game 7 on Tuesday here in Vancouver after a 4-3 overtime loss at the United Center in Chicago, a game they far and away outplayed the Chicago Blackhawks in, but ultimately it's not about the feel on the ice, the pace of play. It's the goals for on the scoreboard, and the Canucks lose that battle. You've got it on the Quiznos post-game show. Quiznos, always real, always fresh ingredients. Quiznos, love what you eat. We'll get to your reaction. I know there's a lot of you that want to give it. Live at teamradio.ca to send us an email. Text us at 104040. Get inside the Wireless Wave in-game inbox. Brought to you by Wireless Wave, your Bell experts. Visit them at a mall near you. Phone boards are open at 280-TEAM. Star Team on your cell phone and around the province, across the country. 1-866-266-TEAM. Let's get to the United Center. One final chat with Shorty and Dave Tomlinson after one heck of a night. Guys, there's a novel waiting to happen right there with the contents of tonight's game.
Wow. I mean, what a story. So many ways to attack it if you're writing a story about this game. I said on the pregame show, Blake, it was the scary predicament the Vancouver Canucks have put themselves in by not putting this series away after going up 3-0, that they could conceivably come out and have their two best games of the season, two best games of the playoffs, however you want to put it, and still fall short. You put yourself into danger when you don't have killer instinct. And the Canucks are now down to a one-game showdown. They've had a very good effort in this game, a much better effort, obviously, in the last couple. But as I said on the pregame show, in my mind, with the pride the Hawks are playing on, the memories they are falling back on, I think, from what they did last year, I don't think this any longer is the Chicago team that the Canucks finished 20 points ahead of in the regular season. This is the Chicago team in a lot of ways that won the Stanley Cup last year, the way they're playing. Canucks probably, if you're going to base it on the whole of play, deserve to win it. Remember, they were out power played 4-2 and probably still had the run of play. Outshot the Hawks, had probably the better chances in overtime. Chris Higgins hit a post late in the third. You venture to think back about that one, but it doesn't matter. It's over. There's no moral victories, and the only way to make this right and save what is going to be a very ugly post-mortem in Vancouver is to win Game 7 on Tuesday.
The interesting part about that, Shorty, is, of course, judging by the way that Corey Schneider left the ice, it doesn't look like he would be ready to go in a couple of days' time. We could be wrong. That means Roberto Luongo gets the start in game number 7. Your comments on how he played after taking over from Corey Schneider.
My comments?
Anybody's. Yours, Dave's.
Not tested that much. I thought in the overtime, after he had that one kind of get away from me, he started to look a little nervous. He had one that came into his chest, a fluttering shot that he couldn't corral. To me, that's a sign of nerves. And if memory serves, on the winning goal, the initial shot tipped.
Yeah.
Forcing him to kind of make the acrobatic type save, which in turn forced him to be out of position on his stomach, which in turn put him out of position to make the follow-up save on Ben Smith, which is why the puck was chipped in. I don't think he would have been so far out of position or in such an awkward position had the initial shot not changed direction and he had to react to it the way he did. But that's what happened, and he was in no shape to make the second save on Smith.
And the interesting thing for me is that the Hawks get Seabrook back into the game. They've got, obviously, Bolin back for a couple of games now. And the Canucks, Schneider limps off. Sammy Salo only had 4 shifts in this hockey game. So it'll be interesting to see what Vancouver does for their lineup on Tuesday. And you got to think that the momentum is obviously favoring the Hawks right now, so Vancouver's got to really dig deep. They did the right things, Blake. Scored early in the first period, scored late in the first period, scored early in the third period. And, the Hawks just in front of this crowd wouldn't go away.
It was a much better effort. You have to give the Canucks better kudos for that, for bouncing back and getting back to a lot of the little things that they didn't do in games 4 and 5. Pardon me. How broken do you think this team? We're going to hear from them very shortly. How broken do you think they're going to be, David? Let me get your thoughts as a former player. When you do change things, you do right a lot of wrongs, but you still don't get the results.
Well, then you realize that there's a little bit more to give, or a little deeper you need to dig, because I don't think they'll be – I mean, obviously they're disappointed. That goes without saying. But not to the point where they're going to come out Tuesday feeling like somehow they're a step behind, because they were being outshot through this hockey game, and they turned it around in the second period, leading into the third, to the point where they end up outshooting the Hawks overall. And I thought they had some of the better chances. I still think, though, they're letting Corey Crawford off the hook just a little bit with more net traffic and more poking at it to get those pucks.
What's done is done, Blake. There's no going back. The series is tied 3-3. There's nothing you can do to change it. So now you have to try to manufacture some sort of positive out of what's transpired here and try to win a Game 7. We feel a lot worse about the Vancouver Canucks than we did when they were up 3-0, because obviously they failed to close down Chicago and they're into a one-game winner-take-all. So where do you find positive out of that? Well, don't you feel a lot better about this team this minute than you did at any point in the last 48 hours? The effort they put up tonight, if they do it again on Tuesday, will put them in a position to win. Home teams, traditionally in history, have the advantage in Game 7 by a pretty wide margin. Mm-hmm. The Vancouver Canucks, and I'm going off the top of my head, but you can research this because I remember throwing it out there the last time they were in a Game 7. And again, none of this means anything, but it means something because it's history, just like the Hawks versus the Canucks has history. The Vancouver Canucks have one of the better Game 7 records, if not the best, in terms of winning percentage in National Hockey League history, if memory serves. And I have to go back and re-research that one. They have to find some way to feel good about heading into that game on Tuesday night. They have a position to move on. They've squandered this as awfully as you can imagine, with a couple of no-show performances in games 4 and 5. And now they just got to find a way to do it on Tuesday.
And where would you rather have a Game 7? At home or on the road? And all that work down the stretch to stay ahead and win the conference and obviously the league as well. That comes down to Tuesday night.
Yeah, Tony was mentioning at the pregame show 65-66% winning percentage for the home teams in game number 7, and Canuck fans will be clinging to that. Gentlemen, get on that plane. We'll see you back home here for Tuesday.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
John Shorthouse, Dave Tomlinson with the call at the United Center in Chicago. Thanks again to them. Fabulous call on just a bizarre, and I mean a bizarre, game. Head to teamradio.ca. Player of the game voting is underway, brought to you by your Toyota BC dealers. Get up to $4,000 cash back on select vehicles during red tag days on now. Visit askanowner.ca for details. I believe we are going to try to go live to the podium for the coaches as soon as they are available. We'll go when they're ready. So we're going to hang here for the time being. We'll take some calls if we can here, but understand that if the coach is on the podium, I'm going to cut you off right away. Don't think rude of me, but we can get a call back from you. We can't get Alain Vigneault to repeat his answer or Joel Quenneville to repeat his answer. So we'll take some calls here. 280-TEAM, 280-8326, star team on your cell phone. You're listening to the Quiznos postgame show, brought to you by Rogers Wireless. Lost, stolen, or broken, you're covered with the Rogers Handset Protection Guarantee. For full details, visit the Rogers dealer near you. Canucks are headed for Game 7. Did the performance tonight at least give you thought that they could win Game 7, or is the doubt larger than ever after 3 straight wins by the Chicago Blackhawks? Let's head to the phone boards right now and go to Brett in Surrey. Brett, go ahead. You're on the Quiznos postgame show.
Hey, how's it going tonight?
Good, thanks.
I just wanted to say that everyone stepped up, but I just want to clear up first that I thought Luongo should have started, but he was the one guy. His rebound control going into overtime, everything was right back out in the slot, even on the winning goal. And I don't know, I don't usually say this, but we are in trouble. I think there's 3 big things we should be worried about. 1, Luongo's mental health, or whatever you want to say, going into next year. 2, going down as one of the worst collapses in sports history. And 3, if we lose, what is going to happen to this city? This could be rivaling '94, and it's just none of this spells goodness coming out of this thing.
Thanks, Brett. Appreciate it. On that note, let's hear from head coach Alain Vigneault.
And tell you the truth, I just went with the gut. I thought Corey could give us a real good game tonight. And unfortunately, he cramped up there, and we had to take him out in the third. But gut feeling.
Cramped up, so could you go back to him in game 7?
Well, if I tell you who I'm going to play, are you going to believe me now? So we'll move on.
AB, what about that misdirection? Was that intentional for the Blackhawks?
You know what? It was more on our way down on Friday. I started thinking about it, and we just talked within our group, management and coaches, and just made the decision yesterday and told both Louis and Schneids in the afternoon that I was going with Schneids.
Coach,
He was real good. I mean, he grabbed Schneids and, he was in his corner right away, wished him luck, and that was it.
Coach, there's obvious jubilation in their dressing room. What's your mood and the mood of your club?
Well, I think we played our best game of the series so far tonight. We were down early, 5 defensemen, and we just kept pushing. And we needed to find a way to change the momentum. Obviously the goaltender, changing the goaltender and changing a few things up front were a way to try and get some of that momentum back. And I thought tonight, it was our best game. Unfortunately, we lost, but it's part of the game.
before he got hurt, how did you think Schneider played?
He was playing well. I mean, played extremely well on that 5-on-3. Sometimes things happen, and it happened to him.
AV, how different is it losing a game like this where you play your best game of the series compared to the other 2 losses that we've seen hitting recently?
Well, you always want your team to compete and play hard, and that's what we did tonight. We worked all year long, 82 games to get home ice advantage, and we got home ice.
So Corey could play. He's healthy enough to play.
Yes.
Okay. Is trying to downplay the frustration of this? Is it going to be?
You're going to ask me my goaltender again.
No. I just wanted to make that clear. Sure. Is downplaying the frustration? Is that going to be a hard sell? Are you going to try and sell them on the positive things here, or just if you could?
Our guys are smart, and I think they realize that we played a real good hockey game tonight. We played a real strong third period. Thought we could have put it away there. We didn't. It's down to one game. I know we're going to play real hard.
Sammy's situation didn't come back in the first period. How serious is he?
I think I'm going to tell you.
Have to ask.
Yeah, that's a good question.
What made it such a good game for your team? Was it tempo, system?
I thought we just played harder and put good pressure on them. I think we had something like 80-something shots thrown at their net tonight. 35 hit the net. They blocked quite a few. A couple missed the net. It was our best game as far as spending time in the other zone and challenging them and challenging their goaltender.
Elaine, you had these guys down 3-0, let them off the mat. You own the third period in overtime, let them off the mat. You got one more chance here. Would you like to see your team get some kind of finish here, some killer instinct?
Well, do we really have a choice? The winner of the next game continues to play. Obviously, I think both teams are going to be real pumped up. Those are the Stanley Cup champions, and they're a great hockey team.
Coach, when you make a decision like you made tonight with the goaltenders, when you're kicking that around in your head, how tough of a decision was that for you? And was there a point where you were just kind of like, no, I can't do that at the end before you actually went ahead with it? Or?
Well, sometimes you just got to go with your gut. Sometimes the book is overrated, and the gut told me it was the right thing to do.
Coach, can you... That Kevin Bieksa's effort from Brian Bickle, very similar to the one at Rapids.
I'll let you guys comment on it.
Yeah. Coach, can you be more specific on Schneider's injury? Was it a leg cramp? It looked like he also
He was just cramping up. He got some IV in him there, and he's fine.
What do you think of the penalty shot call?
It was a good call. Thanks, guys.
And there we go, the play of the game brought to you by your local Vancouver BMW retailers. Visit your local Vancouver BMW retailer for a test drive. BMW, the ultimate driving experience. Welcome back to the Quiznos post-game show. Quiznos, always real ingredients, always perfectly toasted. Quiznos, love what you eat. Final score in overtime, the Hawks beat the Canucks in Game 6, 4-3, forcing Game 7 back here in Vancouver on Tuesday night. We're awaiting head coach Joe Quenneville of the Hawks. He'll be live at the podium at the United Center in Chicago coming up shortly. Rick Ball will be joining us in a little bit as well after he's done getting the post-game audio from both the Vancouver Canucks and the Chicago Blackhawks, and you can only guess what is going through the minds of both of these teams right now. The Vancouver Canucks playing much better, but come out on the losing cause. Let's go to the podium. Joe Quenneville.
Great ending, nice little entry there with hosts and good patience, and getting the shot through was something we were stressing there. I think as the game progressed there, we were looking for better plays, and second opportunity, quick stick by Benny. He seems to know the place to go to get rewarded, and he's got a quick stick, and he anticipated the loose puck and didn't play around with it. Good shot as well.
Coach, you gave up another one of those late goals, an early goal. You missed on a 5-on-3. You were 0-for-4 in the power play, and you still won the game. Can you talk about that?
No, we had I didn't mind our first two periods. I thought Crow was great the last two periods. I think the chances reversed as far as who had the quality. We had the first two, and they had the second two periods. But, I just thought, we hung in there. I mean, it was an exciting game. A lot of things happened in the course of the game. The 5-on-3 not scoring. We had a couple of good looks at it late in that 5-on-3, but our power play, they did a good job, PK. We've had a pretty good stretch there. Eventually, they're going to have their turn in that area. But, I just thought finding a way to win was important in a lot of ways. I don't think too many people expected us to be going back there.
Joel, you talked about after Game 4 heading back there to Game 5, the success you guys have had there. What are the thoughts of your squad now heading back for Game 7 with what you've put together?
Well, we think all year long we've been effective on the road. We've got the momentum. We want to sustain it. We want to keep it. We expect a fun building, and I think, like we said, there's no pressure on us from Game 4 on, and we got the same approach going into Game 7. Well, I think that we had stretches tonight where we were dangerous, and we had stretches where we were defending more than we'd like. So it was, every game's different, but certainly, the outcome is what we're looking for.
Coach, can you talk about the impact that Dave Bolin has had since he's been back, and once again tonight?
Yeah, I think he came back and he's really given us a boost in a lot of ways. I think knowing that his awareness to matching up against the Sedins, but he seems to be productive offensively as well, and has the puck a lot on his stick. But his play recognition, offensively and defensively, is high end. And but he's got a lot of jump in his game, and I think that coming off that injury like he had, you're not sure exactly how effective he's going to be, but he's been pretty remarkable. Well, I think coming out of warm-up, I think we were surprised, but I think that was something that we didn't know about it. We thought Luongo was fine.
Joel, Hossa had a little jump in that last shift there. He didn't play a lot in overtime. What was he hurting? Was he coach's decision?
No, he's played a lot. Sometimes earlier in the game I was double shifting him, and then sometimes that last couple lines there were just working it up. Sometimes mixing up those five guys.
Coach, Vancouver feels they played their best game tonight. How do you feel about what they played, and what gave you guys problems with them, especially in the third period when they outshot you as they did?
Well, I think everybody has their turn, and I always find this a dangerous game. That first game back off the Western trip, I know it was a shorter one, but whether we had our best game, I think we had the first two periods. We liked how we played, and I think defending against when they're pushing like that. I think Crow really helped us in a lot of ways, and I think that's we expect an exciting Game 7.
Joel, can you touch on Crawford's composure and his ability? He seemed like just really enjoy himself in overtime and not let the moment get to him.
Yeah, he really did. I thought he had patience, had excitement in his game. He was quick. He was alert. Had a lot of face-offs that killed the play, and they had some dangerous shifts, not just in the overtime, but late in the third, last 10. But I think he's played that way right down the stretch. It gives us confidence. Tonight he was a big factor in the outcome.
Joel, 1 week ago you're down 0-3. What was your thought process going into this week, and how did you get your team to buy into, hey, we're not done, even though history says most 0-3 teams do not come back and win?
Well, we want to look at the smaller picture. I think we emphasized that all 3 games we hadn't played our best yet, and we could have won all 3 games. And it was a tough loss coming after the 3rd game. I think we're all disappointed, but we just wanted to feel you get some momentum off of 1 win and see where it takes you. And we felt the pressure would be on them going back there for Game 5, and it turned out to be a big win. And now we're pretty excited about where we're at.
You've been around a long time to see a penalty shot in the 3rd period of a critical elimination game, and the goalie get injured on it. Is that shocking for you, Ewan?
Yeah, I haven't seen that before. It was it was a great move by Fro. I mean, we don't use him too often. Haven't seen him take a penalty shot yet, so it was a good move. And we see him in practice a lot doing it, but certainly the timing and the pressure and the situation was made it even more exciting and important.
Joel, thoughts on Frolik, not only the penalty shot, but great defensively. Just seems like he's perhaps showing that first-round promise that everybody thought of him when he first came into the league.
Yeah, I think he's had a special night today, and I think he's been special in the series. I think that line, since they've been together, has been pretty amazing. But I think offensively, defensively, we like what he brings our team, but he's playing his best hockey right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Head coach Joe Quenneville of the Chicago Blackhawks after beating the Vancouver Canucks 4-3 in overtime in game number 6, forcing game 7 back here in Vancouver on Tuesday evening. So we went from 45 teams that had done the seemingly impossible and forced a game 6 after trailing 3-0 in a series to now 6 teams. 6 teams have forced a game 7 after going down 3-0 in a series. We, of course, know 3 have won. Most recently, the Philadelphia Flyers last year versus the Boston Bruins. 3 have won. 3 have lost. The Vancouver Canucks, like a lot of games in the series, seem to have a 50-50 chance of beating the Chicago Blackhawks on Tuesday back at Rogers Arena. If you want a better statistical sizing up of the situation, it is about 2/3 of the time that the home ice team in a Game 7 wins Game 7. That being said, is it just a Game 7, or is this a coming back from 3-0 Game 7 scenario? Pretty unbelievable night at the United Center in Chicago. Blake Price here with you on the Quiznos post-game show. Quiznos, always real ingredients, always perfectly toasted. Quiznos, love what you eat. Take your calls, 280-TEAM, 280-8326, star team on your cell phone. We'll talk with Rick Ball at the United Center coming up in a couple of minutes' time as well, and we'll try to dive into the inbox and get your thoughts on the Vancouver Canucks prospects in game number 7. Mull this one over. Who's your starting goaltender in game number 7? Wow. That is a complex decision right there in and of itself. Smaller. That was some kind of hockey game, honestly.
Yep, it had a bit of everything. I mean, there were so many different things that happened in this game tonight. It was difficult in the Canucks room to figure out which question to ask first, but we obviously started off talking about the loss and what it means, and to a man, the Canucks said tonight that they felt they played their best game of the series and probably deserved a better fate, although I'll give it to Kevin Bieksa for saying the Hawks probably thought they deserved a better fate in one of those first 3 games, too. So that's the way it goes. You know, Tommy Larscheid used to always say, never give a sucker an even break. They let the Hawks up off the mat, and now it's 1 game for the series. And it should be a fun one. I think if the Canucks play the way they did tonight, they've got a good chance to win that game. That was a much better effort by Vancouver, but, you know, who starts in goal? Now you got that question mark, and I know they said that it was simply cramps for Corey Schneider. I don't know. Is that some of that playoff smoke screening going on? We don't know for sure. I guess we'll find out in a couple nights. I thought Schneider was very good in this game before he got hurt, except for 2 of the goals that he gave up were a direct result of him misplaying the puck when he was out of the crease. So, but he was excellent in the crease, especially in that 5-on-3. And then Luongo played well when he had to. When he came in, But ultimately, you give the Hawks a chance in overtime, and it's a roll of the dice when you get to OT. Canucks probably had the better chances in overtime, but Chicago was able to get the one in the net. And, multiple storylines and momentum swings in this game, and what a crazy series. It's only fitting, I think, at this point that we're going to 7 games.
It has been very, very close in 4 of the 6 games, and Vancouver goes 3-1 in the games that they've played well in. Do they have momentum at all going into game number 7 based on the way that they played?
I don't know that you could say the Canucks have momentum. They just lost 3 games in a row, but they're trying to focus on the positives, and the positives in their minds were that they played well tonight and really tightened up their game all over the ice, and especially in the second half of the game. They had a much better third period than Chicago did when it was a tie hockey game. And, they'll try and build on that, but the reality is they've just dropped 3 straight. The Hawks are back up off the mat. They're the defending Stanley Cup champions, and it will not be an easy game in Game 7. So the momentum clearly on Chicago's side. I don't think you can argue that, even if the Canucks feel they played a good game tonight.
Corey Schneider apparently saying that the cramps started in the second period. He told trainers at that point that it was a danger that they could get worse, and ultimately they did. Are we throwing to some post-game audio now, Ball? Are you prepared for that?
You want to?
Yeah.
I'll probably hear from Luongo first, I guess.
Sure.
What an emotional couple of days for Roberto Luongo. He found out yesterday he wasn't going to play. We heard Alain Vigneault say that it was a decision he made on the flight back from Vancouver after initially saying Luongo was going to play, and then, of course, he didn't tell us. And one thing about AV is, I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, he does not like to lie. He'll sometimes not say certain things or sidestep a question, but rarely tell you one thing and do another. So he probably felt a little uncomfortable doing that. But in the playoffs, anything goes, and Roberto Luongo had to come off the bench, actually out of the room because there's not enough room on the bench here in Chicago for their backup goalie to sit. Came in the third period in a pressure situation, and here's what he had to say after the game tonight.
Yeah, it's not something I'm used to, but obviously I thought once I got in there, the boys really tightened it up defensively, didn't give up much the rest of the third, and really gave me a chance to get into the game there.
What happened on the overtime goal?
It was a point shot with a screen. I think as the puck went through the screen, it was deflected. I reacted. I got a piece of it with my knob, and then I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I think Smith just chipped it over me on the rebound there.
What's the sentiment to this dressing room? You guys played well tonight. A lot of people say, you deserve to win, but yet you've lost 3 in a row now, heading back home to play Game 7.
Well, I'm sure they felt that they deserved to win Game 3, and we won. So that's part of hockey. Sometimes you deserve to win and you don't, and sometimes you don't deserve to win and you do. So I think we're really happy with the way we played the second half of the game. We're going to take that and try to build on that for Game 7 here.
How disappointed were you when you found out you weren't starting?
You know what? It's a team game. Me and Schneids, we had the best goaltending duo all year long. Obviously, I put the team ahead of myself first, so I wanted to win this game just as much as any other one.
When did you find out, Roberto?
Yesterday.
Do you understand why they made the decision?
I didn't. That's up to the coaching staff. But as a professional athlete, you're dealt all kinds of situations throughout your career, and you learn to deal with them. I could have came in and not given any a chance, but I came in and I fought hard, and obviously it was disappointing to lose, but. Right now I think our attention focus is right away on Game 7 here.
Are you hurt at all?
No.
How do you regroup and get ready for Game 7 after the game?
Well, you just build on I think the way we finished the second half of the game. I thought we played really well, probably our best hockey of the series so far. So, we're going to build off of that. Obviously, we're disappointed we lost, but we could come into next game on a positive note, saying that we played pretty well.
Roberto Luongo after the loss tonight in overtime to the Chicago Blackhawks. You're asking the tough questions in there, baller young Cub reporter like yourself. Was he injured? He appears to be 100% healthy, and he's obviously part of the equation for game number 7 if they want to, and so was Corey Schneider. Do you have an inkling as to which direction they're going to lead?
No idea. If it's strictly cramps for Corey Schneider, maybe they go back to him. I don't know. I'm curious about that. It looked like he might have tweaked a hamstring to me, but we're 127 feet away from the ice surface in this building, so we don't know for sure. Schneider, he didn't talk when I was in there. Maybe he came out later, but didn't get a chance to talk to him. That's an interesting question. Luongo certainly didn't play poorly in relief. Schneider played well when he was in. And now Alain Vigneault's got a big decision to make in the most critical game of the year so far. So I have no inkling one way or the other. I think we may see Schneider back in there if I had to guess, if he's not injured. But that's just a guess. I have no clue.
Sedin Twins, better tonight offensively, but -2.
Yep. I don't know. I thought they were much better tonight. So -2. We mentioned the 2 goals they scored on giveaways by Schneider playing the puck. So you can't, it's tough to hang that on the guys who are on the ice. So sometimes plus minuses in an individual game can be a little misleading. Over the course of a year, I think they're a reasonably accurate reflection on how a particular player plays. But in one game, it can be a little misleading. They were much better tonight. The whole team was better. I mean, their gap control was way better. They didn't let the Hawks get away on as many odd man rushes. Unfortunately, one of the breakaways they allowed turned into the penalty shot that turned into the tying goal that turned into Schneider getting hurt. So that was one of the times the Hawk got in behind the Canucks. But overall, a better game. Unfortunately, not the right result. And I had a chance to talk to Henrik if you want to hear from him next. All right, let's hear from the captain. Yep.
I'm really positive for Tuesday's game. We battled hard. We had a lot of chances to score. Sometimes you won't get the bounces, but like I said, we're looking forward to Tuesday.
Difficult to rally when Brian was hurt and
yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate he got hurt there. He played a really solid game up until that point, but I thought we played a solid game throughout the game. And like I said, halfway through the game, I thought we took over. Should have scored a few goals. Bird hit the post when it's 2-1, and those are the chances where the games can go either way.
How difficult was it just emotionally to lose that way?
Well, it's. I'd rather see us lose this way than lose 7-2 or whatever. It's we worked hard, we played the way we wanted to, and like I said, I thought we took over halfway through the game, and that's we got to keep doing that on Tuesday. I mean, they look tired out there. If we can keep rolling our lines and keep the shift short, we're going to be successful.
Were you surprised at the decision to start with to start Corey?
I got nothing to say about that. Like I said, we got 2 great goals, so that's up to the coach to make those decisions. So we're going to play hard in front of both goals.
When did you find out that Corey was starting tonight?
Today.
So the goalies found out yesterday. The players found out today. And interesting, just wording from Henrik there, Baller. I've got nothing to say about that. I mean, I wonder. The players had to have had an opinion on which goalie. I mean, they had to have, deep down.
Yeah, but they're not going to share it.
No.
But going back to Luongo, kudos to him. And you know, what do you expect? You're a professional athlete. You got to suck it up sometimes. I thought he handled that pretty well. It's all about winning.
Yeah.
Coach's call. And I'm going to support my goaltending partner. We've been the best tandem in the league. I thought that was the exact right attitude to take. And who knows? He may wind up getting the start in Game 7. But if he doesn't, I think he'll be, have the right approach in terms of a teammate.
Kevin Bieksa stepped up big time. He had a ton of ice time in this game.
More than anybody else, I think.
36-33. They really rolled this guy. He gets the clutch goal in the third period. It looked like it might stand up. And might have answered a critic by the name of John Scott on the other bench at the very least. But Bieksa reasserted himself tonight. +2, by the way, if you're caring.
Yeah, and Alex Burrows gets 3 points as well tonight. He sort of came out of his slumber and had a very good game. Mix and match lines all night long, but eventually it was Burrows playing on the second line with Kessler and Sanderson with the Twins after quite a bit of shuffling in the first period. So 36.5 minutes for Kevin Bieksa, and for John Scott, 59 seconds of ice time tonight.
But BX is a terrible player, as John Scott said.
The feud continues.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hear from BX, shall we? A key contributor, albeit in a losing cause, back at the United Center in Chicago.
Yeah, we're happy with the third period and overtime. I feel like in this room, we feel like pretty much dominated. So a lot of chances in overtime, and puck didn't go in for us. So we take that and we move forward, and great opportunity for Game 7 in Vancouver.
Yeah. Sorry, you're probably used to it by now, but losing Salo and having to go down to 5D, how much of a problem was that tonight?
Well, it's not ideal, obviously, but I feel worse for Sammy than for us. 5D is tough, but I thought Andrew did a great job and stepped up and played more minutes than he probably expected. But I feel bad for Sammy and hope it's nothing serious.
How about the hit behind the net?
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go. From Bickle. Well, obviously you weren't happy with it. What do you think of it?
Yeah, well, I'm obviously not happy with it, but they call Rafi for 2 minutes earlier in the series, and I haven't seen it, the replay, but it seems like the same kind of hit. Defenseman coming around the net and unexpected and headshot. But I'm not going to sit here and complain. I was just saying I dish out my fair share, so I guess I got to take it when I get it back.
How difficult was it to lose that way?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when you feel like we were the better team tonight. We felt like we outplayed them, and I don't think we could say that the last two games. We felt like we deserved better. We'll build on that, though.
Like the way you guys responded before he goes down, Roberto comes back in the game, had to be difficult for him not to start.
Yeah, regardless of who's in net for us, we have full confidence in both goalies, and but for a backup goalie to go in cold in the second period, I think it's extremely tough. Was second or first? Second? Third? Even tougher. Excuse my language. But, extremely tough for him, but he played well for us. He gave us a chance to win, and he made some big saves, and we're happy with him.
There he is, Kevin Bieksa, on the tenuous goaltending situation today for the Vancouver Canucks, although he thought it happened a heck of a lot earlier than it did. The critical moments there in the third period, not only is the tying goal scoreballer, but you lose your starting goalie as well. I mean, honestly, it was a snowball
shot.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
High drama.
By the way, are we getting a public outcry over that Bickle hit on Bieksa, like we did on the Torres hit on Seabrook?
No.
I'm sorry. Listen, I understand this, this thing behind the net, and you got to keep your head up. But to me, that was even more egregious than what Torres did.
In what sense?
Bickle, he laid the shoulder right into his chin. He didn't even hit his body. I mean, Bieksa got up and was okay. So but I mean, come on, if we're gonna have want to have one guy strung up on the town square, we got to at least have some reaction to that one. And I realize that so many other things happen in this game, it's probably gonna get lost in the shuffle, but. Rafi Torres was on the FBI's 10 most wanted after that one, and Brian Bickle will probably skate away. Nobody will say peep about it. That was just as bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the exact same hit. I guess the big difference is the interference call that Torres gets because officially, Seabrook wasn't skating with the puck per se.
He was reaching for the puck, and Bieksa clearly had it. So I don't have a problem with the hit. I'm just saying one guy was, like the reaction to Torres' hit was violent.
Yep. Yeah, people thought that it was disgusting. No, I mean,
you heard a peep about the Bickle one?
Like 5%. Comparatively speaking, 5% of the reaction that we had for the Torres hit. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So anyway, that's just a point. I mean, it's an aside. So many other things happen in this game. BX is okay, so that's the good news. But I just find it interesting.
No.
And the other aspect with Rafi Torres, it was his first game coming off a suspension for a very similar hit at the end of the regular season. So there was a lot of work there. But it is interesting that nobody's saying anything about Brian Bickle's hit on Kevin Bieksa.
Absolutely. Live at teamradio.ca to send us an email. Text us at 104040. Ball, you want to stick around for phone calls, or do you have to get back to the hotel?
I can stay for a few more. You okay, Bill? For 5 or 6 more minutes.
We'll take it till about 10-2 or something like that.
Perfect.
And see if anybody's got some questions for the guy that's on the ground there at the United Center. Let's go to Sean in Langley. Sean, go ahead. You're on the Quiznos postgame show. What's up?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to make a comment about tonight. I think the Canucks had their best game of the series. I agree with everybody else. The only problem is Corey Sharon's going to stay in his net and not play the puck like that. That was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it was an odd game for him in that regard. So great when he's between the pipes and so not when he was outside of the pipes.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, I think the Canucks need to step it up, do the hitting like they did in the first 2 games, laying them out. I think that worked excellent against the Blackhawks. They didn't have any answers for it. As for the Bieksa hit, it was an elbow to the head, but at the same time, if you're going to call that, you got to say the same thing for Rafi. I believe Rafi's hit on Seabrook was a clean hit. If Seabrook had his head up, he would be paying attention. It would have been a clean hit. But at the same time, if you're going to call one, you got to call the other, right? They're both behind the net, and according to the Gary Bettman and everybody at head office, that it was Rule 48 behind the net, and it's a clean hit, right? According to them.
According to them, absolutely, Sean.
Yeah, and I agree with the caller. If Torres' hit did not warrant a suspension, the call was interference on that hit. I'm not arguing that Bickle should. I'm just saying that at least something approaching the same kind of public outrage that came off the Torres hit, you might think they would at least mention that what Brian Bickle did was wandering into the same territory.
No, absolutely. There's been no hue and cry that Brian Bickle should be tossed out of the league, quite like we got even from some Canuck fans regarding Rafi Torres. Now, interesting comment on Twitter at Blake Price 1040 if you're looking to follow. And the question is, if Luongo had Schneider's game tonight, what would the criticism be like because of the cough-ups, behind his own net and the playing of the puck? And it's a fair comment. I mean, I think everybody was hoping that Schneider would be as good as he was in between the pipes, but we've roasted Luongo for touching the puck or playing the puck like Schneider did tonight, and it did result in 2 goals.
That's right. There's your hockey game, right? That is a good point, because there are a lot of people looking for a reason to get angry at Roberto Luongo.
Yeah.
And he'd probably be taking a lot of heat for those 2 plays if it had been him. Yep.
Rob in Thunder Bay, who's I think going to echo the sentiments of a lot of people tonight after this game. Rob, go ahead. What's up?
Hey, Blake. Just calling in to find out. I know Game 7's coming up, but can Gillis do anything with the number of penalties compared? Like the Canucks now are at 38 compared to 25, if my numbers are right. And just the calls that are being missed. I'm obviously a biased fan, but like the things that happened with the Boland and the hit on Bieksa and the puck over the glass, where they sat and talked about that for about 45 seconds tonight. I'll hop off the line, but just wondering if Gillis can go ahead and do anything with that, or do the Canucks just do like they did all year, keep their mouth shut and go from there.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate the call. Baller, put that one on the pile. You asked if there's an outcry about the Boland hit. About the Bickle hit. That is the overriding theme in the Twitterverse and in our inbox tonight. Is missed calls and the officiating slanting towards the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, Alex Burrows, I think, spoke honestly last year, but he didn't do himself any favors with the officials, and even though they've made a conscious effort this year to not complain about the officiating like they had maybe in past years, I don't think he's going to get the benefit of the doubt very often.
No, and that John Scott penalty is a penalty against everybody else in the league.
Punched him in the head and knocked him down after the whistle. And you're right, any other player except Alex Burrows, and that's probably a penalty. So, maybe you reap what you sow a little bit in that department, but I thought the refs really let a lot go around the net at both ends of the rink. I don't think it was entirely against the Vancouver Canucks. I think the Hawks probably have a case that there were a few infractions that didn't get called against Vancouver. So I didn't have as big an issue with the calls or non-calls that went tonight as some of the fans might have. But in the series, Chicago certainly has had the edge in the number of power plays. And, it's Canuck fans probably look at that and say they're getting the bad end of the stick when it comes to the way the games are being called. But, you just got to play hard and hope you get your breaks at some point, and they're going to need it on Tuesday.
Baller, great stuff. Thanks for doing this, and we will see you back here for Game 7.
My pleasure, Blake. It's been a crazy series. This was an unbelievable game, and I expect nothing less in Game 7. It should be a wild one. Looking forward to it.
Thanks so much, Rick. Appreciate it. Rick Ball at the United Center in Chicago. Game 6 in the books, an overtime affair for the first time in this series, and it's the Hawks to beat the Vancouver Canucks by a score of 4-3. Back to the phone boards for more. Kurt in New West, go ahead. You're on the Quiznos post-game show. Kurt.
Yeah, I just thought I'd call in and say I disagree with Rick completely. I actually thought the reffing was terrible tonight. Again, and as well as Schneider, he played well, but again, out of the pipes, he cost us the game. No offense, but he did. And,
Okay, but you just think that the Canucks were given, you saw the Brouwer call, right, for the high sticking on Schneider?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a high stick.
No, I just think that they are just weak. They need to be more consistent. Come on. But the fact that Schneider misplayed two pucks, that cost us 2 goals ultimately. And I think, honestly, that breakaway with a penalty shot, it could have been a tripping call. I don't know. The way that I played hockey back in the day, I don't know. To me, it's questionable. I don't know. Too many questionable calls tonight and missed calls.
Thanks, Kurt. I'll agree with you to a degree. The inconsistency is there. I don't think it's necessarily slanted against the Vancouver Canucks, despite what the numbers tell us over the course of this series, where the Canucks have been far more penalized than the Chicago Blackhawks. The penalty shot's a penalty shot. Levino said as much as well. You've got a clear and unimpeded path to the net, and you're tripped from behind. You don't get a shot away. It's a penalty shot, no question about it. Brouwer gets a penalty that should not have been a penalty. Come on, that's just gamesmanship there. Far more egregious stuff though was not called. Some slashing calls against the Vancouver Canucks. It was all over the place. But you kind of answered your own question. If the goaltender doesn't give away 2 pucks. One of those goals is enough to make you groan. But not only did 2 of those giveaways result in goals early in the game, with that puck coming off the stanchion, there could have been 3 that came as a result of Corey Schneider leaving his crease. Some ways the Canucks are lucky with regards to that. Let's go to Henry in Vancouver. Henry, go ahead. You're on the Quiznos postgame show. Henry, go ahead. Turn down the radio, Henry. Let's go.
You asked about the Bickle hit, the public outcry.
Yeah.
I don't want to know about the public outcry. I want to know about the general management outcry and the coach outcry and the team outcry. There seems to be no intensity in the team, in the locker room, nothing.
By the way, I don't have first-hand knowledge of this. I can only tell you this, though, Henry. Thanks for the call. That as per, I believe it was Jason Botchford of the Province on Twitter, said that there had been a visit made by GM Mike Gillis to the officiating crew, the referee supervisor for the series, who is Rob Schick, the notable on-ice NHL referee from the last few decades. But to qualify that happens after almost every single game. I mean, it's a pretty common thing for either GM to do. Stan Bowman did it earlier in the series. Mike Gillis does it tonight. That's not completely out of the ordinary, but according to Jason Botchford, that did happen tonight. Mike Gillis did have a word with the supervisor, Rob Schick. So if that gives you some consolation tonight in the wake of this 4-3 loss, then there you go. Carly in Vancouver, go ahead. You're in the Quiznos postgame show. What's up?
Hi, me?
Yes, you.
Hi, sorry. Carly from Kitsilano here. Yeah, I really thought the officiating was like diabolical, really. You know, like the slash, the stick broke, you know, like I hope Gillis gives them what they need. Is a good talking to.
Well, I think it's going to fall on deaf ears. Thanks for the call, Carly. I appreciate it. I mean, if the referees, and I guarantee you this isn't the first thing that had been said by Mike Gillis to anybody in the National Hockey League regarding the calls. I can almost guarantee that. And, you know, it hasn't changed. So either the Canucks have to be, a little bit more diligent in what they're doing and how they're conducting themselves on the ice, or they're going to have to live with the inconsistent ways. And again, I don't think there's a conspiracy against the Vancouver Canucks. I just think that for whatever reason, this is the way the cookie is crumbling, that the Vancouver Canucks aren't getting the calls. And more often than not, it seems like the Chicago Blackhawks are. That being said, again, I'll qualify that statement by saying the refs were, at times, generous to the Vancouver Canucks. I didn't like that Troy Brouwer call one bit. I mean, come on. And then if you're going to overlook the John Scott, why the heck wouldn't you overlook the Troy Brouwer? So I'm confused too. I don't know that Mike Gillis' visit to the referee supervisor is going to have the desired effect from the Canucks standpoint, though. Danny in Maple Ridge, go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, hi Blake, how you doing?
Good.
Diehard Canuck fan here, but as soon as the Canucks passed Detroit in February in the standings, and then until the start of Game 4 today, or the other day, all I've heard was the Canucks are the best team. Look at our stats. Look at our points. But being up 3-0 in the series, the Canucks got no business complaining about calls in Game 6. Thanks.
No, you're right. Again, I got a text or an email, I can't remember where, from Tom, I believe, suggesting that the Canucks blew this series in game number 4, and everybody, including myself, should have seen it. No, I mean, teams put up turkeys. They do. What does the good team do? Bounces back in game number 5. If there's a game, if you're going to have 20/20 hindsight now, it's not game 4. It's game 5 you worry about. How do you follow up adversity? And the effort the Canucks gave tonight should have been right here in Rogers Arena in game number 5, because then all this goodwill that they're talking about right now going into game number 7, it's about going into game number 6. The Canucks reacted tonight how they should have reacted in game number 5. If you're going to go back in time and say, I told you so, it should be for those of you that called after game 5 and said, hey, watch this. That's the game that changed the series. And I probably would have agreed with you after game 5. Game 4, you're allowed to be terrible one night. especially if you've got a 3-0 series lead. It's called insurance. You just better be better the next night, and the Canucks weren't. And you think, well, they developed too many bad habits. Well, they erased those bad habits for tonight's game, so why the heck couldn't they have erased them for game number 5? Game number 5 is their misstep, not game number 4. 280-TEAM, 280-8326, star team on yourself, and if you can get a line, it's pretty jammed. Let's go to Mike in Chicago, no less. Go ahead. You're on the Quiznos post-game show. What's up, Mike?
I'm sorry, I wasn't ready for you there. Tell me, what do you guys think of, and don't hold back, what do you think of Hossa? Tell me. I'm going to call it.
I think when he is on his game, one of the best players in the league, but he chooses when and where he wants to be on his game.
I have to agree with you. I really think the guy's kind of a cherry picker and hangs around the red line, and I don't think he wants to mix it up that much.
Yeah, it can seem disinterested at times, absolutely.
And now, how do you feel? I really think Luongo's hurt. Now, I don't know, you guys, you're never going to find out the truth.
No, exactly. We can. I got to move on here. Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. Luongo asked that. Our own Rick Ball, in fact, asked the question, are you hurt? Emphatically answered by Luongo, no. You're right. We're never going to know the truth. Never is a strong word. Possible the stuff leaks out in the offseason. If there was an injury one way or the other that caused this move. I'd like to trust Alain Vigneault's description of it all, that he just went with a gut instinct. I don't know that I can anymore. He's broken the circle of trust. I don't know that I can trust it anymore that Luongo is not injured. He played okay when he came in. Far too many rebounds. Rebound control was not there. He reached for pucks with his glove hand, couldn't squeeze them, pushed them out into the field of play there, into dangerous areas. He didn't look comfortable in net. It didn't look. It wasn't a lower body uncomfortable. It was a hand-eye uncomfortable. His blocker saves seem uncomfortable. His glove saves seem uncomfortable. So I'm not even going to speculate that he's got a shoulder injury or a hand injury, because both sides up high, and we know that when he's off, that's where he looks, uncomfortable, and certainly was the case tonight.
Pass ahead to Hossa. He muscles his way in on the left wing. Marian Hossa stomps on the boards. Pressured by Alberts. Hossa still has the puck. Drops it to the blue line. Chalmers in a long shot. The flick of the long one. Marvelous in his score. Ben Smith has won it in overtime. The rookie at 15:30. And the Chicago Blackhawks, who trailed 3-0, have forced a Game 7 Tuesday night in Vancouver.
And there we go, the play of the game brought to you by your local Vancouver BMW retailers. Visit your local Vancouver BMW retailer for a test drive. BMW, the ultimate driving experience. So welcome back to the Quiznos post-game show. Quiznos, always real ingredients, always perfectly toasted. Quiznos, love what you eat. Final score in overtime, the Hawks beat the Canucks in Game 6, 4-3, forcing Game 7 back here in Vancouver on Tuesday night. We're awaiting head coach Joe Quenneville of the Hawks. He'll be live at the podium at the United Center in Chicago coming up shortly. Rick Ball will be joining us in a little bit as well after he's done getting the post-game audio from both the Vancouver Canucks and the Chicago Blackhawks, and you can only guess what is going through the minds of both of these teams right now. The Vancouver Canucks playing much better, but come out on the losing cause. Let's go to the podium. Joe Quenneville.
Great ending, nice little entry there with Host and good patience, and getting the shot through was something we were stressing there. I think as the game progressed, they were looking for better plays, and second opportunity, quick stick by Benny. He seemed to know the place to go to get rewarded, and he's got a quick stick, and he anticipated the loose puck and didn't play around with it. Good shot as well.
Coach, you gave up another one of those late goals, an early goal. You missed on a 5-on-3. You were 0 for 4 in the power play, and you still won the game. Can you talk about that?
No, we had I didn't mind our first two periods. I thought Crow was great. The last two periods, I think the chances reversed as far as who had the quality. We had the first two, and they had the second two periods. But I just thought we hung in there. I mean, it was an exciting game. A lot of things happened in the course of the game. The 5-on-3 not scoring. We had a couple of good looks at it late in that 5-on-3, but our power play, they did a good job. PK. We've had a pretty good stretch there. Eventually. They're going to have their turn in that area. But, I just thought finding a way to win was important in a lot of ways. I don't think too many people expected us to be going back there.
Joel, you talked about after Game 4 heading back there to Game 5, the success you guys have had there. What are the thoughts of your squad now heading back for Game 7 with what you've put together?
Well, we think all year long we've been effective on the road. We've got the momentum. We want to sustain it. We want to keep it. We expect a fun building, and I think, like we said, there's no pressure on us from Game 4 on, and we got the same approach going into Game 7.
Any more dangerous?
Well, I think that we had stretches tonight where we were dangerous, and we had some stretches where we were defending more than we'd like. So it was every game's different, but certainly the outcome is what we're looking for.
Coach, can you talk about the impact that Dave Bolin has had since he's been back and once again tonight?
Yeah, I think he came back and he's really given us a boost in a lot of ways. I think knowing that his awareness to matching up against the Sedins, but he seems to be productive offensively as well and has the puck a lot on his stick. But his play recognition offensively and defensively is high end. But he's got a lot of jump in his game, and I think that coming off that injury like he had, you're not sure exactly how effective he's going to be, but he's been pretty remarkable. Well, I think coming out of warm up, I think we were surprised, but I think that was something that we didn't know about it. We thought Luongo was playing.
Joel, Hossa had a little jump in that last shift there. He didn't play a lot in overtime. What was he hurting? Was he coach's decision?
No, he's played a lot. Sometimes earlier in the game I was double shifting him, and then sometimes that last couple lines there were just working it up. Sometimes mixing up those five guys.
Coach, Vancouver feels they played their best game tonight. How do you feel about what they played and what gave you guys problems with them, especially in the third period when they outshot you as they did?
Well, I think everybody has their turn, and I always find this a dangerous game. That first game back off the Western trip, I know it was a shorter one, but whether we had our best game, I think we had the first two periods. We liked how we played, and I think defending against when they're pushing like that, I think Crow really helped us in a lot of ways, and I think that's we expect an exciting Game 7.
Joel, can you touch on Crawford's composure and his ability to seem like just really enjoy himself in overtime and not let the moment get to him?
Yeah, he really did. I thought he had patience, had excitement in his game. He was quick. He was alert. Had a lot of face-offs that killed the play, and they had some dangerous shifts, not just in overtime, but late in the third, last 10. But I think he's played that way right down the stretch. It gives us confidence. Tonight he was a big factor in the outcome.
Joel, 1 week ago you're down 0-3. What was your thought process going into this week, and how did you get your team to buy into, hey, we're not done, even though history says most 0-3 teams do not come back and win?
Well, we want to look at the smaller picture. I think we emphasized that all three games we hadn't played our best yet, and we could have won all three games. And, it was a tough loss coming after the third game. I think we're all disappointed, but, we just wanted to feel you get some momentum off of one win and see where it takes you. And we felt the pressure would be on going back there for Game 5, and as it turned out to be a big win. And now we're pretty excited about where we're at.
You've been around a long time to see a penalty shot in the third period of a critical elimination game, and the goalie get injured on it. Is that shocking for you, even?
Yeah, I haven't seen that before. And it was a great move by Fro. I mean, we don't use him too often. I haven't seen him take a penalty shot yet, so it was a good move. And, we see him in practice a lot doing it, but certainly the timing and the pressure and the situation was, made it even more exciting and important.
Joel, thoughts on Frolik, not only the penalty shot, but great defensively. It just seems like he's perhaps showing that first-round promise that everybody thought of him when he first came into the league?
Yeah, I think he's had a special night today, and I think he's been special in the series. I think that line, since they've been together, has been pretty amazing. But I think offensively, defensively, we like what he brings our team, and but he's playing his best hockey right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Head coach Joe Quenneville of the Chicago Blackhawks after beating the Vancouver Canucks 4-3 in overtime in game number 6, forcing game 7 back here in Vancouver on Tuesday evening. So we went from 45 teams that had done the seemingly impossible and forced a game 6 after trailing 3-0 in the series to now 6 teams. 6 teams have forced a game 7 after going down 3-0 in the series. We, of course, know 3 have won. Most recently, the Philadelphia Flyers last year versus the Boston Bruins. 3 have won. 3 have lost. The Vancouver Canucks, like a lot of games in the series, seem to have a 50-50 chance of beating the Chicago Blackhawks on Tuesday back at Rogers Arena. If you want a better statistical sizing up of the situation, it is about 2/3 of the time that the home ice team in a Game 7 wins Game 7. That being said, is it just a Game 7, or is this a coming back from 3-0 Game 7 scenario? Pretty unbelievable night at the United Center in Chicago. Blake Price here with you on the Quiznos post-game show. Quiznos, always real ingredients, always perfectly toasted. Quiznos, love what you eat. Take your calls, 280-TEAM, 280-8326, star team on your cell phone. We'll talk with Rick Ball at the United Center coming up in a couple of minutes' time as well, and we'll try to dive into the inbox and get your thoughts on the Vancouver Canucks prospects in game number 7. Mull this one over. Who's your starting goaltender in game number 7?
Now, more of the Quiznos playoff postgame show on the home of the Canucks.
Off to Keith. Slap shot. Left pad saved by Schneider. Hawks have the puck again. Keith at the blue line. Ball would have been held it in. Keith near side. Kane. Wrist shot. Schneider the save. Can't cover up. First penalty's over. Torres out of the box. Kane stopped again. Schneider dives out and stopped Bolin at the side. What goaltending by Corey Schneider.
There's your save of the game, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Until April 30th, get your first 3-month payments waived on select Mercedes-Benz vehicles. Set up a test drive today at your local Mercedes-Benz Vancouver area retail location. Call 604-331-BENZ. Maybe that highlight in and of itself tells us who's the starting goaltender in game number 7. Alain Vigneault, if you missed it, says he would not tell us, and would we believe him even if we did? His words exactly. Blake Price, you're with you on the Quiznos post-game show. Quiznos, always real ingredients, always perfectly toasted. Quiznos, love what you eat. Let's go back to the United Center. Rick Ball waiting for his final comments on tonight's overtime victory for the Chicago Blackhawks. Baller, that was some kind of hockey game, honestly.
Yep, it had a bit of everything. I mean, there were so many different things that happened in this game tonight. It was difficult in the Canucks room to figure out which question to ask first, but we obviously started off talking about the loss and what it means, and to a man, the Canucks said tonight that they felt they played their best game of the series and probably deserved a better fate, although I'll give it to Kevin Bieksa for saying the Hawks probably thought they deserved a better fate in one of those first 3 games, too. So that's the way it goes. You know, Tommy Larscheid used to always say, never give a sucker an even break. They let the Hawks up off the mat, and now it's 1 game for the series. And it should be a fun one. I think if the Canucks play the way they did tonight, they've got a good chance to win that game. That was a much better effort by Vancouver, but, you know, who starts in goal? Now you got that question mark, and I know they said that it was simply cramps for Corey Schneider. I don't know. Is that some of that playoff smoke screening going on? We don't know for sure. I guess we'll find out in a couple nights. I thought Schneider was very good in this game before he got hurt, except for 2 of the goals that he gave up were a direct result of him misplaying the puck when he was out of the crease. So, you know, but he was excellent in the crease, especially in that 5-on-3. And then Luongo played well when he had to, when he came in. But ultimately, you give the Hawks a chance in overtime, and it's a roll of the dice when you get to OT. Canucks probably had the better chances in overtime, but Chicago was able to get the one in the net. And, you know, multiple storylines, and
momentum swings in this game, and what a crazy series. It's only fitting, I think, at this point that we're going to 7 games.
You know, it has been very, very close in 4 of the 6 games, and Vancouver goes 3-1 in the games that they've played well in. Do they have momentum at all going into game number 7 based on the way that they played?
I don't know that you could say the Canucks have momentum. They just lost 3 games in a row, but they're trying to focus on the positives, and the positives in their minds were that they played well tonight and really tightened up their game all over the ice, and especially in the second half of the game. They had a much better third period than Chicago did when it was a tie hockey game. And, they'll try and build on that, but the reality is they've just dropped 3 straight. The Hawks are back up off the mat. They're the defending Stanley Cup champions, and it will not be an easy game in Game 7. So the momentum clearly on Chicago's side. I don't think you can argue that, even if the Canucks feel they played a good game tonight.
Corey Schneider apparently saying that the cramps started in the second period. He told trainers at that point that it was a danger that they could get worse, and ultimately they did. Are we throwing to some post-game audio now, Ball? Are you prepared for that?
You want to?
Yeah.
I'll probably hear from Luongo first, I guess.
Sure.
What an emotional couple of days for Roberto Luongo. He found out yesterday he wasn't going to play. We heard Alain Vigneault say that it was a decision he made on the flight back from Vancouver after initially saying Luongo was going to play, and then, of course, he didn't tell us. And one thing about AV is, I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, he does not like to lie. He'll sometimes not say certain things or sidestep a question, but rarely tell you one thing and do another. So he probably felt a little uncomfortable doing that. But in the playoffs, anything goes. And Roberto Luongo had to come off the bench, actually out of the room, because there's not enough room on the bench here in Chicago for their backup goalie to sit. Came in the third period in a pressure situation, and here's what he had to say after the game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something I'm used to, but obviously I thought once I got in there, the boys really tightened it up defensively, didn't give up much the rest of the third, and really gave me a chance to get into the game there.
What happened on the overtime goal?
It was a point shot with a screen. I think, as the puck went through the screen, it was deflected. I reacted. I got a piece of it with my knob, and then I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I think Smith just chipped it over me on the rebound there.
What's the sentiment to this dressing room? You guys played well tonight. A lot of people say, you deserve to win, but yet you've lost 3 in a row now, heading back home to play Game 7.
Well, I'm sure they felt that they deserved to win Game 3, and we won. So that's part of hockey. Sometimes you deserve to win and you don't, and sometimes you don't deserve to win and you do. So I think we're really happy with the way we played the second half of the game. We're going to take that and try to build on that for Game 7 here.
What disappointed were you when you found out you weren't starting?
You know what? It's a team game. Me and Schneid, we had the best goaltending duo all year long. Obviously, I put the team ahead of myself first, so I wanted to win this game just as much as any other one.
When did you find out, Roberto?
Yesterday.
Do you understand why they made the decision?
Well, I mean, I didn't, that's up to the coaching staff, but as a professional athlete, you're dealt all kinds of situations throughout your career, and you learn to deal with them. I could have, came in and not given any, a chance, but, I came in and I fought hard, and obviously it was disappointing to lose, but, right now I think our attention focus is right away on Game 7 here.
Are you hurt at all?
No.
How do you regroup and get ready for Game 7 after that?
Well, you just build on I think, the way we finished the second half of the game. I thought we played really well, probably our best hockey of the series so far. So, we're going to build off of that. Obviously, we're disappointed we lost, but, we come into next game on a positive note, saying that we played very well.
Roberto Luongo, after the loss tonight in overtime to the Chicago Blackhawks, you're asking the tough questions in there, baller, young Cub reporter like yourself. Was he injured? He appears to be 100% healthy, and he's obviously part of the equation for game number 7 if they want to, and so was Corey Schneider. Do you have an inkling as to which direction they're going to lead?
No idea. I mean, if it's strictly cramps for Corey Schneider, maybe they go back to him. I don't know. I'm curious about that. It looked like he might have tweaked a hamstring to me, but we're 127 feet away from the ice surface in this building, so we don't know for sure. Schneider, he didn't talk when I was in there. Maybe he came out later, but didn't get a chance to talk to him. That's an interesting question. I mean, Luongo certainly didn't play poorly in relief. Schneider played well when he was in, and now Alain Vigneault's got a big decision to make in the most critical game of the year so far. So I have no inkling one way or the other. I think we may see Schneider back in there if I had to guess, if he's not injured. But that's just a guess. I have no clue.
Sedin Twins, better tonight offensively, but -2.
Yep. I don't know. I thought they were much better tonight. So -2. We mentioned the 2 goals they scored on giveaways by Schneider playing the puck. So you can't, it's tough to hang that on the guys who were on the ice. So sometimes plus minuses in an individual game can be a little misleading. Over the course of a year, I think they're a reasonably accurate reflection on how a particular player plays. But in one game, it can be a little misleading. They were much better tonight. The whole team was better. I mean, their gap control was way better. They didn't let the Hawks get away on as many odd man rushes. Unfortunately, one of the breakaways they allowed turned into the penalty shot that turned into the tying goal that turned into Schneider getting hurt. So that was one of the times a Hawk got in behind the Canucks. But overall, a better game. Unfortunately, not the right result. And I had a chance to talk to Henrik. You want to hear from him next?
Sure.
All right, let's hear from the captain. Yep.
I'm really positive for Tuesday's game. We battled hard. We had a lot of chances to score. Sometimes you won't get the bounces, but as I said, we're looking forward to Tuesday.
You rallied when Glenn was hurt in the third.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate he got hurt there. He played a really solid game up until that point, but I thought we played a solid game throughout the game. And like I said, halfway through the game, I thought we took over. Should have scored a few goals. Bird hit the post when it's 2-1, and those are the chances where the games can go either way.
And how difficult was it just emotionally to lose that way?
Well, it's I'd rather see us lose this way than lose 7-2 or whatever. It's we worked hard, we played the way we wanted to, and like I said, I thought we took over halfway through the game, and that's we got to keep doing that on Tuesday. I mean, they look tired out there. If we keep rolling our lines and keep the ship short, we're going to be successful.
Were you surprised at the decision to start to start Corey?
I got nothing to say about that. Like I said, we got 2 great goals, so that's up to the coach to make those decisions. So we're going to play hard in front of both goals.
When did you find out that Corey was starting tonight?
Today.
So the goalies found out yesterday. The players found out today. And interesting, just wording from Henrik there, Baller. I've got nothing to say about that. I mean, I wonder. The players had to have had an opinion on which goalie. I mean, they had to, deep down.
Yeah, but they're not going to share it.
No.
But going back to Luongo, kudos to him. And what do you expect? You're a professional athlete. You got to suck it up sometimes. I thought he handled that pretty well. It's all about winning. Yeah. Coach's call. And I'm going to support my goaltending partner. We've been the best tandem in the league. I thought that was the exact right attitude to take. And who knows? He may wind up getting the start in Game 7. But if he doesn't, I think he'll be, have the right approach in terms of a teammate.
Kevin Bieksa stepped up big time. He had a ton of ice time in this game.
More than anybody else, I think.
36-33. They really rolled this guy. He gets the clutch goal in the third period. It looked like it might stand up. And might have answered a critic by the name of John Scott on the other bench at the very least. But Bieksa reasserted himself tonight. +2, by the way, if you're caring.
Yeah, and Alex Burrows gets 3 points as well tonight. He sort of came out of his slumber and had a very good game. They mix and match lines all night long, but eventually it was Burrows playing on the second line with Kessler and Sanderson with the Twins after quite a bit of shuffling in the first period. So 36.5 minutes for Kevin Bieksa, and for John Scott, 59 seconds of ice time tonight.
But Bieksa is a terrible player, as John Scott said.
It continues.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hear from Bieksa, shall we? A key contributor, albeit in a losing cause, back at the United Center in Chicago.
Yeah, we're happy with the third period and overtime. I feel like in this room, pretty much dominated. So a lot of chances in overtime, and puck didn't go in for us. So we take that and we move forward, and great opportunity for Game 7 in Vancouver.
Sorry, you're probably used to it by now, but Sal having to go down to 5D, how much of a pound is that?
Well, it's not ideal, obviously, but I feel worse for Sammy than for us. 5D's tough, but I thought, Andrew did a great job and stepped up and played more minutes than he probably expected. But I feel bad for Sammy and hope it's nothing serious.
How about the hit behind the net?
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here you go. From Big Wolf. Obviously, you weren't happy with it. What do you think of it?
Yeah, well, I'm obviously not happy with it, but they call Rafi for 2 minutes earlier in the series, and I haven't seen it the replay, but it seems like the same kind of hit. Defenseman coming around the net and unexpected and headshot, but I'm not going to sit here and complain. I was just saying I dish out my fair share, so I guess I got to take it when I get it back.
How difficult was it to lose that way?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when you feel like we were the better team tonight. We felt like we outplayed them, and I don't think we could say that the last two games. We felt like we deserved better. We'll build on that, though.
Like the way you guys responded before he goes down, Roberto comes back in the game, has to be difficult.
Yeah, regardless of who's in net for us, we have full confidence in both goalies, and for a backup goalie to go in cold in the second period, I think it's extremely tough. Was second or first? Second? Third? Even tougher. Excuse my language. But, extremely tough for him, but he played well for us. He gave us a chance to win, and he made some big saves, and we're happy with him.
There he is, Kevin Bieksa, on the tenuous goaltending situation today for the Vancouver Canucks, although he thought it happened a heck of a lot earlier than it did. The critical moments there in the third period. Not only is the tying goal scoreballer, but you lose your starting goalie as well. I mean, honestly, it was a
penalty shot.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
High drama.
By the way, are we getting a public outcry over that Bickle hit on Bieksa? Like we did on the Torres hit on Seabrook?
No.
I'm sorry. Listen, I understand this, this thing behind the net, and you got to keep your head up. But to me, that was even more egregious than what Torres did.
In what sense?
Bickle, he laid the shoulder right into his chin. He didn't even hit his body. I mean, Bieksa got up and was okay. So, but I mean, come on, if we're gonna have, want to have one guy strung up on the town square, we got to at least have some reaction to that one. And I realize that so many other things happen in this game, it's probably going to get lost in the shuffle. But, Rafi Torres was on the FBI's 10 most wanted after that one, and Brian Bickle will probably skate away. Nobody will say peep about it. Well, it's just as bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the exact same hit. I guess the big difference is the interference call that Torres gets because officially, Seabrook wasn't skating with the puck per se.
He was reaching for the puck, and Bieksa clearly had it. So I don't have a problem with the hit. I'm just saying one guy was, the reaction to Torres' hit was violent.
Yeah. People thought that it was disgusting. No, I mean,
you heard a peep about the Bickle one?
Like 5%. Comparatively speaking, 5% of the reaction that we had for the Torres hit. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So anyway, that's just a point. I mean, it's an aside. So many other things happen in this game. Bieksa's okay. So. That's the good news, but I just find it interesting.
No.
And the other aspect with Rafi Torres, it was his first game coming off a suspension for a very similar hit at the end of the regular season, so there was a lot of work there. But it is interesting that nobody's saying anything about Brian Bickle's hit on Kevin Bieksa.
Absolutely. Live at teamradio.ca to send us an email. Text us at 104040. Well, you want to stick around for phone calls, or do you have to get back to the hotel?
I can stay for a few more. You okay, Bill? For 5 or 6 more minutes.
We'll take it till about 10-2 or something like that, and see if anybody's got some questions for the guy that's on the ground there at the United Center. Let's go to Sean in Langley. Sean, go ahead. You're on the Quiznos postgame show. What's up?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to make a comment about tonight. I think the Canucks had their best game of the series. I agree with everybody else. The only problem is Corey Sharon's going to stay in his net and not play the puck like that. That was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, he was an odd game for him in that regard. So great when he's between the pipes and so not when he was outside of the pipes.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, I think the Canucks need to step it up, do the hitting like they did in the first 2 games, laying them out. I think that worked excellent against the Blackhawks. They didn't have any answers for it. As for the Bieksa hit, it was an elbow to the head, but at the same time, if you're going to call that, you got to say the same thing for Rafi. I believe Rafi's hit on Seabrook was a clean hit. If Seabrook had his head up, he would be paying attention. It would have been a clean hit. But at the same time, if you're going to call one, you got to call the other, right? They're both behind the net, and according to the Gary Bettman and everybody at head office, that it was Rule 48 behind the net, and it's a clean hit, right? According to them.
According to them, absolutely, Sean.
Yeah, and I agree with the caller. If Torres' hit did not warrant a suspension, the call was interference on that hit. I'm not arguing that Bickle should. I'm just saying that at least something approaching the same kind of public outrage that came off the Torres hit, you might think they would at least mention that what Brian Bickle did was wandering into the same territory.
No, absolutely. There has been no hue and cry that Brian Bickle should be tossed out of the league, quite like we got even from some Canuck fans regarding Rafi Torres. Now, interesting comment on Twitter at Blake Price 1040 if you're looking to follow. And the question is, if Luongo had Schneider's game tonight, what would the criticism be like because of the cough-ups, behind his own net, the plane of the puck? And it's a fair comment. I mean, I think everybody was hoping that Schneider would be as good as he was in between the pipes, but we roasted Luongo for touching the puck or playing the puck like Schneider did tonight, and it did result in 2 goals.
That's right. There's your hockey game, right? That is a good point, because there are a lot of people looking for a reason to get angry at Roberto Luongo.
Yeah.
And he'd probably be taking a lot of heat for those 2 plays if it had been him. Yep.
Rob in Thunder Bay, who's I think going to echo the sentiments of a lot of people tonight after this game. Rob, go ahead. What's up?
Hey, Blake. Just calling in to find out. I know Game 7's coming up, but can Gillis do anything with the number of penalties compared? Like the Canucks now are at 38 compared to 25. My numbers are right. And just the calls that are being missed. I'm obviously a biased fan, but like things that happened with the Boland and the hit on Bieksa and the puck over the glass, where they sat and talked about that for about 45 seconds tonight. I'll hop off the line, but just wondering if Gillis can go ahead and do anything with that, or do the Canucks just do like they did all year, keep their mouth shut and go from there?
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate the call. Baller, put that one on the pile. You asked if there's an outcry about the Boland hit. About the Bickle hit. That is the overriding theme in the Twitterverse and in our inbox tonight. Is missed calls and the officiating slanting towards the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, Alex Burrows, I think spoke honestly last year, but he didn't do himself any favors with the officials. And even though they've made a conscious effort this year to not complain about the officiating like they had maybe in past years, I don't think he's going to get the benefit of the doubt very often.
No, and that John Scott penalty is a penalty against everybody else in the league.
Punched him in the head and knocked him down after the whistle. And you're right, any other player except Alex Burrows, and that's probably a penalty. So, maybe you reap what you sow a little bit in that department, but I thought the refs really let a lot go around the net at both ends of the rink. I don't think it was entirely against the Vancouver Canucks. I think the Hawks probably have a case that there were a few infractions that didn't get called against Vancouver. So I didn't have as big an issue with the calls or non-calls that went tonight as some of the fans might have. But in the series, Chicago certainly has had the edge in the number of power plays. And, it's Canuck fans probably look at that and say they're getting the bad end of the stick when it comes to the way the games are being called. But, you just got to play hard and hope you get your breaks at some point, and they're going to need it on Tuesday.
Baller, great stuff. Thanks for doing this, and we will see you back here for Game 7.
My pleasure, Blake. It's been a crazy series. This was an unbelievable game, and I expect nothing less in Game 7. It should be a wild one. Looking forward to it.
Thanks so much, Rick. Appreciate it. Rick Ball at the United Center in Chicago. Game 6 in the books, an overtime affair for the first time in this series. And it's the Hawks to beat the Vancouver Canucks by a score of 4-3. Back to the phone boards for more. Kurt in New West. Go ahead. You're on the Quiznos postgame show. Kurt.
Yeah, I just thought I'd call in and say I disagree with Rick completely. I actually thought the reffing was terrible tonight. Again. And as well as Schneider. Yeah, he played well, but again, out of the fights, he cost us the game. No offense, he did. And, yeah.
Hey, but you just think that the Canucks were given, you saw the Brouwer call, right, for the high sticking on Schneider?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a high stick.
No. I just think that they are just weak. They need to be more consistent. Come on. But the fact that Schneider misplayed two pucks, that cost us 2 goals ultimately. And I think honestly that breakaway with the penalty shot, it could have been a tripping call. I don't know. The way that I played hockey back in the day, I don't know. To me, it's questionable. I don't know. Too many questionable calls tonight and missed calls.
Thanks, Kurt. I'll agree with you to a degree. The inconsistency is there. I don't think it's necessarily slanted against the Vancouver Canucks, despite what the numbers tell us over the course of this series. The Canucks have been far more penalized than the Chicago Blackhawks. The penalty shot's a penalty shot. Levinho said as much as well. You've got a clear and unimpeded path to the net, and you're tripped from behind. You don't get a shot away. It's a penalty shot. No question about it. Brouwer gets a penalty that should not have been a penalty. Come on. That's just gamesmanship there. Far more egregious stuff, though, was not called. Some slashing calls against the Vancouver Canucks. It was all over the place. But you kind of answered your own question. If the goaltender doesn't give away 2 pucks, one of those goals is enough to make you groan. But not only did 2 of those giveaways result in goals, early in the game, with that puck coming off the stanchion,
There could have been 3 that came as a result of Corey Schneider leaving his crease. Some ways the Canucks are lucky with regards to that. Let's go to Henry in Vancouver. Henry, go ahead. You're in the Quiznos postgame show. Henry, go ahead. Turn down the radio, Henry. Let's go.
You asked about the Bickle hit, the public outcry.
Yeah.
I don't want to know about the public outcry. I want to know about the general management outcry and the coach outcry and the team outcry. There seems to be no intensity in the team, in the locker room, nothing.
By the way, I don't have first-hand knowledge of this. I can only tell you this, though, Henry. Thanks for the call. That as per, I believe it was Jason Botcher of the province on Twitter, said that there had been a visit made by GM Mike Gillis to the officiating crew, the referee supervisor for the series, who is Rob Schick, the notable on-ice NHL referee from the last few decades. But to qualify that happens after almost every single game. I mean, it's a pretty common thing for either GM to do. Stan Bowman did it earlier in the series. Mike Gillis does it tonight. That's not completely out of the ordinary, but according to Jason Botchford, that did happen tonight. Mike Gillis did have a word with the supervisor, Rob Schick. So if that gives you some consolation tonight in the wake of this 4-3 loss, then there you go. Carly in Vancouver, go ahead. You're in the Quiznos postgame show. What's up?
Hi, me?
Yes, you.
Hi, sorry. Carly from Kitsilano here. I really thought the officiating was diabolical, really. The slash, the stick broke, I hope Gillis gives them what they need, is a good talking to.
Well, I think it's going to fall on deaf ears. Thanks for the call, Carly. I appreciate it. If the referees, and I guarantee you this isn't the first thing that had been said by Mike Gillis to anybody in the National Hockey League regarding the calls. I can almost guarantee you. And, it hasn't changed. So, either the Canucks have to be, a little bit more diligent in what they're doing and how they're conducting themselves on the ice, or they're going to have to live with the inconsistent ways. And again, I don't think there's a conspiracy against the Vancouver Canucks. I just think that for whatever reason, this is the way the cookie is crumbling, that the Vancouver Canucks aren't getting the calls, and more often than not, it seems like the Chicago Blackhawks are. That being said, again, I'll qualify that statement by saying the refs were, at times, generous to the Vancouver Canucks. I didn't like that Troy Brouwer call. One bit. I mean, come on. And then they, if you're going to overlook the John Scott, why the heck wouldn't you overlook the Troy Brouwer? So, I'm confused too. I don't know that Mike Gillis' visit to the referee supervisor is going to have the desired effect from the Canucks standpoint, though. Danny in Maple Ridge. Go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, hi, Blake. How you doing?
Good.
Diehard Canuck fan here, but, as soon as the Canucks passed Detroit in February in the standings, and then until the start of Game 4 today, or the other day, all I've heard was the Canucks are the best team. Look at our stats. Look at our points. But being up 3-0 in the series, the Canucks got no business complaining about calls in Game 6. Thanks.
No, you're right. Again, I got a text or an email, I can't remember where, from Tom, I believe, suggesting that the Canucks blew this series in game number 4, and everybody, including myself, should have seen it. No, teams put up turkeys. They do. What does the good team do? Bounces back in game number 5. If there's a game, if you're going to have 20/20 hindsight now, it's not game 4. It's game 5 you worry about. How do you follow up adversity? And the effort the Canucks gave tonight should have been right here in Rogers Arena in game number 5, because then all this goodwill that they're talking about right now, going into game number 7, it's about going into game number 6. The Canucks reacted tonight how they should have reacted in game number 5. If you're going to go back in time and say, I told you so, it should be for those of you that called after game 5 and said, hey, watch this. That's the game that changed the series, and I probably would have agreed with you after game 5. Game 4, you're allowed to be terrible one night, especially if you've got a 3-0 series lead. It's called insurance. You just better be better the next night, and the Canucks weren't. And you think, well, they developed too many bad habits. Well, they erased those bad habits for tonight's game, so why the heck couldn't they have erased them for game number 5? Game number 5 is their misstep, not game number 4. 280-TEAM, 280-8326. Star team on your cell, if you can get a line. It's pretty jammed. Let's go to Mike in Chicago, no less. Go ahead. You're on the Quiznos post-game show. What's up, Mike?
I'm sorry, I wasn't ready for you there. Tell me, what do you guys think of, and don't hold back, what do you think of Hossa? Tell me. I'm going to call it.
I think when he is on his game, one of the best players in the league, but he chooses when and where he wants to be on his game.
I have to agree with you. I really think the guy's kind of a cherry picker and hangs around the red line, and I don't think he wants to mix it up that much.
Yeah, he can seem disinterested at times, absolutely.
And now, how do you feel? I really think Luongo's hurt. Now, I don't know, you guys, you're never going to find out the truth.
No, exactly. I got to move on here. Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. Luongo asked that. Our own Rick Bowl, in fact, asked the question, are you hurt? Emphatically answered by Luongo, no. You're right. We're never going to know the truth. Never is a strong word. Possible the stuff leaks out in the off season. If there was an injury one way or the other that caused this move. I'd like to trust Alain Vigneault's description of it all, that he just went with a gut instinct. I don't know that I can anymore. He's broken the circle of trust. I don't know that I can trust it anymore that Luongo is not injured. He played okay when he came in. Far too many rebounds. Rebound control was not there. He reached for pucks with his glove hand, couldn't squeeze them, pushed them out into the field of play there, into dangerous areas. He didn't look comfortable in that. It wasn't a lower body uncomfortable. It was a hand-eye uncomfortable. His blocker saves seem uncomfortable. His glove saves seem uncomfortable. So I'm not even going to speculate that he's got a shoulder injury or a hand injury, because both sides up high, and we know that when he's off, that's where he looks, uncomfortable, and certainly was the case tonight. Back with lots more of the Quiznos post-game show. More from the Hawks room when we come back. The victorious goaltender. The Battle of Corey's won by Crawford. We'll hear from him and Ryan Kessler when we return. You got it on the Quiznos post-game show here on the Team 1040 and the Canucks Radio Network.
Kane works his way up the board, cycles to Taves in the corner, quick pivot and a centering pass for Leddy. Intercepted, and the Canucks break out 2-on-1. Mason Raymond in with Bieksa. Raymond shoots, stop, Bieksa after the rebound, he scores! Kevin Bieksa on the backhand, and the Canucks for the third time take the lead. It's 3-2.
58 seconds into this third period. And a 2-on-1 with Raymond down the right side. Shot to the net for a rebound. And it's Kevin Bieksa who joined the rush. And in front of the net is able to get his backhand on it before the back-checking Hawk got there. His first goal of the playoffs. His fourth in his playoff career. And the Canucks, just like that, are up 3-2.
1 minute into the third period, the Canucks with the lead. They could not hold on. The penalty shot goal in the third period, just a minute and a half after that goal, ties it up. And they go to overtime where Ben Smith, the rookie, with his third of the series, is the winner for the Chicago Blackhawks. This is the Quiznos postgame show. Blake Price here with you. Quiznos, always real ingredients, always perfectly toasted. Quiznos, love what you eat. We'll get back to the phone boards in just a second. Get your thoughts on the Vancouver Canucks headed to game number 7. No word on the game 7 starter in case you're ready to ask. Simply not available. Let's hear from the winning goaltender tonight, though, and that is Corey Crawford of the Chicago Blackhawks.
Opportunities in the slot, and we made a great play defensively to knock it away. One on the 2-on-1 there, great back check to push away in the corner, and another one on a 4-on-2 where a guy gets a stick on it and it goes up in the net. So guys were sacrificing and doing everything we could to just set us up for that goal.
Corey, what's your feeling like being in goal in a game like this, particularly going into overtime and trying to extend the series?
I think when you get down to it, when you get out there and you start playing, you don't really think of much. It's a lot of fun. The crowd is loud, and you just kind of zoned in.
You had that play after the Pro League's goal, it looked like the play was mostly in your end.
Yeah, maybe they had a couple times where they had some zone time, but our guys made some good plays on some opportunities that they might have had, and it almost seems like that where they have the pressure and then you turn around and you go back and score on their end.
Can you imagine where you were a week ago, down 3-0?
No, we're way past that.
I mean, how's it feel now?
It feels great. It feels great to be back, but I think we have one more tough one ahead of us, so we got to be prepared for that.
There's Corey Crawford, victorious again, third straight night for the Chicago Blackhawks. They forced Game 7 on Tuesday. In case you missed the statistic earlier, clinging to hope as a Vancouver Canucks fan, you know what? There have been teams that have come back and forced Game 7 only to lose. But that hasn't happened since 1975. The New York Islanders, curiously enough, that year, come back from 3-0 in a series. They beat the Pittsburgh Penguins in 7. So they do what the Blackhawks are trying to do. The very next series, though, they go on to face the Philadelphia Flyers. Again, fall back 3-0 in the series, come back, force Game 7, and then lose. So, there you go. Possibility for the Vancouver Canucks to still win this game, but it's going to be an uphill fight. Now, have they planted some seeds of doubt in the Blackhawks? I mean, Blackhawks are pretty darn happy they're into Game 7, and the Blackhawks at least know that the Canucks are back on the right track. They did play better. Is all that enough, though? I mean, you're not going to feel like the Vancouver Canucks are in control until it's, a 2-goal lead in game number 7? Will you start to believe that they have a chance? Many of you are not feeling too good about it now, and for good reason. This is an epic collapse. A 1 seed versus an 8, the President's Trophy winners, unable to put away their 8th seed, and the defending Stanley Cup champions, granted, but still, 1 versus 8, and the 1 is the President's Trophy winners. It doesn't look good. It really doesn't look good, particularly the way the Vancouver Canucks lost games 4 and 5. 280-team, star team on your cell phone. Where are we going? Let's go to Mike up in North Van. Mike, go ahead. You're on the Quiznos postgame show.
Hi there. How's it going?
Very well. What's up?
Well, I'm a little bit baffled by all these people talking about problems with the calls and stuff. Let's not forget here, this is a team that is facing the biggest meltdown, or one of the biggest meltdowns in the history of all sports. And to be honest, nobody really gives credit to the Blackhawks. I'm surprised by, you say, it's the 8th place team. I find it strange, to be honest.
You found what strange?
That nobody's giving the Blackhawks credit. I think that's a mistake. The Sedins go into this series saying they have nothing more to learn. That's going to come back to bite you. Don't you think?
Well, no, you have to speak confidently. What do you want them to say going into the playoffs?
Well, if you're going to start out by saying you have nothing more to learn, you're going to dig yourself a hole.
Well, the other way of saying we have nothing more to learn is we are ready to win. Would that have been better for them to say?
Yeah, it would.
Yeah? Well, I think you're getting into semantics a little bit. I think you're reading a little bit too much into that.
I don't think so. I think, it's people are overlooking the cockiness that this team started out with at the beginning of going into the series. And
I mean, I guess I understand where you're coming from, but they won the President's Trophy 3 weeks before the end of the season. I mean, they ran roughshod over the National Hockey League this year. They felt pretty good about their game.
Right.
I don't know that you blame them for that.
Well, but I've seen it before. I've seen it with Chicago when Keenan was coaching, and they won. It was the same situation. They were the best team in the league.
Yeah.
Out in the first round.
Yeah, I bet you they felt just as good about their game as the Vancouver Canucks. Sure, it's happened, but doesn't mean you say, well, we're the first place team. Well, we might win, we might lose. What do you want them to say?
No, but I don't recall the same level of cockiness
from a Mike Keenan coach team. Are you kidding me?
No, come on. I'm talking about in general, from the players to the coaches down to the fans. To be honest, it's not going to be a very happy Easter for this city.
Well, I agree with you on that point, but I think only that point. I mean, this team had every reason to be confident. And you can say, well, they've never done anything. Well, that was their point, is we've been into the postseason. We have a ton of playoff experience. We have faced a lot of adversity, and we haven't overcome it. But those experiences in and of themselves make you experienced. You don't have experience until you've had experience. You'd be chasing your tail. Like, you basically, by a lot of people's logic, the Vancouver Canucks wouldn't have winning playoff experience until they win the Stanley Cup. Well, yeah, but then by that point, you've won the Stanley Cup. So, no, experience in the playoffs is experience in the playoffs. And the Canucks, as a team, have a lot of it. And so the Sedin's point that you're trying to hem them in on is, we've been there, and we haven't done that. Now we're ready to do that. And I don't think you fault them for having that confidence. Now you look back on hindsight and say, well, why were they that? What would you want them to say? We could win, we could lose, we don't know what's going to happen. No, because then everybody would be calling in and say, where's their killer instinct? If you're the number one team in the league, you got to talk like you're the number one team in the league. So, a lot of you put the Canucks into a can't-win scenario with regards to their attitude, and, everybody was lauding this team for their attitude in the regular season, not getting too high. This is a team, you say they are arrogant, this is a team with quiet confidence, not outward confidence. They are the first team that after a win would have they'd have their passport faces on after every single win, no matter how big it was. No smiles. Their business. You can call it arrogant. 99% of the people there were saying professional. Not tooting their own horn until they've got something to toot. And that includes after the President's Trophy, when they were the first ones to say, we've accomplished nothing, we want to win in the playoffs. So don't go back and say the Canucks didn't have the right attitudes going into the playoffs. They did. They're just losing. It has nothing to do with their approach. And remember, they won their first 3 games of this series. I think their approach entering the playoffs was A-okay. It's their approach entering Game 5 that wasn't okay. 280-team, star team on your cell phone. Kyle in Surrey. Go ahead, Kyle. What's up?
Hey, first off, there's a difference between confidence and cockiness to that last caller.
Yeah.
First off, the game was excellent. I think it was the best game that I've seen all year. But give credit to the other team. They pretty much had the best game they had all year as well, aside from those other flubs that we had. But really want to, the Bieksa hit, the reason why there's not a big outcry on the Bieksa hit is because we're not whiners, and Seabrook's a big whiner. And what happened there in that icing call in Chicago, what does refs think? With the
ice scrape? With the ice scrape? I don't know. I'd like to see the fine print. I mean, I don't know that you hang this game on the fact that Canucks didn't get the icing call in due time. It was a curious call. I'm surprised considering how much. I mean, you're not allowed to take a TV timeout for an icing call. So why would you take the scrape? There is no TV timeouts in overtime. I'm confused by that. I wouldn't mind an explanation just for curiosity's sake, but again, I don't know that you hang the loss on this. As for the Canucks, Canucks fans not being whiners. There's a fair share of whiners in every group. I think the reason why nobody's whining about this is because they know it would look pretty foolish for Canucks fans to whine about the hit, considering Raffi Torres, all he got was a 2-minute penalty. Not the biggest deal. I mean, what Canucks fans could whine about with regard to the hit tonight is, all you that vilified Torres better vilify Brian Bickle. But in terms of the hockey outcomes, I think that, okay, I guess one saws off the other. Up to Haida Gwaii. Harold, thanks for waiting. You're on the Quiznos postgame show.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Just wondering if you guys think that Luongo's going to pull it off, and is Schneider hurt? Is he going to keep going?
Well, according to the reports, Harold, thanks for the call. According to the reports, Schneider just had cramping. took IV fluids. He's good to go. Roberto Luongo's not injured. He's good to go. And this time around, not only did Alain Vigneault not offer a smokescreen decision on who he's going to start, he offered no decision. So he's going to let us debate it now for 36 hours or more. He's probably going to hold this in his back pocket until warm-up, just like he did for this game tonight. We will have 36 hours to debate who is going to start for the Canucks in game number 7. Let the guessing begin. Mario in Richmond, you're on the Quiznos post-game show.
Hi, Blake. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I just looking at a stat here over the series. Almost again, like the last couple of series with Chicago, Canucks are killing themselves with penalties. I think I added all the penalties over the series thus far. I think the Canucks have 39 against them. The Blackhawks 20-25. I mean, you're not going to win it that way. But mind you, the Canucks aren't getting a lot of calls either. I think throughout the series too, the Blackhawks have had 2, 3, 5-on-2 advantages. The Canucks have none. I mean, I think that's a little unfair, but anyways, that's the penalties. Also, the series, like I said, I called it a couple nights ago, they're done. I mean, Chicago in 7, Luongo looks shaky. If he's the guy to go to in game 7, I think we're done. And I can't believe it. Here we are again. Now, Corey Crawford, a rookie goaltender, is going to take the Chicago Blackhawks to the second round, and last year is Niemi. I don't get it. So, I don't know. I'll hear your comments. Have a good night.
Thanks. I mean, you know what? People are going to offer their Game 7 predictions all night long, I assume. I will not protest either of your Game 7 predictions. I am flying blind here. Was going into Game 6. Flying blind going into Game number 7. There are very strong arguments to be made on both sides as to who will win Game 7. I mean, really, there are strong arguments to each side. There's the home ice advantage in Game number 7 in the Canucks' favor. There's the fact they played well today. They were the better team by far, in my opinion. Better team by far tonight. You can take that to the bank, that they're going to take Game 7 and win on home ice. If you're the Blackhawks, you know that you've got overall the biggest level. You didn't play well. You found a way to win. And you've come back from 3-0 down to force Game 7. There's all sorts of good reasoning on both sides. I'm not going to profess to know which one is the right one. Let's get back inside the Canucks locker room. The Canucks had their chances to finish off the Hawks as well. 2-on-1s that were not conducted well. 4-on-2, remember, that the Canucks could not convert on as well. Ryan Kessler was looking back on those afterwards.
That's going to happen. We held the play for all of overtime, and they got a lucky bounce. We played like that in a couple days. We'll be fine.
How difficult was it to lose that way when you were that close to winning the series?
It's tough, but they're kicking and fighting, and I thought we dominated play tonight.
Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, I thought Louis played really well when he came in, very professional, and he stopped the majority of the shots.
Luongo was professional in how he entered the game. I don't know how we'd see any sulking anyway from behind the mask, but that part of Roberto Luongo should be applauded. I didn't think he played that strong. He was not confidence-inspiring when he was in net. I might have been looking at him through pessimistic lenses. I'm open to that possibility after what he had done in games 4 and 5. But it was not confidence-inspiring when I saw Roberto Luongo. So that's, to me, what makes the Game 7 decision all the more intriguing. And now that we know that the Canucks are open to the idea of Corey Schneider, which I didn't think before they would have been, I really have no idea who they're going to start in Game number 7. I cannot purport to know. Roger in White Rock. Go ahead, Roger. You're on the Quiznos postgame show.
Hey.
How
you doing, Blake? Listen, flying blind. You mentioned flying blind. I like that terminology. I've been to all home games in the playoffs, and I've seen two different teams. Games 1 and 2, and tonight were great teams. Games 5 and 6 were different. Games 4 and 5 were different teams. But I like what I saw tonight. We lost, but I really like what I saw out of this team. And we weren't helped by penalty calls. I don't think the penalty shot was more than a 2-minute call, if that. And I think it was complete horse poop, to say the least. And when Chicago threw the puck over the glass, we had just got called for that. And how was that not a 2-minute penalty?
Yeah, you know what? We did not get a definitive camera angle that showed us where that skipped over you know the problem with that whole call, right, Roger? It landed in the bench, and it has to be proven that the puck didn't cut the corner.
Come on, he was in the defensive zone, and he flipped it across, and yeah, okay.
There is a vector that works there. I did not see an incriminating one or one proving his innocence. I did not see either.
That isn't the reason.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that's the reason.
Oh, that would have been a pretty big power play. That would have been a pretty massive power play.
He got called on that. And also, I think the first goal on Schneider was kind of lucky because it took this weird hop on the kid. And the third call, I think was lucky too. I don't think that was a penalty shot. It was 2 minutes.
Why don't you think it's a penalty shot? A guy that's all alone, he's tripped from behind. How is that not a penalty shot?
He wasn't tripped from behind. He dove. And he dove ahead of the player. I mean, it wasn't a full-on breakaway. Okay, that's just my opinion. And you know, I don't want to waste your time arguing about that, but I think that was a little iffy. And listen, the Game 7 starter is going to be Luongo.
Yeah.
And when I read Ed Willis's article a couple days ago on putting Schneid's in on Game 6, I thought it was brilliant. And he put in all the reasons why, and it was brilliant. And I thought to myself, I wonder if AV's going to do it. He ends up doing it. And who knows what, you know, you could blame Schneid for a couple of the goals, but it's weird because I don't blame him for the actual goaltending piece of it, but there was just two stick handling issues that may have roasted him, right? But Lou's going to be, there's no question in my mind, Luongo is going to start Game 7. They have to.
And perform in what way?
Sorry?
How's he going to perform, do you think?
Luongo?
Yeah.
Well, I've been to the last 3 years. I've seen Luongo in the playoffs against the Blackhawks, and I don't know what I'm going to get. Am I nervous? Sure, I'm nervous as hell, Blake. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to get, but you know what? He has to start, and he's going to start, and I just can't see them putting in the rookie in Game 7.
Roger, thanks. I got to move on here. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Let's bear in mind again. I mean, we are still only 5 games removed from him being the first star, and it was a hands down unanimous decision for Roberto Luongo as the first star in the Game 1 win. He was the best player on the ice. Unanimous. And now you wonder, now we're unanimous in our befuddlement, our wonderment of who should be the Game 7 starter. It would look really nice and neat on the box score, wouldn't it? You know, Game 1 star, Game 7 star. All of a sudden, you'd be talking about, is Luongo the MVP of the series if they had that in hockey? No, I don't think anybody would be giving him many votes for that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's starting. I wouldn't know what he would do if he got the start. Flying blind. Jason in Vancouver, you're on the Quiznos postgame show. What's up? Jason, you there?
Hey, yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, hey, so I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. First off, I thought that the takedown from Hamhuis for the penalty shot, I thought that was a load of whatever, you know, that I just felt like the guy took a bit of a dive on the play as soon as he saw the stick coming over, and that Hamhuis was going for the puck. That's the first thing. The other thing was I thought Daniel Sedin should have probably checked the stick on the final goal. That was an important thing as well. And then overall, I just thought that the Canucks had dominated the entire game. And they just basically had the refs working against them for the majority of the calls. I think if you were to take a really close look and analyze the amount of calls that went Chicago's way, it's totally stacked in their favor, and it has been.
Do you think it's conscious? Do you think it's conscious? The refs actually have it in for the Vancouver Canucks?
Well, I don't know if it's conscious, but I know that it generates more ticket sales. I know that it's good for the Chicago market. So I'm just saying that to try to balance things out, it makes sense to me that would be a logical reason as to why that's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not buying it myself. I mean, I know what the stats say, and I just have a real large. I mean, again, look at the teams that have made. Look at the last 2 Canadian teams to make it to the Stanley Cup final. Did it behoove in any way, shape, and form the NHL to have the Calgary Flames and the Edmonton Oilers? And you say, yeah, but they didn't win. Yeah, but if this was really an MO from in the league, would they allow them? I mean, your TV ratings are sunk by allowing a Canadian team in the NHL Stanley Cup Finals anyway. So, you know, if this is stacked against the Vancouver Canucks, history doesn't support that. It really doesn't. I mean, why would they have gone that long for the New York Rangers to win the Stanley Cup? You know, why haven't the Boston Bruins made an historic run to the Stanley Cup Finals recently? A lot of teams. You know what? You want to prop up a franchise? How about the Los Angeles Kings? You know, why hasn't the NHL allowed the LA Kings to get to the Stanley Cup Finals? That would do that market all sorts of good. Hasn't happened. But the Florida Panthers, they're lifting. Can we make the playoffs, please? Can you give us some power plays? We'd like to make the postseason. And I know there's a whole theory about, well, the Carolina Hurricanes and the Anaheim Ducks won the Stanley Cup because they wanted expansion teams to do well in the playoffs. Really? But they had it in for Nashville? You're not allowed to proceed past the first round, even though you're the best and most consistent of the expansion franchises in the last couple of decades? There's no consistency to any of these theories. You see what I'm saying? I think you might have to chalk it up to random. Random's a lot more scary, though, isn't it? It really is. Johnny in Vancouver, go ahead. What's up, Johnny?
Yeah, do me a favor. Keep me on the air for a couple of minutes because I'm going to have to spend $200 tomorrow to go talk to my therapist. I'll be honest with you. You know what? If you play the tapes back to April the 13th before the season, before the playoff series started here, you play back the tapes, yourself and Pratt and everyone else on the station.
Oh, don't lump me in with David Pratt. Do not lump me in there. None of our opinions are the same, so don't lump me in.
I understand that, but all you guys were talking about for the most part was there's no Ben Eager, no Burrish, and no Bufflin, and no Ladd, and these guys are not the same team, and it's going to be just like almost a sweep. You guys were almost predicting like it was going to be such an easy series.
Not one person. No. You listen to me.
I listen to you guys all the time, and
not one person predicted a sweep. Not one person predicted 5 games.
Not a sweep. Right,
nobody predicted 5 games, Johnny.
Have fun of it one of these days, okay? Let me just say this, okay? That no Bruin for 3 games, no Seabrook for 2 games, and here we are going into Game 7, which is pressure packed for the home team. Home teams are tight in Game 7s. They usually don't do very well.
Actually, that's wrong. 2/3 of Game 7s are won by the home team.
For the last 3 years when they're in Game 7s, okay? All 3 games at home, they lost all 3 games. You know what? Here we are talking about the refs. We're talking about the refs and this call and that call and the President's Trophy and the President's Trophy. You know what? We're being beat up by this Blackhawk team, okay, for the last 3 games in a row. And no one has said one good thing about the Hawks. Nothing. They have a rookie in the net, Crawford. They got David Bowen coming back from 17-game concussion. And they're playing without Jonathan Toews. Toews hasn't even showed up in this series yet. And all we're hearing is how good we are and how we're...
Johnny, I have no idea what station. We're on 1040 on the AM dial. You must be on the internet. None of what you said is true. Everybody has been saying how well the Hawks have been playing. I don't know what station you're listening to.
What are we talking about tonight? We're talking about the refs and this call and that call and this call and that call.
People are talking about the refs. I'm not... No, you're done, Johnny. You're completely off base. You don't know your facts. You're wrong about Game 7s. The Vancouver Canucks have won 2 of their last 3 Game 7s on home ice. So none of what you said is true. It's great that you're very passionate about whatever it is you're saying. Problem is, none of what you're saying is true. Nobody, not one person on this station, and we all made predictions about this series going in, not one person said a 4 or 5 game series. Not one. Not one person said a 4 or 5. Everybody thought that it was going to be a 6 or 7 game series against the Chicago Blackhawks. And you know what? Our job is to point out the details of this playoff series. And the details of this playoff series are half of this team has changed from last year to this. That makes this story all the more remarkable. But you didn't want us to bring that up? That's what makes this comeback for the Hawks all the more remarkable, is the fact that half this team changed from last year to this, and yet they're still doing this. So I don't know what you're listening to, and it makes your argument a lot better to paint us as this homer station. It's not that, well, most of us are not this homer station. So again, don't lump me in with others, but what you said is completely untrue. I'm not done. I'll come back with Jeff Patterson. The post-game show, playoff game day coming up.
Picks up the pocket center. Right up the middle. Schneider up the challenge for a lead. He scores! The forehand, and 2:31 into the third period. This game that's had it all is tied at 3.
And a short time later, Corey Schneider exits the nets. Enter Roberto Luongo, who only lets in one. The game winner in overtime, 4-3. The Blackhawks beat the Vancouver Canucks. Game 7 Tuesday at Rogers Arena. This is the Quiznos postgame show. Quiznos, always real ingredients, always perfectly toasted. Quiznos, love what you eat. Blake Price here. This is the baton passing segment as we get you set for the playoff game night as well. Jeff Patterson alongside of the Team 1040 studios. Do you have any idea how to talk about this game? Like, what does this mean? What does it mean? I have no idea.
Well, they were a whole lot better tonight than they were the last two games.
Yep.
So, there's no shame in the performance they put forth at the United Center. And we've talked about this throughout the season as well, that, sometimes before the brightness, you gotta go through that dark spell. Yep. But sometimes the way you play coming out of a losing streak, and I mean, it's obviously jammed together here come playoff time, but, are they trending in the right direction? I know they lost in overtime, but this is a team that has to be clinging to any positive it can right now. And the way the Canucks played in the hockey game was good. The result was not. For the third straight game, they come out on the wrong end of the score, and they've got to continue to try to figure this thing out. And I don't want to agree with Johnny. Believe me, I don't want to agree with Johnny on the caller before the break there. But I will say this, because I was as guilty as anybody talking about the changeover that the Chicago Blackhawks, this wholesale renovation, facelift that they had gone through, salary cap implications, everybody knows the story. And the thinking was that even though they still had two top lines, they didn't have the depth and the difference makers.
Sure, yeah.
Of 1 year ago, the team that won the Stanley Cup. Well, Ben Smith scores the winner in overtime, a rookie who had played 6 games in the regular season and has now equaled that in the playoffs when the stakes are as high as they can get. Got his third of this series.
Yeah.
He's on the ice, and he gets the winner in overtime. I mean, that's the very definition of a depth guy, a rookie getting thrown into the fire and producing.
And I guarantee you, Johnny in Vancouver had no idea who Ben Smith was to start
I don't
this
think any of
playoff
us did. A
series.
sixth-round draft pick. I mean, you talk about a long shot that has made an impact on this series. Michael Frolik is the guy that ties this game on the penalty shot. I think he's been terrific for them. Taves and Kane and Sharp did basically nothing in this hockey game, and that's been the case in 3 of the 6 games.
Yep.
That's the scary part for the Vancouver Canucks, that they have contained those guys, and they haven't been able to put the Hawks away. Brian Bickle gets another goal in this series. We talked about Boland, who has just been magnificent since returning. And the fact is, for 6 games now, Blake, the Vancouver Canucks have offensive contributions from 5 forwards. Goals from 5 forwards. The Extra Sports, I think he's the 4th defenseman to score, but 5 forwards in 6 games for the highest scoring team in hockey? Come on. It's not good enough.
Not good enough at all. Let's hear from one of the difference makers for the Chicago Blackhawks, Dave Bolland. Another 2-point night for Dave Bolland in a 4-3 overtime win over the Vancouver Canucks.
Yeah, Fro, he's really coming out now. I think he found his route here in the Blackhawks. Fro's a great player. His skill, what he can do on the ice is great. He's got a big body. He knows how to use it, and it's creepy, my lineman. I like him a lot.
Do you feel personally you've made a difference in these?
I could have made a difference, but I think it's a team effort here. I think everybody here in this group has gone forward and has been positive and has been going forward with this. But I think it's a group thing here. I don't think it's just me. Everybody's going together. Everybody's blocking shots. Everybody's doing the little things to get by.
How gratifying was that hit on him that led to the goal?
It felt great.
Can you elaborate?
I felt great.
And have a lead to the opening goal.
Yeah, with Bick there. It's great to see Bick finish that one. It's a big one for Bick, and to get that opening goal, to get back into it, was huge for us.
This doesn't happen in this league very often. Obviously, it happened last year with Philadelphia, but it just doesn't happen that a team comes back from down 3 to win a series. But you have that opportunity now.
Yeah, we do, and I think we're coming at it. We have a big game Tuesday, and we're coming out positive. We're coming strong.
Dave Bolland, a team that could still indeed have the momentum going into game number 6, but the Vancouver Canucks are going to try their very best to concentrate on what was done well tonight and hope that they are trending in the right direction.
And he's a cocky guy, and his team's got all the mojo going right now. But asked about the hit on on Dan Hamhuis. Of course, that's a reflection of what happened here in Vancouver in Game 5 when Hamhuis got the elbow up on Boland, who had got the elbow up on Christian Ehrhoff when they were last in Chicago, and there's Boland in on the forecheck taking a pretty good run at Dan Hamhuis, who looked shaken up at the play, but stayed in this hockey game, and the Canucks needed him because Sammy Salo was obviously out of this affair early in the hockey game, just played a couple of minutes, and no update there. Alain Vigneault obviously not sharing any secrets at this point of the series. I thought Andrew Alberts played all right in his return, first game since Valentine's Day. It's been a long time, long recovery for him. I mean, he's been cleared to play, but he just hadn't found his spot and the opening to get in there. Aaron Rome wasn't the answer in the last game, so they went with Andrew Alberts. Unfortunately for him, he's out there on the winning goal.
One of a rare shift, though. I mean, they didn't seem to have a boatload of trust in him in either the third period or the overtime period.
No, one of your earlier callers as well. You know, it's hard to poke holes at Daniel Sedin. The guy's really been the offensive thrust of this hockey team all season. Here in the playoffs as well, gets his 5th of the year. But after the 2:07 mark of the opening period, that was it for the offense from Daniel and Henrik, who, again, I mean, the Sedinery has gone into hiding in this series. We just haven't seen it picking up points, but, you know, a bit of a moldy one, and really the first bad goal on Corey Crawford, I think, in this series as well, as Daniel banks it in early, gave the Canucks the lead they were looking for. We've talked about the importance of first goals, but Daniel had position on Ben Smith right up until the rebound, bounces off Luongo, and Ben Smith just kind of peels off Daniel in front of the net and is able to shovel the backhander in for the win. So, you know, Daniel and Henrik open the scoring. That's great, but, you know, at the end of the night, you look, and they're both -2, and these guys are guys that have made a living, 5-on-5, have been so responsibly defensively in their time here since they've emerged as frontline guys. But, again, Henrik just hasn't controlled any portion of any game. We're 6 games into this thing. Daniel has had his moments and picked up his points, but Henrik just has not been a difference maker. And again, to me, has looked out of sorts for the most part. And that's a series that, you know, 3 games without Dave Bolland. That's where he picked up the bulk of his points. Since Bolland has come back in, Henrik Sedin just looks spooked. Last year it was Daniel that seemed to get spooked by Dave Bolland, but this time around, Dave Bolland seems to be holding something over Henrik Sedin.
Let's get back to the phone boards. 280-team, star team on your cell phone. More reaction after a 4-3 Canuck loss in overtime. Game 7, Tuesday. Right back here at Rogers Arena. Let's go to Parker in Vancouver. Go ahead, you're on the Quiznos postgame show.
Hi. Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a Bruins fan and East fan here. And you're seeing the exact same things that we saw last year, and I wouldn't wish it on any Canucks fans. The first 2 games that they started to come back, 4-0 Bruins lose to Philly. You see 5-0 Vancouver lose Chicago. We both go into Game 6 really close. And the worst thing they could do, because there isn't really a history of this, is come out and talk the way they're talking right now. The Bruins came out the same way and said, oh, things are all great, and, you know, we're still a good team, and we're happy to be back home from Game 7. They need at least one guy to stand up and say, we're pissed. We've squandered this away, so the fans understand, show some emotion. They're doing the exact opposite than the same thing the Bruins are. They're playing against a young team with all the momentum. This is the worst thing they could do right now. I think one of the leaders on the team's got to step up and say, yeah, we're upset, we're losing, we shouldn't be in this situation. Otherwise, they're going to have a bunch of numb fans this time next year cheering for them.
Thanks for the call. I wonder to a degree what the long-term damage is of this, of a first-round playoff loss. Big. I mean, he's right. I mean, people will not believe that this team is ready for anything until they're in the Stanley Cup Finals from here on in. They really won't. They will say, prove it to me, and then we'll pay attention. I mean, honestly, if they're on pace for another 117-point season next year, will anybody give a rip?
No, because if they do, in fact, slide all the way down the hill here and lose on Tuesday night, the season of 2010-2011 will always be the benchmark. Always. For the rest of the time, as long as the Vancouver Canucks are in the National Hockey League, there will be a yabut after every season.
And it was already there.
You're right, but now it's through the roof.
Through the roof.
I mean, any sort of success in the regular season, but I take you back to the spring of 2011.
Yep.
That will be the legacy of this group. They have a chance to, avoid that. They certainly don't want that hanging over them for the rest of the time. But the only way to do it is to get out there and get it done. Game 7, Tuesday night.
Hard to believe that we're not in that territory yet, because it feels like we should be talking about these sort of things. Game 7 is still a possibility for the Vancouver Canucks.
I'll agree with the caller, and, the games are one of the ice. What's said after the game is for guys like us to digest and try to analyze, and I think we overanalyze too often there. Game 4 loss, it wasn't pretty, but in some ways you can understand it. Defending Cup champs, pretty proud bunch, skilled players. They didn't want to go down in a sweep on home ice. So it wasn't a huge surprise that the Hawks mustered something there. And maybe the Canucks thought it was going to be easy. So I didn't have a huge problem with the reaction of the players after the game in Chicago. Mm-hmm. But I felt that these guys were programmed with the responses that they gave after Game 5 here. I mean, an absolute egg on home ice, nowhere to hide, shut out, blown out. And I heard too many guys trying to tell me that things were just fine.
Well, it's the same thing. It was the same post-game reaction.
Yeah.
Instead of speaking with your heart and saying, this stops here, this is enough.
And I didn't hear that from a single guy.
No passion at all after Game 5. And again, they have this effort in Game 5, and they lose 4-3 in overtime. Just pretend that Game 6 didn't exist, and this is Game number 5. Oh, my goodness. I'm saying, you know what? I wouldn't worry about Game number 6, folks. I think the Canucks are headed in the right direction. But now it's Game 7. Now there is no insurance game left, and you're leaving too much to...
Absolutely. It's a game of chance now. I mean, you saw some strange bounces off the stanchion. You saw goalies mishandling pucks. Who knows who the referees are? You hope that it's a veteran crew that is assigned to a Game 7, that it's not just a random assignment by the National Hockey League, but, officiating plays a huge role. That could be good for the Canucks. It could be bad for the Vancouver Canucks. You just don't know. They have left no margin for error, and it comes down to... as much as I hate to hear the callers after hockey games throughout the regular season telling me that the Canucks didn't get the bounces now come into play.
No question about it. It's time now for the 3-star before we take some more phone calls. Brought to you by Rhino.ca, 3rd star for the Vancouver Canucks. Alex Burrows, people asked him to show up. He finally did a 3-point night for Alex Burrows. It is a shame that that's not part of the storyline of a win.
No question. I liked a lot of what I saw from Alex Burrows. Picks up an assist on that early goal. It wasn't a pretty goal by any imagination, but you know what? That's the kind of goal the Vancouver Canucks needed. They hadn't had that. Opening the scoring has been the tonic for this team throughout the regular season. They were lights out. They were 2-0 in this series when they had scored first. Should have meant more. It didn't, and that was because of the miscue. But even there, they bounced back, and they got the lead again late in the first period on the goal by Burrows, and you thought, all right, maybe, like Game 3 where they fell behind early, weathered the storm, and were able to ultimately rally and win the hockey game. But Alex Burrows, it was nice to see him back, and he's just got to keep it going, and he's got to find a way to make some of those guys around him a little bit better. They moved him around. I liked the way Alan Vigneault, he was sort of dealt a hand here with Cody Hodgson not available to him in the third period. Coach's decision, obviously, but, Burrows played a lot. They moved him from the first line to the second line. He responded. They need more of that Samuelson. They need Kessler. They need those guys that haven't produced, but good night for Burrows.
Second and first star we've talked a lot about, and they are really difference makers in this series. Dave Bolin gets another 2-point night. He's the second star and the top star of the game winner from Ben Smith. 3 goals in the series for the rookie, who has been otherworldly. As you mentioned, the Canucks didn't use their rookie. The Blackhawks used theirs late in this game. 3 stars brought to you by Rhino.ca for a no-nonsense, real-world approach to growing your business. Visit Rhino.ca. The Canucks limiting themselves to 3 lines and 4 defensemen for much of the third period and certainly all of overtime.
Yeah, and I didn't like a lot of Dan Hamhuis' game. I thought Kevin Bieksa was terrific in this game.
Dan Hamhuis was not strong, you're right.
Hamhuis takes and he didn't really have much of a play after getting beaten by Frolik, but we saw it a number of times. The Hawks trying to spring that home run pass, and it almost worked for them on a number of occasions, and that time Dan Hamhuis looked like he was trapped flat-footed, and I think he struggled throughout this series for the most part. He was supposed to be the shutdown guy along with Bieksa, and you've seen what happened. Canucks have been lit up throughout this series. The Hawks now scoring the Canucks 21-14, I think it is. So, again, the Vancouver Canucks highest scoring team in the regular season, just 14 goals through 6 games. And interesting to note, too, that aside from game number 2, I guess it was, when they won 4-3, Canucks haven't been able to crest that 3-goal mark other than on the one occasion in this series.
Yeah.
They didn't need 5, 6, 7 throughout the regular season, but on so many nights, 4 just seemed like a given for this group. Goals went in so easily, and now, they got the 4th one tonight. They're the winners. They're moving on to round 2, but they couldn't get that 4th goal. They've been stuck on 3 in 5 of the 3 or fewer in 5 of the 6 games.
Did I miss a Sammy Sallow update? People are asking as well in the inbox. I don't think we
No, Amy wouldn't say anything, and he kind of joked about it and said, "You think I'm going to tell you at this point of the season?"
Yeah.
There was a tweet from somebody that was in the locker room that said that they saw him walking across the locker room. If you didn't know, you wouldn't have known that he was injured. So you take that as a positive sign, I guess. But if that's the case, then why wasn't he back out there?
Tomato Team, star team on your cell phone. Let's Daniel in Burnaby. Daniel, go ahead. What's up?
Hey guys.
Hi there. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call there. I got a few points after this game here. First point is this is probably the biggest collapse in sports history.
Hasn't happened yet, but it's headed in that direction, yes.
No, it is. And if they lose on Tuesday, any Canucks fan that goes to a game, buys merchandise, is an absolute sucker. They have to be. And you know what? This is coming from a Leaf fan. And you guys always make fun of the Leafs on your air. And this is karma. Karma has come back to get you guys.
Again, we're the villains. Oh, the Leafs have to make the playoffs before they can toss out things like that. We'll make the playoffs and they get back. It's like the pre- and post-game show host for the Edmonton Oilers talks the most smack about the Vancouver Canucks out of anybody in North America. From the last place team that doesn't make the playoffs recently as well. I don't get that.
I've got a friend who's a big fan of the Edmonton Oilers, and I kind of laugh at his reaction to Vancouver Canuck fans because he's always chirping at Canuck fans for the way they conduct themselves. And it seems like guys like that forget. My guess is that they cheered pretty hard for their team when the Edmonton Oilers used to make the playoffs.
And we used to run roughshod over the Vancouver Canucks. And now that the Canucks are in a different position.
But they seem to have a monopoly on cheering for their team.
Yes. You may always cheer for your team, but never for the Vancouver Canucks. Again, that's no support for the way the Canucks have played in this series, though. Evan in Victoria. Evan, go ahead. You're in the Quiznos post-game show.
Yeah, I want to thank that last caller for giving me a laugh after tonight's effort. But I just want to talk. Did you guys see in the second period? I think it was Kessler who predicted the Canucks were going to win. Did you hear about that?
No. What form?
It was on the CBC interview. I think Scott Oak did it.
He predicted it, though, in between the periods?
Kessler said that we're going to win this game. Kessler said that.
Yeah,
then this is a guy who has 0 goals in 6 games, and they at least have a little bit, like Mark Mancy at least had the playoff credibility, and Kessler doesn't have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, I mean, it's convenient to pick on Kessler. He's working out there. It's not for lack of try, you know?
Yeah, he definitely tried tonight. I mean, I think Burroughs and Raymond were great with him tonight.
I mean, as opposed to the Sedin twins who seem out of sorts, discombobulated, and completely out of sync, you do see try and battle, at least, from Ryan Kessler.
Yeah, just other thing I want to say was, Alongo in the 4th goal, don't you think he was kind of really in towards his net? And I think that was more for the new goaltending style he had. I mean, if he was sort of pressuring the shooter, he probably would have made that save, don't you think?
No, not really. Yeah, he made the original save, but then he put himself out of position making that original save. So I don't think it mattered if he was 2 feet further out or not, is my guess. 280 Team, star team on your cell phone. Back to Chicago? Sure. Dan in Chicago. What's up, Dan?
Hey, I'm glad you guys finally brought up the depth of the Blackhawks, because everybody's been kind of talking or comparing this year's Blackhawk team, or I should say this playoff Blackhawk team, with last year's team, which, the pieces that are gone are just totally different. I mean, the Ben Eagers, Bufflin, Burrish, Ladd, Versteeg. I mean, those guys played a totally different kind of game than some of these other guys. And hey, even in Chicago, we don't even know who the hell Ben Smith is, but we know who he is now because they've just kind of come together at the right time. And it's interesting to just watch how balanced the scoring is, the points at least, for the Blackhawks, where it's really spread out a lot. And you don't see that. Everybody's making a contribution on this team. And hey, you know what? Over the last 3 games, let's say, everybody's making a contribution. Or actually, over the last 5 games.
I was going to say, to defend ourselves in our coverage of the first 3 games in which the Canucks won, that was still a storyline after each one of those games. Where are the Hawk stars, Ben Smith and...
You don't have to defend your coverage. You guys are awesome. I mean, you guys, anybody who's mad at the radio station or the guys on the radio for covering hockey like you guys cover,
we can take the heat.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Hey, Dan, before you run, just give me your thoughts then as a Blackhawk fan in Chicago on Jonathan Taves' series to this point, no goals, and yet his hockey team has rallied from this insurmountable deficit.
I'm not really, as a fan of the Blackhawks, I'm really not all that disappointed because I see what he does. I mean, this guy's a total leader. He doesn't need to lead the team, in goal scoring because
mind you, it would be great to see him score 5 goals or 6 goals, but they're getting it from so many different players, and I would think that he is a little frustrated that he's not popping it in the net. But, the thing that I love watching, though, is, Patrick Kane. He's a goal scorer. But look at the pass he fed tonight to Bolin from the corner. That was a terrific play. And so it's those little things, it's those hustle plays that these guys are doing. They're not getting a lot of breakaways, or at least tonight they didn't get a lot of breakaways or anything like that. I mean, they're doing the grinder kind of stuff. That hit that Bolin put on, who was it? Ham Hughes. I mean, that was huge. And that's the kind of play the Blackhawks have been playing in this playoff. And it's coming from guys that maybe last year they didn't have to do that because they had guys like Ben Eager and Bufflin really mucking it up out there. But it's really interesting to see how these guys have come alive. And at the same time, it's really interesting to see some really great players on the Canucks just kind of run out of gas.
Dan, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's true. I mean, the depth players have been there all series long. You go back to the early part of the series when they were losing, but still getting contributions from Bickle and from Ben Smith. I mean, the Stars really haven't shown. He's talking about some of the little things. They've done some of the little things, but you're not paying Patrick Kane and, Marian Hossa for grinding plays. You're paying them to score goals.
And yet Hossa, who did nothing and barely played in overtime, nice puck possession move. Alberts moves to him, kind of gets out of position, and ends up being a screen. Hossa and Alberts are two pretty big bodies there. And the shot from Hjalmarsson gets through. Luongo makes the save there, and Smith deposits the rebound for the overtime winner. I keep coming back to this matchup, and it's been a fascinating study. It's been fun to watch. Two competitive guys, two of the best two-way centers. A lot of, it's been made of Taves and Kessler. Neither guy with a goal.
Yeah.
And who would have thought that? And
not
yet,
a chance.
If coming into the series I told you 6 games in that Kessler had neutralized Taves, but Taves had neutralized Kessler, you would have thought that the Canuck depth would have taken over.
Today, absolutely.
And that just hasn't been the case. And weren't we told time and time again, after the elimination by the Chicago Blackhawks a year ago, Blake, that the Canucks' third and fourth lines had to be better, had to be tougher to play against, and had to be an upgrade. And I know Manny Malholtra's not there. I get that. They miss him. Pittsburgh Penguins are getting by without Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin. So don't give me the injury thing at all.
No.
Raffi Torres has lost his spot as a third liner, became a fourth liner tonight, couldn't play after the third period, didn't play in overtime. And Raffi Torres, who was the NHL's Player of the Week or First Star of the Week back in November, Raffi Torres has 3 goals in his last 48 Vancouver Canuck games. Ben Smith has 3 goals in this series, including an overtime winner.
Incriminating, isn't it? Jay and Delta, go ahead. You're in the Quiznos postgame show. What's up, Jake?
Hey, Blake, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Just, a couple of things. Yeah, we played our best game tonight. Despite the loss, it wasn't like it was a 6-3 or a, some high score like that. So that's always good.
Small victories.
But the other thing is, this Game 7, I'd just like to make an announcement to all the fans that are listening to Team 1040 right now, because, Game 5 was an exception, yes. But I thought the 2 games that we had at Rogers Arena, the first and the second, just my opinion, because, I thought the fans were more quieter than the ones at the Madhouse on Madison. I mean, we could make this the Rage House at Rogers, right? So I'm saying to all the fans, for this next game that's coming up, if we go down that 1 goal, if Chicago takes the lead, don't be silent. Keep rooting for the Canucks. And even if we lose that night, we'll still be grateful that we have that fan support. And that's all I need to say.
Well, I disagree with the last part. Nobody's going to be grateful for anything if the Canucks lose. This team cannot lose on Tuesday. I said this as much.
Is Tuesday a must-win game?
Yeah, Tuesday would qualify. But, it goes beyond must-win, as we mentioned earlier. It goes beyond must-win for the season. Really.
It's a must-not-lose.
This is a must-win for this franchise for, I don't know, but this has got a 3 to 5 year shelf life. This loss, if they lose on Tuesday, that loss will sit on the shelf for the Vancouver Canucks for, I can't even put a date on it until they make it to the Stanley Cup Finals, Jim.
Yeah,
I really believe that.
And it seems to be fairly universal that, heads will roll, they'll have to roll. There's going to have to be a price that is paid for an absolute collapse, along the lines of the worst one in pro sports, as one of the callers said. This is the President's Trophy, winning team. It's a first round. All those other teams that have squandered 3-0 leads happen beyond the first round. This never happened in the opening round of the Stanley Cup playoffs in NHL history. So this would be a first. Not the kind of first that the Vancouver Canucks. It was the first that they won the President's Trophy. They don't want a first going down in flames like this.
Jeff, enjoy the rest of the night. Lots of people still want to vent.
Absolutely.
Enjoy. There's still lots of more post-game reaction from both locker rooms coming up. That's it for the Quiznos post-game show. Playoff game night on the Team 1040 is next. Stick around.
After 10 o'clock, it is playoff game night. Hi, everybody. Jeff Patterson with you in the Team 1040 studios. Hockey headquarters on this Sunday night. If you project, I don't know, 48 hours, this time Tuesday night, you may very well know whether the Canucks are still playing or whether they have gone down in flames. Or maybe they'll still be playing in overtime the way they did tonight. 4-3 Chicago over the Vancouver Canucks. It was better. It was a whole lot better than what we saw from the Canucks in their last two offerings. But you know what? At the end of the night, it still wasn't good enough. And that is why the Vancouver Canucks are coming back home and the Chicago Blackhawks are coming with them, and they're going to do it again one last time. What a crazy night of hockey and a crazy series here in the opening round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Playoff game night every night that the Vancouver Canucks play here in the postseason. We've got extended and extensive coverage for you after the Quiznos postgame show. This is playoff game night and is brought to you by the fine folks at the Boathouse. Watch the Canucks in Chicago at the Boathouse Bar. Happy hour on every day from 3 until 6. Happy's just $2.99 and daily beer and cocktail specials for $4.99. Covered a lot of ground with Blake Price as we co-hosted that final half hour of the post-game show. Blake has set sail into the night. It's yours truly. Solo show here. Oh, Eddie Gregory's still behind the scenes. You'll talk to him if you dial through 604-280-TEAM and Star Team in the cell. Phone lines are open. They're busy, as you can imagine. Corey Schneider had cramps. I think our phone board has cramps. We have to get in an IV as well. But we will soldier on, and we'll get to as many phone calls as we can. We'll get to your emails live at teamradio.ca, your texts at 104040. If you want to reach me, you can via Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Patterson Jeff. Patterson with one T, Jeff with a J. You can reach me that way, and we'll answer some of your questions and your comments as we move here through the night. Next couple of hours, full-time, the soccer show here on the Team 1040 will come your way at midnight. And then we'll do it again after Game 7, and we're promising we will go as long as the demand is there. And my pledge to you here tonight, 2 nights in advance of Game 7, the Canucks and the Blackhawks, is that we will go as long as you need us to go. After Game 7, win or lose, we'll pull an all-nighter. If that's what it takes here, playoff game night, we're here to break it all down. And my, oh my, we will have plenty to talk about if it doesn't go the Vancouver Canucks way on Tuesday. That said, if they play the way they did tonight, on balance as the home team, you got to believe that they'll see a few more power plays. They got to do something with them. But this is not the story of the stars in this playoff series. This is becoming the time for the rookies to rise up for the Chicago Blackhawks. Corey Crawford in goal. 3 straight victories, his first playoff overtime win in the National Hockey League. And what can you say about Ben Smith? Guy's played 6 regular season games, got called up at the end of the year, 6 regular season games, and 6 more here in the playoffs. He has 3 goals. Ben Smith has more goals himself as a rookie than anybody on the Vancouver Canucks other than Daniel Sedin, who opened the scoring with his 5th of the playoffs. Daniel Sedin, Kevin Bieksa, and Alex Burrows, the goal scorers for the Vancouver Canucks. It was Bickle, it was Boland, it was Frolik on a penalty shot, and then it was Ben Smith. Big Ben steps up in overtime, 15:30. So 4:30 remaining on the clock at the United Center when Ben Smith shoveled the rebound past Roberto Luongo, who obviously was the story of the afternoon. Half hour prior to the hockey game, the Canucks come out for warm-up, and there's Corey Schneider leading the charge. And all hell broke loose. Here on the radio station, on Twitter, the email, the inbox. Corey Schneider getting the start in Game 6 after Alain Vigneault had pledged that Roberto Luongo was his guy, would be his guy for Game 6, but the coach explained after the game he had a change of heart and decided to go with Schneider, who had played well to that point, that 5-on-3 second period. For a minute and 43 seconds, the Blackhawks, 2-man advantage. They had chances, but Corey Schneider there to deny them time and time again. But Schneider's puck handling, it did him in. You look at his night, coughed the puck up twice. And the Hawks put them in the net both times. And then the penalty shot goal. You can't fault a goaltender in that situation, and yet the Vancouver Canucks needed a save right then, right there. Not only did they not get the save, they suffer an injury to the guy that starts this game, and, from the Can You Believe It file, Roberto Luongo summoned from the locker room, gets in there, wasn't tested. I was surprised at that. I mean, the Hawks had absolutely lit Luongo up the last 2 games. Where were they to start firing the puck, put him in a shooting gallery early on? Didn't go that way. Roberto Luongo gets this thing to overtime, made a couple of stops in OT as well, one off Patrick Sharp coming in on the right wing. But Ben Smith there to hop on a rebound and put it away and send this thing to a Game 7 that'll be played Tuesday night, 7 o'clock, Rogers Arena, and you'll hear it all right here on the Team 1040. It is playoff game night. It is brought to you by the Boathouse. I'm Jeff Patterson here in the Team 1040 studios. And nothing but your phone calls, your emails, and your texts. The reaction we're looking for is yours, and we're going to get to it as we kick things off here. Let's go to the phone boards. Line 1, you're on the Team 1040.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going well.
Good. I'm just Blackhawk Bob sitting in Richmond rejoicing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. I just wanted to make one point. I don't think the Canucks are going to make it. Even if they beat my Hawks, I don't think they have a chance to win the Stanley Cup for their lack of toughness, you know? And I was saying earlier that Duncan Keith, good BC boy, last year took a puck in the teeth, didn't miss a shift. I don't see one Canuck out there that would not, you know, that would be in that position. The guy is just an absolute warrior. And I think they've got
did you watch the game tonight? I mean, Kevin Bieksa got absolutely rocked.
Yep.
Popped back up. So I don't think I disagree with your comment there. I'm not disagreeing about your toughness to Duncan Keith. We all saw it. But Kevin Bieksa took a pretty good knock there and was able to hop back up. And I thought he was a warrior for the Canucks tonight.
Yeah, he did. He did pop back up. But you know what? Bieksa took on Stallberg the other night in that fight. And basically attacked him.
Yep.
He did. He attacked him. I don't know if Stallberg's ever even had a fight in his life.
Yep.
You know, so that's payback. That's being a bully, really.
But you're telling me that guys wouldn't hop up from the Vancouver Canucks, and I'm just telling you that you're wrong. So there you go. Enjoy the win. The Hawks get it in overtime, 4-3, and they're coming back this way, and they just won't go away. And people have already called the postgame show saying we're not giving the Blackhawks enough credit. You know, they're trying to pull off arguably the greatest upset in Stanley Cup playoff history. I'm here to give them a ton of credit, but it's not their superstars. What has impressed me so much, Ben Smith, we keep coming back to him. Michael Frolik, I think, has just been terrific in this series. Everybody said Brian Bickle isn't Dustin Byfuglien. And you're right. But Brian Bickle's been pretty good in this series as well. And then you go to the Canuck depth guys. You know, Mason Raymond was better tonight. The effort was there. I'm not knocking the effort, but the production just doesn't exist. I just don't think he's made for playoff hockey. Ryan Kessler, we can talk till he's blue in the face. Yes, he's shutting down Jonathan Toews. Why, though, as a 41-goal scorer, isn't Ryan Kessler making Jonathan Toews worry about him? You know, it's been a wash in the goal-scoring department. Ryan Kessler has been a difference maker for this hockey team. They need him to be a difference maker. On Tuesday night, he's got to show up offensively. It just can't continue. Now, we talked about Daniel and Henrik. You know, Daniel scores 207 in the hockey game. That's the last he's heard from. Henrik got an assist there, but, you know, it wasn't much of a playmaker's assist. Daniel banks it in. Take the goal. Canucks open the scoring. That was supposed to be a telling statistic. Canucks open the scoring, 207 in. You know, but they couldn't build on it. And they had their chances in that second period as well. They're up 2-1. They had a power play. Didn't do anything with it. We've talked about the fact that Alex Burrows showed up really for the first time in this series, at least in an offensive role. You know, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but you go back to the power play in the second period, up 2-1, and Burrows misses an empty net by 6 feet. He shot it back across the empty cage and hit the far post. That thing was gaping. It was wide open. It was there for the taking. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. It didn't happen for Alex Burrows. Didn't happen for the Vancouver Canucks tonight. And so they come back home and they'll do it all again on Tuesday. Let's get back to the phones here. Line 2, you're on Team 1040.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, you bet.
I was thinking like the third goal, right? When there was a penalty shot.
Yes.
Ham Hughes definitely didn't need to make that hook, and I think Snyder would have made that save because it gave in a penalty shot generally the goal shooter has advantage, and on the Bieksa hit where it was similar to when Seabrook got hit.
Yep.
We just didn't get it. We didn't get a penalty at all, and we didn't come back firing like the Chicago Blackhawks did after Seabrook got hit, and that was a game changer. That was a season changer for the Hawks, but we weren't really affected by that hit at all.
Yeah. I didn't have a problem with the fact there wasn't a penalty on that play. You know, he's in the hit zone now. We know that is the hit zone. I mean, you're a defenseman, you're back there, it's legal. And so guys are going to exploit that now. And Bieksa had the puck. I mean, the issue the other night was that Brent Seabrook didn't really have the puck. He was going to play the puck, but he didn't have the puck in his possession. And Brian Pickle's a big boy, and he lowered the boom on Kevin Bieksa, but Bieksa was in that hit zone, and he talked about it after the game. He said, I dish it out, I'm going to have to take it too. The difference there was there wasn't a penalty. The power play discrepancy is surprising. That's the word I'm going to use. 6 games into the series, the Hawks have had 28 power plays. The Canucks have had 16. I know the Chicago Blackhawks were a more disciplined bunch this year. I think they were third fewest power plays surrendered. Discipline was one of their keys. But in a series that's now deadlocked at 3 and has been pretty even for the most part, and certainly in these even games, power play discrepancy is somewhat surprising. 28 for the Hawks, just 16 for the Vancouver Canucks. And the Hawks have had their chances. I mean, the 5-on-3 in Game 3, the 5-on-3 tonight here in Game 6, and, they haven't cashed in. And had the Canucks found the winner in overtime, the Hawks certainly would have had only themselves to blame because they had opportunities to put this game away, and they didn't make most of those. But their depth guys have been spectacular, and right now, that is turning into the difference. Ben Smith plays. He's a raw rookie, as raw as you get. Not only does he play in overtime, he scores in overtime. Cody Hodgson, the prize prospect, also a raw rookie, doesn't play in overtime, and he most certainly did not score in overtime. And so, where the Canucks thought maybe they had an edge in third and fourth lines, even without Manny Malhotra, there was still supposed to be enough depth spread around. Yannick Hansen played well early in the series, hasn't done a whole lot since. We've talked about the struggles of Mason Raymond. Chris Higgins was a little bit better. I thought Max Lapierre was pretty good in this game tonight. But Tanner Glass has played himself out of the series. He was taken out of the lineup. Rafi Torres has turned into a fourth liner. And as I mentioned, Rafi Torres, since New Year's, since the calendar flipped to 2011, Rafi Torres, 3 goals in 48 hockey games wearing the uniform of your Vancouver Canucks. 3 goals in 48 games for a guy that went down the stretch last year in Buffalo. Was a healthy scratch in the playoffs in Buffalo after coming over from Columbus. And he vowed that he would learn from those mistakes and the things that forced him to watch in the playoffs a year ago. He was going to be a different guy. He vowed to make it. He vowed to prove a point to the National Hockey League. He was a late signing, just ahead of training camp. Teams were a little leery. And now you're seeing why. 3 goals in 48 games. I know he's not there to score a ton of goals, but 3 in 48 ain't very good for a depth guy with playoff experience, Stanley Cup final experience. But nothing doing. He was a fourth liner who didn't see the ice in overtime. And so the depth of the Chicago Blackhawks, the reason they're still in this thing, the reason they're coming back here with the Vancouver Canucks for Game 7 Tuesday night at Rogers Arena, 7 bells, and you're going to hear it all right here on the Team 1040. Canucks highest scoring team in the National Hockey League in the regular season, and as we've outlined on this program now a couple of times, after these recent losses, it is pretty obvious that regular season was one thing, the playoffs are something else entirely. And the Vancouver Canucks, who led the National Hockey League in goals during the regular season, have scored more than 3 in just 3 of their last 16 hockey games, once against Columbus, once against Minnesota, and once in this series, once in 6 games now against Chicago. Highest scoring team in hockey has been able to get over 3 goals. That was in game number 2. So the offense is run dry. We've established that. Henrik Sedin has looked out of sorts, just hasn't been any kind of game maker or playmaker. Ryan Kessler, his 41 regular season goals, meaning absolutely nothing at this point, with one more chance to make them count for something. Mason Raymond, where are you? Michael Samuelsson, 1 goal for Michael Samuelsson in his last 19 hockey games. On and on it goes. I mean, Alain Vigneault said earlier today that it wasn't about scoring goals, it was about defending, and that's fine, but if the other guys score, you got to score a few yourself. And so the effort was better. I'm not knocking the effort tonight. In fact, I liked the effort from a handful of guys. But that means nothing now. Canucks lost again, 3 straight. And they are in danger of barfing all over themselves like nobody in hockey has ever done before. Yes, 3 teams have squandered 3-0 leads, never as the President's Trophy winners, and never in the opening round of the playoffs as a 1 against 8 seed. Back to the phone to Doug in Vancouver. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jeff, for taking my call, and props to Fast Eddie Gregory on the board, man. He runs the toughest board going.
Tight ship here.
Good call screening there, Fast Eddie Gregory. I didn't think I'd get through, but thank you for taking my call.
All right,
Jeff,
enough about him.
Okay, enough about him. How about more about you? Listen, Jeff, listen, 4 quick points. First of all, would people quit referring to Vancouver as Van City? I think this started on Channel 54, The Score. It's Vancouver, okay? It's not...
Next one. Who cares?
Okay,
Next one.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so I'll move on here, okay? You're okay with people calling Vancouver Van City?
We're talking about a hockey game tonight.
All right, okay. Well, I'll tell you why I believe a lot of your callers that Luongo will start. One, the Aquilini family are not going to have a goaltender making $10 million a year sitting on the bench for Game 7. They're going to have enough confidence to put him in the net, and that's why Luongo will start in Game 7. 2, I thought the referee tonight was a joke, and I think the refereeing in the playoffs is a hell of a lot different than in the regular season. 3, and I'll get off the air and let you take other callers. Canucks, if they lose this Game 7, next year they need to step it up and play Joe Quenneville, run the goaltender hockey, and get some real badasses, some real big brutes in there, and play Rock'em Sock'em 1974 Flyers. Thank you.
You are out. All right, that one coming from Burnaby, not from Van City. But he was in Van City. Next caller is going to be Bertie. We'll get up to Burnaby here. A couple callers from Chicago on the line. We'll get back to your perspective. I'm not dodging you, but you can imagine on a Canuck radio station, lots of Canuck people, lots of Canuck fans want in as well. So hang in there. We'll come your way. We're not going anywhere for a couple of hours. So lots of time to answer your phone calls, your emails, and your texts here on Playoff Game Night on the Team 1040. To Burnaby we go. Tyler, you're up next.
Hey, I thought it was a really gutsy call by the coach to start Corey Schneider tonight. It reminds me of so many of the other dilemmas that coaches have had between young and old players in sports, whether it was Aaron Rodgers versus Brett Favre, or Tom Brady versus Drew Bledsoe, or Dave Dickinson and Casey Prenners. And I think in this case, he went basically did a gutsy call because the other guy wasn't playing well. And Schneider had some mistakes with the puck handling, but I think that was largely a communication issue also with defensemen because he's been a backup. He hasn't played much. Yeah. And I thought he did pretty well. Now the question is who starts Game 7. I honestly don't know what I would do in that situation, but I think you can make a case for either guy.
Yeah, I think it'll be Luongo. I think that you have to trot out the guy that you think is giving you the best chance. And, people can say, well, Luongo got shelled. He did. I thought he was all right tonight. The overtime goal, there were other breakdowns there that were far worse than Luongo's. He makes the initial save. That's his job. Again, I didn't like Daniel's battle level trying to box out Ben Smith. Ben Smith scored the winner with Daniel Sedin in pretty good position on him. Ben Smith. Did I mention that? I think you come back with Luongo. And I say that not knowing the full health of Corey Schneider. Again, Alain Vigneault in the post-game remarks said he was fine, but do we take anything that AV says at face value now? And you know what? I don't care if Alain Vigneault is guilty of lying to the media in this case. This is his team. He's got to do what he thinks is right. He said Luongo immediately after game number 5, which I thought was a bit of a mistake. I mean, there was an extra day in there, no need to name a starter, and yet it seemed at that point like maybe he was coddling Luongo and, just trying to back his goaltender up. I would have just said nothing. I would have refused to answer the question, reserved the right to take a few days to think about it, and if it was misdirection, whatever. I mean, it's playoff hockey. So as a guy who wants the truth generally, I didn't have a huge problem with the way Alain Vigneault handled things. My guess is it's going to be Roberto Luongo. I don't know that, but that is my guess. Let's get to Chicago. Brian, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040.
Hey, how you doing, Jeff?
You're doing all right.
I've been listening to you guys for probably about a week now, and my question is this. The hit on Seabrook after you guys were up 3-0, and I never heard one mention of the fact that Bolin, how he was, he was the Sedin twins killer the last 2 years, and how come no talk about that in Game 4?
Well, you clearly haven't been listening very much. I mean, you're completely out to lunch.
I did, but
you're completely out to lunch with that statement, though.
The last couple of days, all I've been hearing is, is it the hit on Seabrook that is actually, made Chicago a better team? I really don't think so. I think, if Bolin was around for the first 3 games prior to this, we'd be talking something different. As far as, Coach Elaine, how come no splitting of the city? Not at all whatsoever. I mean, you got a lot of fast guys on your team, and, you guys played a great game tonight. I'm not taking anything away from you. This was the best hockey I've actually seen as a Hawks fan all year. And, I'm not taking anything away from you guys, but, I mean, he did do something big with switching out Luongo and everything like that. But, Crawford already has 5 games on top of you guys being a starting rookie, this year, to begin with. But I agree with switching out Luongo. But if you look back in the second period, he got hit by, he got hit and he was already hurt. So, I mean, what's going on with that?
Well, you're all over the map. I appreciate you listening in from afar, but you started out with talking about splitting the Twins and then somehow worked your way to Roberto Luongo getting injured. I don't know what your question is there. The Twins have proven as the back-to-back Art Ross winners that they work better together than apart. They have all season. They have throughout their careers. No 2 players in the National Hockey League read off each other better than those 2 guys. Crunch time when your season's on the line, why in the world would you I mean, if you'd followed this team, if you knew anything about the Vancouver Canucks, you wouldn't make that suggestion. As for Roberto Luongo and his health, he didn't look like an injured guy when he came in tonight. Bruised ego, perhaps? That's not on the injury report. But Roberto Luongo handled it like a pro, and that's what you'd expect. In his private moments, I'm sure he's pissed off, absolutely. And I think anybody would be if they're a competitor. But I thought Luongo handled it pretty well. Get back to the phone. Cindy in Surrey, you're on the Team 1040.
Oh, hi. I wanted to say that I for sure think that Luongo's going to play in Game 7.
Yep.
But I emphatically think that Samuelson should not be playing on the first 2 lines. He was -2 tonight. He's weak defensively, and I think he's a liability. And I really disagree with Vino benching Torres. He was played 6 minutes tonight, and you tell me that he hasn't scored for 48 games. But I mean, and at the same token, Hodgson at the same time played 7 minutes. So, I think he's playing sort of, these head games. This is a playoffs. You really have to, I mean, you could just see Torres on the bench just steaming. He was like hyperventilating. He was so angry that he was benched. I mean, why did you sign him if you're not even going to play him?
Well, there's a lot of guys. I mean, that question has to be asked about Keith Ballard now. I mean, why did they trade for Keith Ballard if he can't get into the lineup making $4.5 million for the next bunch of years? It's not just this year. It's moving forward. I mean, that could be a crippling contract. Rafi Torres has been a huge disappointment in the second half of the season. There's no question about it. He's served more suspended games than he's scored goals since New Year's Eve. That's never a good thing. Never a good thing, unless you've scored 50 goals and not quite possible. But you know where I'm going. He's been a huge disappointment. And you can say, well, he knocked Seabrook out of the series. Had the Canucks been able to capitalize on that, maybe it was a contribution, but Seabrook is back. I think he looked great in the hockey game tonight, but you know what? His team won and Torres' team didn't. And Rafi Torres took another early penalty. He's trying to be an aggressive guy, but he bumps into the goaltender. Rafi Torres, Michael Samuelson, Mason Raymond, Chris Higgin. They've been disappointments, and Ryan Kessler has been a wash, and simply put, it's not good enough. It's not good enough when a 41-goal scorer is held in check the way Ryan Kessler has been. And you can say, and his defenders will. But Taves hasn't scored, and I get that point. But make Taves worry about you as a 41-goal scorer instead of vice versa. I made the point the other night, and I stand by it, that with Malhotra out, Kessler has basically become Manny Malhotra. Thus, the Canucks are really without Kessler, not Malhotra. If you free Kessler up to try and score some goals, maybe Taves gets 1, maybe Kessler gets you 2, who knows? But he's just so focused right now on being this defensive guy. And how's it working for the Vancouver Canucks these last couple of games? Let's get back to Chicago. Scott, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040.
Hey, guys. Just a couple things. That was one of the best hockey games, or most dramatic hockey games I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I can't believe, we're going crazy here in Chicago, and I'm so glad that we forced a Game 7. It's been such a struggle for us this year. We lost 10 players from our Stanley Cup winning team. How many teams have faced that? You guys think we're like a number 8 seed, but remember, if we had won that last game of the season, we would have been like a number 5 seed, and we wouldn't have faced you guys, and you wouldn't be facing us now. So to say we're like, just an A seed is kind of not giving credit, but I give credit.
But I mean, the numbers are what the numbers are. This is a team that couldn't win its way into the playoffs. You needed help from the Minnesota Wild to get into the playoffs. I mean, it was that close.
It was a grind.
So, yes, I mean, there is a huge irony here that had the Hawks played at all like they have in these last 3 games, the Canucks wouldn't have faced them because they would have finished higher than the number 8 slot. But, it's almost like it was meant to be.
It is, and we're going to a Game 7, and, may the best team win, and I'm psyched for Tuesday night. And I hope Vancouver fans, support your team, Just don't give up on them.
I don't think they are. I mean, it's a passionate bunch, but also as this team is pushed to the precipice of, absolute disaster. And it is in this city, given what the Canucks mean in this city to these fans. Disaster is probably not a strong enough word, to be perfectly honest with you. 604-280-TEAM and star team in the cell, 1-866-266-TEAM. We'll bring you through here. Playoff game night brought to you by the Boathouse. 4-3 in overtime. Hawks beat the Vancouver Canucks. Corey Crawford started the playoffs as a rookie. He's got 6 games of experience now. Has played, I think, 33 straight. Yeah, he's made 33 straight starts. So, yeah, he's a rookie. He has logged a ton of miles and has gained all kinds of experience. And now playoff overtime and a first playoff shutout the other night. Now playing like a rookie, he's given the Hawks the goaltending they're looking for. And the Vancouver Canucks, somebody has to score a goal here other than Daniel Sedin. Henrik's gone 12 without a goal now. He's your captain. He's your leader. One of your highest paid forwards. Henrik Sedin, 12 without a goal. 1 goal in 16. The goal that he scored 12 games ago was against the Columbus Blue Jackets. It was a power play goal. Henrik Sedin's gone 16 games now without an even strength goal, 5-on-5. You can say, well, Daniel's the goal scorer there. I don't want to hear it. Henrik Sedin's your number 1 center. 29 goals a year ago, 19 this year. He knows where the net is. Put a puck in it. How about that? But it's hard to put a puck in it when you don't get a shot on goal. Henrik Sedin finished with 1 assist. He came 2 minutes into the hockey game. He was -2, took a diving penalty, didn't get a shot on goal, missed the net with 4 shots. That's not good enough, sorry. It's not good enough from your captain, your leader, your number 1 center. Reigning Hart Trophy winner until somebody takes it away from him. Need more? I mean, if you're looking for a list of guys that the Canucks need more from, Henrik Sedin is at the very top. On Sunday night, as we head for midnight, it is playoff game night. It's brought to you by the Boathouse. If you missed it, you missed a good one. Boy, did you ever. Best game of the series, no question about it. It had everything, but it really did. When you talk about drama, the passion and the emotion, I mean, that's what you're looking for at playoff hockey. Overtime for the first time in a couple of years. You think back to Andrew Ladd scoring. That game where the Canucks had a 1-0 lead in Chicago into the 3rd period, and then Marty Havlat scored late after the Willie Mitchell giveaway. I don't want to dredge up old history, but I do have to point out the fact that the Chicago Blackhawks now 8-1 in games 4, 5, and 6 against the Vancouver Canucks the last 3 seasons in the playoffs. When playoff series start to take that turn from the home stretch, when, your mettle as a hockey club is tested. And the Chicago Blackhawks have won 8 of 9 games 4, 5, and 6 against the Vancouver Canucks, who want to believe they've got what it takes to defeat the defending Stanley Cup champs. They didn't in Game 4. They didn't in Game 5. They didn't in Game 6. Will they in Game number 7? We'll find out Tuesday night, 7 bells at the Raj, and you're going to hear it right here on the Team 1040. Out to Burnaby. Nick, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040.
Yeah, I was just watching the sports news here on TV, and they're talking about how great this Boland is coming back and all that. But they were showing some highlights, and it shows him taking the feed out from one of the Sedins along the boards after he got rid of the puck, no penalty. Then they show him smashing his stick over one of the Sedins in the goal crease. He breaks Sedin's stick, no penalty. And I was just wondering where the referees are in this game.
I will agree that Dave Bolland, plays on that edge and sometimes crosses the line. You saw with an elbow to the head of Christian Ehrhoff earlier in the season, in the series. He got penalized for that one. Hey, everything's legal until it gets called. I mean, yeah, the rules are there, but if the refs aren't going to call it, then Dave Bolland's one of those guys. I mean, that's the way he plays. He pushes the envelope. I like the way Dave Bolland plays. I do think that there was a penalty in there somewhere. I thought the chop on Henrik Sedin was a bit of a strange non-call there. The other one was a bit of a slew foot as well, kind of away from the play, but, Henrik's standing on the ground looking for a puck, and after the whistle, Dave Bolland comes in and, chops his stick, and usually that evidence supports a call from the officials, but we saw John Scott kind of grab Alex Burrows by the throat and throw him to the ground after another scrum earlier in the hockey game. Penalties were tough to come by for the Vancouver Canucks, or at least power plays were tough to come by. Chicago had 4 of them, including a 5-on-3 for a minute and 43 seconds. Canucks with 2 power plays in the hockey game. Both of them in the offensive zone from the Blackhawk perspective. So the Canucks, when they were working on offense in the Chicago end, unable to draw any penalties in this hockey game tonight. We'll see. I have a funny feeling that power plays will play a key role in game number 7. You want to think that the officials aren't going to be the difference, and yet if the Canucks are presented with power play opportunities, they've got to find a way to put the hammer down. Let's get to Kelowna for the first time here on playoff game night. Dan, go ahead.
Hey, Jeff. First of all, Vancouver's not going to get as many power plays as Chicago. It's just that's the way the entire series has gone, so that's what you can expect. More than anything, just as a Canucks fan, it's not just deflating. It's not just disheartening. There were so many things that went Chicago's way, from Burrow's post to not only the uncalled penalties, but Corey Crawford looking like an all-star goalie. It's like, and there's no such thing as hockey gods. We know that, but basically, Chicago can do no wrong, no matter what happens in this series. Yeah, they were down 3-0, but in a nutshell, nothing Vancouver can do is going to make a difference. And I'm at the point right now where I just don't care anymore. Like even as a hockey fan, I just don't care. I don't even know if I'm going to watch Game 7.
Yeah, you are. No, you'll watch. You've come this far on this roller
coaster. I've been coming this far since I was a young kid in 1980. I just, at this point, it's kind of gotten to, especially because of Game 5. When you get that opportunity in your home rink to do it, and you do nothing but coast around the ice.
Yep.
You knew this is what's coming, and you know what's going to happen on Tuesday. You know what's going to happen. So,
I don't, because I picked the Canucks in 7 at the outset of this thing. So this thing's panning out for me to, again, I'm not one that pumps my tires about predictions because I'm usually way off base, but I did pick the Canucks in 7. I didn't think it would be easy for them. But I go back to Game 5, and I didn't like the response of the hockey team on the ice, and I really didn't like the response off the ice. I just got the sense that nobody in there was pissed off, and it just seemed way too easy to say, we're still up 3-2, no big deal. It was a big deal. The Hawks came to town and absolutely ran your show, and there was no response on the ice, and there was no response off the ice. They played better tonight. They did, absolutely. The effort was there. They were the better team over the course of 75 minutes and 30 seconds. Big whoop. Hawks scored 4 goals, and at this time of the year, that's what matters the most. The Canucks don't get their loser point. They don't get one in that other column. This thing's a loss. They've lost 3 in a row. And their season is now hanging by the narrowest of little threads. The Canucks get a chance to do something about that on Tuesday night. Will they seize the opportunity? If they will, if you believe the Canucks are going to seize the opportunity on Tuesday, what do you hang your hat on after 3 straight losses? John at Port Coquitlam.
Oh, good evening, Jeff. Well, kind of like the other call, that last caller. I've been a diehard Canucks fan, but I just get the feeling we're cursed. I just don't know what it is. It's just, it has to be, so, and I know the playoffs are hard, but you just think once you could, be like Washington, close out a New York Rangers, and have a little bit of, you're not just leaving your fans to suffer, but, I just wanted to, and I know your show or post, if the inevitable and unthinkable happens and the Canucks blow this and it's one of the biggest collapses, I know there'll be plenty of time to, dissect, what changes have to be made. I think you already mentioned heads would roll. And I agree. And I mean, I think first and foremost, Alain Vigneault would be gone. But in terms of player personnel, I mean, I know, I'm putting the horse before the cart, but what? I mean,
the horse is supposed to be in front of the cart. You're putting the cart in front of the horse.
Yes, thank you. But the core of your team is locked. Kessler, the Sedins, Luongo. So, I mean, I would say, Salo, he would, his contract's up. He wouldn't resign him at a 37-year-old injury prone. No. But what changes could you possibly make that, because this core of your team that is still signed are the guys that aren't getting it done playoff after playoff after playoff. And I mean, you may just want to put this to the side if that does happen, but I'm just kind of interested in what changes things.
Yeah, I mean, it's too early to make, we'll have an entire summer, and that we'll have a summer in this city. But if the Canucks go down in flames maybe I shouldn't mention flames, but if they crash and burn on Tuesday night, I think all bets are off. I think Alain Vigneault has to go at that point. You can't lose to the same coach 3 consecutive years. You can't let a 3-0 lead get away. I don't care if you won the President's Trophy. You've had 3 cracks in 3 consecutive years at the same coach who clearly has made the adjustments necessary, even though it's been proven that your team has got incrementally better here. Were the Canucks better than the Hawks that first year? No. And yet they had a chance to pull off the upset and they couldn't do it. Were the Canucks better than the Blackhawks last year? No. But they were in that series early on, and then the Hawks started to roll and the Canucks just didn't have any answer for them. Were the Canucks better than the Hawks this time around? Going by the regular season numbers, yes, they were. But why can't Alain Vigneault push the buttons necessary to make his players the players that they're capable of being and have proven that in regular seasons? Why can't he draw that out of his guys? Is it the matchups? Is it the way he's handling them, the ice time allotments? Is it, is the power play? Are they too predictable? What is it? Manny Malhotra missing is not the reason the Vancouver Canucks are not beating the Chicago Blackhawks. Would Malhotra have helped? Sure he would have. But other teams are getting it done. Look at the Buffalo Sabres. They're talking that Derek Roy's going to come back now. They've been without their leading scorer for the second half of the season. Jason Pominville not playing for them. Tim Connolly went out of the game today. Questionable for Game 7 there against Philadelphia. Sabres may not win it. And they're getting a ton of help from some terrible Philadelphia goaltending. But the way this thing is shaking down, if the Canucks lose Tuesday and Philadelphia loses Tuesday, Mike Gillis and Paul Holmgren just have to sit down if they keep their jobs and figure out. Flyers need goaltending. Canucks have goaltending. Flyers have big bodies up front. Is it crazy to talk about a Ryan Kessler for Mike Richards with Corey Schneider and James Van Riemsdyk thrown into a big trade? Maybe it is. Richards is locked up forever in one of those long contracts. Flyers wanted Kessler earlier. This is me just floating an ocean. Don't run with that. And I heard it on the radio. I was asked, what kind of changes? Caller's right. The Canucks are locked into a lot of their contracts. Locked into a ton of their contracts. They could elect to come right back with a different coach with the same personnel. I don't think that would fly in this city. Blow it up entirely, because you can't blow it up entirely under this salary cap system. But you got to look long and hard at why these guys don't perform in the playoffs, and it's not just this year. There is a track record for a handful of these players, particularly forwards. Why does it happen? And what do you do about it? Out of the island, Courtney. Aaron, go ahead.
Oh, hey, thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
Hey, no, I really think it actually does go back to the coach, to Vigneault, because, my point I was going to make when I was calling was, but I've been listening to everybody for a little bit, is, putting Schneider in tonight, I just thought was a huge mistake. And it goes back to the coach, like you said, he's, the same team has made adjustments and beat the Canucks the last couple of years. And in this series, it's happening right before our eyes. And to put in Schneider tonight, I kind of understand understand sort of, maybe the thinking behind it. Oh, fresh look, motivate the team, blah, blah, blah. But, Schneider, I mean, he's a rookie. I love the guy. He's got a great future. But, those two blunders he made, basically cost the Canucks the game. And then, you got to have that penalty shot stop. And I know it's, penalty shot stops are more in favor of the goalie than they are of the shooter. And he couldn't make that save. And then, I hear some callers pinning it on Luongo because he gets put in at the end, right? So, putting him in, though, now creates this huge thing with Luongo. Like, who's going to start Game 7? I mean, this guy is, like, the main guy, no matter how, great of a year he's had. And it hasn't fallen on Luongo's shoulders Game 4 and 5. I mean, the Canucks didn't even show. I watched those games. They left him hanging out to dry. Sure, he could have, miraculously, saved everything that went his way. But
no, he could have stopped the Hossa goal that got the snowball rolling in Game number 5 on home ice. It was a terrible goal. It was the worst one that he has allowed in this series. And he didn't make the save that they needed, and that set the tone for the rest of the hockey game. Their $10 million guy, their leader, not their captain anymore, but one of their go-to guys, and he wasn't there when they needed him. He had company. I mean, they got shut out, so he wasn't going to do it alone. But you talk about Schneider being a rookie. Well, look at the other end of the ice. Corey Crawford is a rookie, too. And he made the saves tonight. Corey Schneider. I said it right off the hop when I came on here, that as much as, a penalty shot is pretty much a crapshoot, that was a point in the hockey game when the Vancouver Canucks had just scored early in the third to take the lead. They needed a save there, and they didn't get it. It was a nice goal by Michael Frolik, and obviously Schneider was hurt on the play and didn't return. But that was a point in that hockey game. The Vancouver Canucks absolutely needed a save, and they weren't able to get it. But they needed a save from Luongo in the first period against Marian Hossa the other night. Didn't get that one either. So, goaltending was supposed to be a strong suit for this Vancouver hockey team. Had a caller the other night point out that in the last 3 playoffs against the Hawks, goaltending was supposed to be in favor of the Vancouver Canucks, and yet Avi Bulin was the guy that got the job done for the Hawks 2 years ago. And last year it was Antti Niemi, and now it's Corey Crawford getting it done against the Vancouver Canucks. And so far, Luongo has faced 3 goaltenders that I don't think many in the hockey world would trade straight up for Roberto Luongo, and yet, they're getting the better of him time and time again. So, if it was a one-off, if it was a one-year thing, maybe 2 was tough to swallow for Canuck fans, and they've seen this movie before. And they want to see a different ending. They want the alternate ending. And maybe they'll get it on Tuesday night, maybe they won't. We'll find out. That's why they play the hockey games. Patrick in Vancouver, you're on the Team 1040.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going well, thanks.
Good. Before the playoffs started, there was kind of a neat hypothetical thrown out there by Eric DeHatchek. The possible new playoff format. I think it was a bit tongue-in-cheek, but the
pick
idea
your
was,
opponent.
Yep.
The pick your opponent. Yeah, it was not tongue-in-cheek. I mean, it was used at a developmental basketball league in the States. Was I think its origins. So cool. It's been used in practice. I like it, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't think the NHL would ever touch it with a 100-foot pole, but I like it for a number of reasons.
Here. I agree. I think it's a good idea. I guess the question part is, if you were Vigneault, would you have chosen Chicago or LA, or who would you think, Vigneault or you?
I think based on the evidence at the end of the regular season was they would have taken Los Angeles. Now, maybe they would have bitten off more than they could chew there, but the Kings without Kopitar, and they didn't think Justin Williams was going to play. But I just think it would be a fascinating study. You talk about playoff or TV ratings going through the roof. Can you imagine on the final day of the regular season, the games are completed, TSN or somebody could have a big, pick your playoff opponent show as President's Trophy winners. That's the cherry that you're given. You get to avoid matchups that you don't think work in your favor. And yeah. I think it would be fascinating. And, talk about bulletin board material for the team that you selected. As the number 1 seed, we think we can beat Team X there. Well, Team X would be a little peeved right off the hop, and there's some, added motivation and incentive. So I like it. I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Yeah.
But I think it's great. Again, it's been floated out there for a little while. It wasn't necessarily something that Eric DeHatchek had come up with. He's got many of his own good ideas around the game of hockey, but I don't think that one, in fact, I know that one wasn't an original. But, if the NHL is looking to do things differently, sometimes you've got to think outside the box. And some people would have laughed at the idea of an outdoor game, and that's become a hit. The draft lottery, trade deadline. I mean, there are marquee days now. I think it would be something to consider if you're the National Hockey League and people say gimmicky. You know what? Something a little different. Let's get back to the phones. Out to Abbotsford. Jay, you're up next here on the Team 1040.
Hey, Jeff. How you doing?
Well, thanks.
Good. I have two questions for you. Andrew Alberts and Aaron Rome, I totally like them as like a seventh defenseman.
Yep.
Tonight, Andrew Alberts in overtime, the puck came around in the attacking zone in overtime, and he looked a little uneasy when he played the puck, and I think he actually gave it away. My question to you is, don't you think that Keith Ballard is at least, you'd like to think that he's twice the defenseman of both those guys. So why isn't he playing in the playoffs?
It's a question that has to be put to Alan Vigneault after the season, because he's not going to give you an answer. He's said it time and time again that it's, coach's decision. He thinks he's putting the best guys out there. I didn't think Alberts had a bad game, and yet he was out there on the winning goal. And as I said, he's matched up against Hossa. They like his size. Hasn't played since Valentine's Day, but he didn't show much rust. He's been skating as a Black Ace for a while now. But the Ballard thing is absolutely befuddling, and I don't know if we're ever going to get to the bottom of it. I think it may be something that ends up costing Alan Vigneault his job as well. I mean, there'll be a lot of things rolled into this. The end result of the series will be the primary one if it doesn't go the Canucks' way. But here's Mike Gillis, giving up assets, really making his first significant trade as the general manager of the Vancouver Canucks, where he had to part with something of value to get a guy that, Gillis was quoted last year when they got him as, Ballard's a guy that can play in all situations, power play and penalty kill. They hoped that he was going to be a 30 to 40 point guy, and here he was, couldn't even get into the lineup at times in the regular season, and now he can't play in the playoffs. There's a massive disconnect somewhere between the man that acquired him, the man whose job it is to pencil him into the lineup. Somebody's not telling the truth about what the organization thinks it's got in Keith Ballard, but the truth of the situation is that Keith Ballard has a hefty contract for a bunch of years moving forward. And, again, those questions will all be asked, and you hope that some answers come out in the wash here, again, if the Canucks are cleaning out their locker as early as Wednesday morning. It is playoff game night. It's brought to you by the Boathouse. Watch the Canucks in Chicago, the Boathouse Bar. Happy hour on every day, 3 till 6. Happy's just $2.99, and daily beer and cocktail specials for $4.99. Jeff Patterson with you. Hockey headquarters, Team 1040 studios on a Sunday night, Chicago. The Hawks just won't go away. They are alive. They are still alive, and they're coming this way for Game 7 of this series on Tuesday night. 4-3 was the final in overtime tonight. Ben Smith. Do you have him in your hockey pool? You shouldn't. Nobody had heard of him prior to the series, but he's been one of the terrific stories here. He gets the winner in overtime, 15:30 of OT.
He muscles his way in on the left wing. Marian Hossa stops on the boards. Pressured by Alberts. Hossa still has the puck. Drops into the blue line. Chalmers in the long shot. Deflected along the Marcos in his score. Ben Smith has won it in overtime. The rookie at 15:30. And the Chicago Blackhawks, who trailed 3 games to none, have forced a Game 7 Tuesday night in Vancouver.
Yeah, that's how it ended about 4 hours ago. You heard it here on the Team 1040. Hi again, everybody. Jeff Patterson back with you into the final hour. Playoff game night. Here on the Team 1040, we're here after every Vancouver Canucks game, and so logically you can deduce that we got a date on Tuesday night, win or lose. We'll have plenty to talk about. There's no question about that, and we'll be on after the post-game show starting around 11:30, depending on whether the game is settled in regulation time or if some more OT. How about that? Could you stand Game 7 overtime? Canucks went there in 04 against the Calgary Flames. Didn't work so well. Marty Jelena, and that's when the Canucks turned to Alex Auld, who wasn't the starter, but was the healthy guy. And here they turned to Corey Schneider tonight, and then he got hurt. Wasn't the healthy guy, so Roberto Luongo came in relief for the first time all year when Corey Schneider got the hook. Well, he didn't get the hook, but he had to leave the hockey game. And again, Luongo was fine. I mean, he made a few saves. He wasn't challenged early on, which surprised me. I just thought, given what had happened here, the recent history between these teams, that the Hawks would pepper him and test him. Why wouldn't you? I mean, that to me would have been my game plan. Kind of give him a soft launch into this hockey game, and then in overtime, Canucks outshot the Hawks 12-11 in overtime. 35-33 on the night. Canucks out hit the Blackhawks. Scored first. I mean, some of these things that we look to as telltale signs didn't matter. Ben Smith scored last, and that's all that mattered. 4-3 final Hawks over the Vancouver Canucks. Live at teamradio.ca, our email that'll bring you through, and I'll get into the inbox a little later on. You can text us at 104040. Feel free to follow me on Twitter at PattersonJeff. I promise you some analysis as the game goes on. Come up with some statistics that maybe other people don't have for you pertaining to the Vancouver Canucks in the National Hockey League. At Patterson Jeff, Patterson with one T and Jeff with a J. Tweet in. Tell your call screener to tell the callers not to ask you how you're doing. It's bad radio. I am doing well, by the way. Do I want the Canucks to continue on this march here this spring? Absolutely. I mean, I know what the Canucks mean to this city. I know the history. I was born and raised here. I'm not ready for the hockey season to end, but it's not up to me. It's up to the Vancouver Canucks. But I'm doing all right. The same tweeter says, what's most troubling to me is that I feel more emotion for a loss than I hear the Canucks expressing. Where's the heart? We addressed that earlier, and particularly after Game 5, the home loss, the embarrassment. I mean, they were shamed on home ice. They played better. They played well enough to win tonight. I didn't need to feel, venom. Can you feel venom? I didn't need anybody spewing venom in that Canuck locker room. I mean, obviously, they're mad that they missed another opportunity here. 0 for 3 now, with a chance to move the Stanley Cup champs out of the postseason. For me, the time for ranting and raving was after Game 5. Extra day off in there, kind of collect yourself, get back at it. Workmanlike effort. Better, but clearly not good enough. They lost, and they're coming back home, and the Hawks are coming this way as well. Please tell the fans to stop whining about the refs. The fan base should be a little more seasoned than that. Yeah, special teams didn't decide this game. No power play goal scored tonight. Canucks go 0 for 2. Had the first power play, and they had a power play early in the second period when they were up 2-1, and Alex Burrows rang one off the post, had pretty much the wide open net, fired it back across the net, hit the post on the far side. The Hawks had the two-man advantage for a minute and 43, and they couldn't cash in, so there were opportunities there on the power play, but neither team scored. With a man advantage, Michael Frolik did score on a penalty shot after he was hauled down by Dan Hamhuis. I thought the call was all right. I mean, there was a scoring chance that was taken away from him by a sliding, diving Dan Hamhuis, who got caught flat-footed, and I thought Hamhuis had a tough night, and I don't think Dan Hamhuis has had a particularly good playoff series. Yet another one of the newcomers, the acquisitions by the general manager, and these will all be put under the microscope when you look at the players that Mike Gillis inherited, and you compare them to the players that Mike Gillis has brought into this hockey club. You take it back to Matt Sundin, Pavel Demitra, and there's a long list now that you have to question. And the guys that he picked up at the trade deadline. Chris Higgins hasn't done much in this series. I thought Max Lapierre played pretty hard. Basically assumed the third-line center role tonight. Cody Hodgson stable to the bench, played 3 shifts after the penalty. Penalty didn't kill the Canucks, but it certainly didn't help the cause, and it didn't help the coach's confidence in Cody Hodgson. Another tweet coming in. We just don't have many players, especially Canadian, who have won at a junior level. Pressure on Canada so they can handle it. It's true when you look at the Vancouver Canucks and their roster makeup. They've got a ton of first-round guys, former first-round draft picks. They've got guys that won at the Olympics in Luongo and the Twins back in 2006. But from a junior standpoint, I don't know. I mean, a lot of these guys are 10 years removed from their junior careers. They've played in high pressure situations. I don't think that's the issue. I do think, for all that Mike Gillis has been praised here over his years as general manager, for his inventive ways of managing the cap and looking at guys in a Moneyball perspective and applying that to hockey, it's becoming clearer by the day that management of the Vancouver Canucks simply has to ask a question: can we as a hockey club win with this guy? Put that to the test. Take all these players. Why is Jordan Tutu having playoff success? Why is Kyle Clifford in Los Angeles having playoff success? Why does Aaron Asham have 3 goals for the Pittsburgh Penguins and Ryan Kessler and Mason Raymond and Henrik Sedin have none combined? Can you win with the guys that the Vancouver Canucks are trotting out there on a regular basis? Can you win at playoff time with those guys? And as we go here, it's becoming apparent that, the Canucks don't have playoff players. Maybe somebody will rise up and prove otherwise Tuesday night in Game 7. But right now, it's not looking good. Porco Quetland, Dave, start us off this hour.
How are you tonight?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Good. Let me figure this out here. I've been watching the Canucks now for 40 years. And there's one thing I know. Over these 40 years, the Canucks never make things easy on us as fans. The previous two finals in 82 and 94, and I'm looking at their towels right here, we were underdogs who had a spark created, and any true Canuck fan knows about those sparks I'm talking about, whether it be McLean or it be Bure or whatever. I'm saying Game 7, it's the spark. So not only am I going to let you comment on this, but I'm going to let you know now. I'm going to be calling you back throughout these playoffs, and we're going to discuss this further. Thank you, and have a good night.
All right, we're going to talk about the spark. Who's going to provide the spark? Can they sign Trevor Linden to a one-game contract? He provided the spark in 07. You know, if Corey Schneider plays, if Corey Schneider gets the start, I find this kind of fascinating. Not only would you have two rookies in a Game 7, which I'd like to know the numbers on that, how often that's happened, two rookie goaltenders getting the start in a Game 7 of a playoff series. But the last Game 7 played at General Motors Place as it was back then in the spring of 07, Marty Turco in goal at one end of the ice, Roberto Luongo in goal at the other end of the ice. If the two Coreys are your starters, you get Luongo and Turco, swapping stories and baseball caps, sitting on the bench. My times have changed in 4 short years. Let's get back to the phone. David in Vancouver wants to talk about Corey Schneider.
Yeah, hi, Jeff.
Hi there.
I grew up in Toronto, and recently moved to Vancouver, and I'm happy to have something to share about. I was interested to see that Corey Schneider started tonight, and I'm thinking back a couple weeks ago to a caller who mentioned he talked about Alain Vigneault and his ability to make adjustments on the fly.
Yeah.
And if this was an adjustment, I think it was actually a really good move. To announce immediately that Luongo would be playing, to give nobody an inkling, not even the players, until game day. I thought that, strategically, if the Canucks, if the Blackhawks were ready for Luongo, ready for a goaltender who plays deep in his net, ready to aim to those high sides, were caught off guard. I mean, it's an adjustment. It's something. And I thought it was impressive. And I don't have a television, so I rely on you guys to call the games for me.
All right, well, that's good. We need listeners.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the
you
support.
And Pratt and Taylor and Ray and Scotty in the morning. And
I'll hang in there with us.
It sounded like the Corey was doing some really good things tonight. Unfortunately, he may have coughed it up a bit.
Yeah, there was a couple of miscommunications there, puck handling wise, but otherwise made some huge saves, particularly on that 5-on-3. On the penalty shot. Can't fault him on that, although, you talk about the pressure on a goaltender in that situation. How about being Michael Frolik? You're down a goal, third period, your playoff lives hanging in the balance, and this is a guy who, has stepped in and answered the call at every turn for the Chicago Blackhawks, and he did again here. I mean, their season may have hinged on that penalty shot, and Michael Frolik stepped up. And depth guys are getting it done for the Hawks. They've got 8 forwards that have scored in this series to the Vancouver Canucks 5. You got Daniel with 5 goals. Yannick Hansen has 2. And then Burrow scores tonight. Higgins scored the first goal of the series. Hasn't been heard from since. And Michael Samuelsson. No Kessler. No Henrik. No Mason Raymond. No Rafi Torres. No Cody Hodgson. On and on it goes here on that list. Where are these guys? Paid to perform. They performed in the regular season. We continue, and I'm getting emails here, and somebody's broken it all down. Some heavy statistical work, and I appreciate it. Sean sending in an email wants me to reiterate the fact that, when you look at Ryan Kessler and his 41 goals, only 8 of them came against teams that are in the playoffs or were in the playoffs. And I think 2 or 3 of those goals came against Phoenix, and they're not in the playoffs anymore. But of Kessler's 41, and he can't dance around this statistic. It's just fact. It is what it is. Of his 41 goals, 8 came against playoff teams. And, people have countered that with, against the better teams, he's been asked to play more of a defensive role. That's fine. But when you're trying to figure out why Ryan Kessler hasn't scored in 6 games in this series, he's focusing on defense, but He just hasn't scored against the better teams in the National Hockey League all season long. His hat-tricks were against Columbus, Edmonton, Minnesota. I think 7 goals in the season against the Minnesota Wild. Sometimes I think you have to kind of scratch and scrape away and go beyond the surface. 41 goals isn't to be sneezed at. It's not. I mean, it's an accomplishment. There weren't a lot of guys that scored more than 41. But it's one thing to just pound on the teams that you're not going to face come playoff time. And it's another to get the job done in crunch time. And Mason Raymond's the same thing for Mason. 2 of Mason Raymond's 15 goals came against playoff teams. And that is a bit of an indictment on the way that those guys scored this season. Feasted on the weak. Didn't get it done when they absolutely had to against better teams around the National Hockey League. Out to Surrey. Chris, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040. Chris, have I got you? No, I don't have you. Hang on. We'll try that again. That was my bad. Wrong line. Chris, go ahead. There you are. Hi.
Hey, Jeff. How you doing? A couple things, and I know you read out an email there earlier about the reffing, and we should be more seasoned. I certainly wouldn't blame the series or where we are at in the series on the reffing, but one thing that's got to drive you nuts as a fan is you can say whatever you want about Dave Bolin, but I don't know how in the world on the same shift he can two-hand slash one of the being 3 feet from the net, and that's not a call. I would love to hear the ref's explanation for that. The inconsistency of the ref and just drives me nuts. But beyond that, I mean, the Canucks have no one to blame but themselves. The secondary, you're just talking about the scoring. In particular, secondary scoring. I mean, you look at what they did all year and how they got where they were. As much as you need the Sedin to do it, you need a Bros and Kessler. The secondary scoring is what gets it done in the playoffs, and it's what the Canucks did well all year. But it's interesting to hear what you were reading out just a moment ago about how a lot of that secondary scoring may have come against weaker teams. And we're seeing it right now.
Yeah,
it's dried up. It's gone.
All right. Appreciate that call. That line's available now. So much is going to be determined on what happens on Tuesday night, but the signs are there. We're the Vancouver Canucks paper tigers in the regular season. They absolutely pummeled the Northwest Division. Again, they can't hide from the numbers. They don't have to apologize for what they did in the Northwest Division, but they were 18-4-2 against Northwest Division teams. So, maybe they weren't as good as the big picture 54 wins, 117 points indicates. That said, 18-4-2 against the Northwest Division, 13-5-2 against the Pacific. So, against teams, 4 of the 5 teams in the Pacific made the playoffs. And they had success there. And they had a ton of success on the road against these desperate teams down the stretch. They didn't fluke their way into 54 wins and 117 points. But the individual statistics, sometimes you do have to take a closer look and don't get caught up in the bright lights of the 41 goals or, the points. We talked about Henrik Sedin. He has gone cold at the wrong time of the year. 12 games without a goal and 1 in his last 16. And 16 now since an even-strength goal. Well, if you're only getting 2 power plays a game, that leaves you 56 minutes of hockey at 5-on-5. Well, I guess you could be shorthanded too, but there's a lot of hockey there, 5-on-5. You got to generate something. And even if Daniel's supposed to be the goal scorer, there's nothing that prevents Henrik. Well, there shouldn't be anything that prevents Henrik from putting the puck in the net. Clearly, there are some things right now stopping Henrik from putting the puck in the net. Joe in Vancouver, you're up here on the Team 1040.
Yeah, Jeff, regarding the penalty shot, people are always going like, it's the most exciting play and everything. Yeah, we got a penalty shot. But to me, I'd rather have the 2-minute penalty where you get 7 or 8 cracks at it. What do you think about the idea that if they get a penalty, if they call a penalty shots, the coach has maybe an option to say take a 2-minute penalty?
Yeah, that's been debated before. I mean, there was a time before shootouts when penalty shots were the most exciting play in hockey. I think the luster's come off them a little bit just because we see so many now at the end of hockey games. Obviously, it's a little different. In this case, you don't see them in, third period of a game where a team's playoff life is at stake. But I have no problem with that. Guy had a scoring chance there. Pretty much a clear-cut breakaway. Had it taken away from him. Restore it. Put the puck in center ice and let him go. And I think the goaltender has the edge. Certainly in the shootouts, goaltenders have the edge, just, statistically over the years. The shooting percentage is around 30%. But Michael Frolik, when he had to, came up with a move that worked for him. And full credit to him. People are saying we're not crediting the Blackhawks. I give Michael Frolik. I think he's had a hell of a series. You know, Bickle has made his presence known as well. Second goal. Dave Bolland has been terrific. And we're getting emails here and tweets that are coming in about, you know, if Manny Malhotra was playing, then he would match up against Taves and Kessler would be free to think about offense. Some of that's true. But it doesn't explain why Dave Bolland can shut the Twins down and out and outscore them. Brian Kessler has to find a way to rise above. It's not just this year. It's his body of work in the playoffs over the years now. And it doesn't make sense because he gives all the signs of being a guy that is built for playoff hockey and was so good at the Olympics. You know, raised his game there at the Olympics. He's got one goal in the last 2 playoff seasons, and it came into an empty net. 3 playoff goals in 29 career playoff games. He will play his 30th Stanley Cup playoff game on Tuesday night. You know he'll play. He better play well if the Vancouver Canucks want to advance. They need something from Ryan Kessler. This is a guy that can provide a spark and has provided a spark for this hockey team. That'll be his 30th game in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And he's got 3 goals. And one of them into an empty net. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And quite frankly, it's unacceptable production. 604-280-TEAM, star team of the sale. If you want through, it's playoff game night. It's brought to you by the Boathouse. Watch the Canucks in Chicago at the Boathouse Bar. Appy hour on every day, 3 until 6. Appy's just $2.99. Daily beer and cocktail specials for $4.99. Jeff Patterson with you. The Team 1040 studios here. It's our hockey headquarters on a Sunday night. We'll go till midnight tonight. Turn it over to full time. The soccer show day after a Whitecap loss out at Empire, first home loss of the season. But the loss that we're more concerned with on this program tonight is the 4-3 loss by the Vancouver Canucks in Chicago. And the Hawks are coming this way. They'll settle it once and for all. Game 7 of one of the craziest playoff series that the Vancouver Canucks have ever been involved in their 40 years in the National Hockey League. It comes to an end on Tuesday night at the Raj. Doug and Delta, you're up here on Team 1040.
Jeff, hi, how you doing?
Doing well.
Talked to you the other night. I gave you kudos for talking about one of the few guys in the media that are talking about how weak Luongo's glove is, how everybody keeps targeting it. That being said, tonight I thought it was a great move to put Snyder in. That was my call.
Yeah.
He made a few little bobbles. Looks like rookie mistakes behind the net. You can argue what you want about that, but however, his play in front of the net was absolutely stellar. On the goal, well, first of all, paper tigers. I mean, I started saying before the playoffs even started, the Canucks, like, let's be honest, they play sort of the pond hockey style. They look great when the other teams don't show up. The dangles, the Steen style, they're using them as they are the leaders now on the team. The toe drags, the behind-the-back passes. I kept shaking my head when Edmonton beat them 2 games in a row. I'm saying, this is just not good. 2 games before playoffs. You got to be thinking playoff-style hockey. And they're still allowing themselves, even the first game, give them that. The second game when Edmonton beat them, you got to be thinking playoff-style hockey. It's a different style of hockey. What I've always said about the Sedins, have they improved every year? Yes. Are they the best they've ever been? Yes. Can you still knock them off the puck when you're playing playoff-style hockey? Unfortunately, what we're seeing, it's still a yes. Sedin, that was his check at the end. He falls down as the guy's shooting. Luongo, he was absolutely better tonight when he filled in. But I don't know what that technique is with this blocker, punching it out to the center, falling down flat on his face. I mean, it was a double error there. He did that. Sedin couldn't take his man, fell down. And as for the goalies, the people that are phoning it, Luongo only had 2 bad games. He only had 2 bad. Everybody's throwing him under the bus. As you pointed out correctly, Jeff, it's not 2 games. It's been 3 years. 2 years ago, who was in net for Chicago?
Abby Boulin.
Okay, and where is he now?
In jail, I think.
Okay. Last year, Niemi. Sorry, who is he? Who is he when the season started?
Canucks are wondering, why didn't that Antti Niemi play against them last year?
Okay, but who is he and where is he again?
He's in San Jose, and he's in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, but who was he then? Okay?
He was a rookie. And
right.
We don't need the revisionist history.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Who's Campbell? Who's Campbell?
Who's Campbell? He's the defenseman. You don't... Come on. You're trying to make a point. Know who you're talking about. It's Corey Crawford. Campbell's the defenseman. All right? I appreciate the support, but if you're going to go hard at it, let's make sure we know what we're talking about. Hornby Island. Mike, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe we should probably start Schneider again.
You want to go Schneider? All right.
Yeah, again. I mean, really?
Okay.
I mean, why not?
Well, we're taking a poll here. Alan Vigneault's going to ask us the results, and we'll let them know, and listeners will make the call.
I'll make the call.
Perfect.
Let's go with Schneider.
Okay. Schneider's done. Done deal.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. Kind of weighing in. We didn't even have a poll question on that one, but you can be sure the poll question here on the radio station tomorrow will be Luongo or Schneider. There you go. Yeah, we probably should just start it now and leave it up. First time in a long time here on the program, playoff game night. A couple of phone lines open if you want through. Certainly now it's a good opportunity. You'll get the added bonus of talking to one Eddie Gregory. So there you go. There's incentive enough. 604-280-TEAM, star team on your mobile phone. 1-866-266-TEAM. You want to talk about the Canucks tonight? You want to talk about moving forward Game 7? You can email us live at teamradio.ca. You can text us at 104040. Don't forget, follow me on Twitter, Patterson Jeff, Patterson with one T, Jeff with a J. We'll get into the inbox when we come back. More of your phone calls going for another half hour here, and then a little soccer talk for you full time after midnight to get your Monday started here on the Team 1040.
Rocking out on a Sunday night, final half hour of playoff game night. Jeff Patterson with you. Eddie Gregory on the drums. He's having a little fun here today. It wasn't a ton of fun, obviously, for the Vancouver Canucks and their fans, but a much better played hockey game than what we had seen in games 4 and 5. 4 in Chicago, 5 back here at Rogers Arena. I thought, for my money, the best game of the playoffs, at least the best game of this series, and I think it would be right up there with best games of the playoffs. There have been some other wild ones. The San Jose comeback in Los Angeles the other night. Anytime you get OT. I mean, there really isn't anything better in sport than Stanley Cup overtime. I mean, you can't help it, even if you're not vested in it. I mean, I watched Buffalo and Philadelphia earlier today, and you're just sitting on the edge of your seat. I mean, it can end at any point. It's a beautiful sight. Again, Canuck fans didn't think so much with the ending. The Hawks did. Ben Smith has been terrific in this series. And for my money right now, Corey Crawford's been one of the stories. The depth of the Chicago Blackhawks has been another story. And those two things combined, in my mind, are the reason the Hawks are back in this thing and knocking on the door. It's not their superstars. Their stars have been held in check for the most part. Canucks stars have been fairly quiet. I mean, Daniel's putting up points. There's no question there. But it's those depth guys. Guys getting their opportunities, making the most of them. Hawks are doing it. Higgins and Hansen scoring the first game. There's depth guys. What happens? Canucks win. Since then, depth guys have gone quiet. And the Canucks have had a tough time winning hockey games. 604-280-TEAM and Star Team on the Cell. Playoff game night brought to you by the Boathouse out to Maple Ridge. Danny, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040.
Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
Yeah, well, we've established that. It's going well.
Oh, okay. Hey, there's a lot of talk about the Hawks, how the Hawks are a shadow of their former selves, yet the Canucks find themselves in a Game 7. And conversely, the oldest team in the league, the Red Wings, were the first to advance, scoring 17 goals in a sweep. Go figure. But the Canucks, they're like San Jose, Philly, Buffalo. Regular season, they look pretty, but they got zero playoff moxie. Zero.
I mean, it's hard to argue. That point, we'll hit and run there, but your point is made. And you're not going to get me contesting that point until they prove otherwise. And clearly, they have buckled here in these last 3 games. Nowhere to hide. I mean, the entire hockey world is trained on this series now. Everyone in the hockey world. And I got to believe that there are a lot of people in the hockey world that are pulling for the Chicago Blackhawks to come all the way back. Interesting that, for the longest time, there were only 2 teams in history that had ever done it. And then last year, obviously, Philadelphia was able to rally from 3-0 against Boston. And here we are, possibly seeing it for a second year in a row. Never to a President's Trophy winner, never in the opening round, never a 1-8 seed. So you can build that argument that this would be the biggest flop in NHL history. And yet to have it happen in back-to-back years after it happening, really once every 35 years or so, makes you wonder. And there's a lot made about parity. You saw the Red Sox do it to the Yankees not that long ago. It can be done. It can be done, and full credit to Joel Quenneville and his hockey team. And it's looking more and more like getting Dave Bolland back was, the switch that lit the Hawks' fire. It wasn't Rafi Torres knocking out Brent Seabrook. Canucks couldn't capitalize with Seabrook out of the lineup. Hawks win for the first time in this series tonight with Brent Seabrook playing. First 3 games when he played, they hadn't won. I thought he looked a little, maybe it was rusty getting back in there after being off for the better part of a week. People will point to that as a turning point. But the Canucks still won that game, Game 3, and it was a tight game, and it was on the line when that hit happened. And the Canucks were able to win then. So I don't think the hit necessarily was the turning point. People will say, oh, well, the Hawks reacted, Torres wasn't suspended, and this is their reaction. Maybe. I'm not buying that a lot, though. I think Dave Bolland coming back and spooking the bejesus out of Daniel, and particularly Henrik. Henrik Sedin just has not looked like himself. I don't know how many times I can say that. I've pointed out the fact that he, has gone into hiding in the goal-scoring department at the wrong time of the season, and even as a playmaker, you just don't notice him very often, and that's not good news if you're a Vancouver Canuck. We're going all the way to Toronto. Cody's staying up late to join us. Thanks for doing that. How are you?
Hey, not bad, Jeff. How about you? I just want to kind of change course here a little bit. I know a lot of people have been talking about, a lot of people have been quick to blame Vigneault and how the series is turning on Vigneault, and I don't agree. I do believe with what a lot of you guys have been saying about how it's the players not executing, but just going into the series, just judging from history and everything, I thought coaching was going to be a huge factor. I mean, first of all, I think Alain Vigneault is a good coach. I think he's developed a great system in Vancouver, and the players have bought right into it, and, Canucks are a great team. With that in mind, I don't think he's a great coach. I think there are a few flaws in his style that maybe aren't suitable for the playoffs. I mean, he's kind of known as like a laissez-faire kind of coach, which is, kind of let the players figure it out. He doesn't deviate away from matchups that maybe aren't good for the Canucks. And, when you compare this to kind of Joe Quenneville, he has more of a hands-on kind of style. He manipulates the matchups. He gets really involved with his team. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts? Like, how much do you think coaching has maybe influenced the series? I mean, I know a lot of people have said, claiming Alain Vigneault has been, out-coached in the past. And, I know Joe Quenneville's had the better team, but I'm just wondering how much you think.
I give Joel Quenneville. I appreciate the call. I'm going to send you back to your computer, I imagine, listening in online in Toronto. I give Joel Quenneville a ton of credit. Teams that lose early in the series, they're the ones that have to make those first adjustments. And he came with John Scott, and people kind of laughed at that. And it didn't work for them in Game 3. And then he got Dave Bolland back in there, and he was able to match Bolland up against the Twins. And, it started that ball rolling. And the Hawks haven't looked back, obviously. And tonight, he's not afraid to play a raw rookie in overtime and get the ultimate reward, where Alain Vigneault parks Cody Hodgson, who was a first-round draft pick and can't play in overtime. Ben Smith, a sixth-round pick, guy plays and scores the winner in sudden death overtime. Game 6. Goal goes into the other end, your season is done. And Joel Quenneville has the confidence to go with a rookie, and it pays off. And Cody Hodgson, who took a penalty earlier in the hockey game, played 3 shifts after that and was parked for the rest of the night. Joel Quenneville decided to go with Corey Crawford back in February and hasn't looked back. That's a strategic coaching decision. He's got a veteran, a guy that's been there and done that and won at the highest levels in Marty Turco. And he elects to park Turco and go and ride Corey Crawford. And, it's looking like a brilliant move now. Crawford has just given them the kind of goaltending. He let in a bad one tonight, the first one. Rebounded after that. So I think right now, on the coaching spectrum, the needle is pointed towards Joel Quenneville's side of things. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Again, this thing's not over. The Vancouver Canucks aren't eliminated. And that's the beauty for them. They won the first 3, so Chicago's got to win 4, and they've only won 3 to this point. They'll square off and do it on Tuesday night, and then the knives come out. But until then, the Vancouver Canucks are still alive. They've got a chance. Hartley and Richmond, go ahead.
Hi, Jeff. 2 points here and a question for you here. I think what you see is what you're going to get out of the Sedins. The numbers don't lie. And, and I hate using this word, Marcus Naslund. I mean, they've been here through the old regime and all that. Don't forget, they were up 2-0 against Detroit, the Minnesota series. The numbers don't lie with you with the Sedins. They just can't perform at the right time. Henrik's got to find a way to take this team and say, no, we're not going to allow us to lose. And that's what a real captain is. I got one question for you, and I'm surprised nobody's mentioned this. Do you think there's any chance we'll see Jeff Tambolini in the lineup? Because the numbers don't lie with him in the lineup. I know he's been a bust, but what is the record with him in the lineup?
Who cares? Because he hasn't played much. He's got 50 games now without scoring a goal. You know, could you play him instead of Rafi Torres? Absolutely, you could. Might they go there? Maybe. I'm not going to rule it out entirely, but you know, Jeff Tambolini isn't the secret weapon. Otherwise, he would have played to this point. Alain Vigneault really hasn't touched his forward group. Michael Samuelson didn't play in Game 2, so they had to make some adjustments there. But Tanner Glass, who had done a nice job on the fourth line for the most part this season, has just dried up. Vaporized. He's nothing. He hasn't scored a goal. And again, these are fourth-line guys. Their primary job isn't to score a goal. But you can say that about Ben Smith. And yet he's got 3 in this series. Somebody has to score for the Vancouver Canucks. You look to the top-end guys, I get that. But depth was supposed to be a key. I mean, it's glaring to me when I look at Tanner Glass, the guy who hasn't scored since December the 3rd. And Rafi Torres has 3 goals in 48 games since New Year's Eve. You know, and Kessler's gone quiet, and Raymond's gone quiet, and Henrik's gone quiet. Well, if all you guys go quiet at the wrong time of the year, if the Stars aren't scoring, you know, you can't expect anything from the secondary guys. I might be inclined to look at a Jeff Tambolini at this point. I mean, he's shown that he has a shot that can produce some offense. And that's more than you can say. Rafi Torres had 1 shot on goal in this hockey game. I think it was the very first shot as he took an outlet pass, came into the left wing, slap shot right into the Hawks logo. Never had a chance of going in the net. And then he took a penalty. I mean, those were his contributions to an elimination game. Guy who went through this last year in Buffalo down the stretch. Lindy Ruff lost patience with him, took him out of the lineup. Torres waited all summer for a contract, pledged that things would be different, had learned from last year he was a changed man. Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing. Same guy that couldn't crack the Sabres lineup in the playoffs a year ago. Maybe it's time to park him. Let's get to Edmonton. Calls from all over the place. Matt, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040.
I just wanted to say that I think people are a little bit hard on, a lot hard on Luongo.
Yep.
You know, I know he struggles, but the thing is, if the team played like they did tonight, and he was in net, I think they would have won. But I think the catch-22 on everything is that I don't think they would have played like that if he was in net. I just don't think the team rallies around him. I don't know what it is. Maybe just his history with the Hawks. But I don't know what you do in Game 7. I would say start Schneider just because Luongo, A, is mentally not strong. And the second thing is Vancouver's a great hockey city, but there's a lot of pressure there, especially at home. I think if he gets in 1 weak goal, everything will crumble around him. So I would just say start Schneider, but I think people seem to lay off him a little bit. I don't think there's a hockey player in the whole NHL who has more pressure than Roberto Luongo does.
Well, I mean, it's fine for you to say that. It doesn't work that way, and he's paid well enough. People don't lay off him, or the hockey club doesn't lay off him every second week on payday. He's got huge responsibility. It comes with the territory, but he got the contract he was looking for because he was supposed to be the guy that they were going to build around and win championships with. And I was thinking driving in today, man, is Roberto Luongo lucky that Marty Brodeur faltered in the Olympics. Because if they had that Olympics to play over again 10 more times, who knows if Brodeur falters at all and Luongo even gets the opportunity to play in the gold medal game and then win a gold medal for Team Canada. And if he didn't have that in his back pocket, he'd have nothing but one of the worst reputations of big game failure in recent NHL history. So he's got the gold medal. Nobody can take it away from him now. But when it comes to the Stanley Cup playoffs, and that's what it's about for most guys growing up, dreaming of playing for the Stanley Cup. Remember, this is the first round, people. First round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and this team is having trouble coping with success, handling the pressure. We mentioned the fact in games 4, 5, and 6, each of the last 3 years. 9 games. The Chicago Blackhawks are 8-1 against the Vancouver Canucks. Come on. Back to the phones. Up to Salmon Arm. Doug, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going fine.
Good. I'm a first-time caller, so this is pretty cool. I have 5 quick points. My first point is I'm not a Luongo fan, so I hope they start Schneider.
Okay.
My second point is I heard you going off about Torres. I can sort of see what you said about him, but I think he's the one who's kind of screwed up the mentality of the team. Yes, they won when he came back, but games 4, 5, and 6, they've sort of gone down to his level. They haven't played smart hockey. And so that's my feeling about him. And I think if I were Coach V, I would have benched him for this series because they were really gelling before he came. And then the fellow from Edmonton or Toronto said Vancouver's a hockey town. That's true, but the weather down there is getting nice and golfing season is coming up.
Well, isn't that clever? Isn't that clever? You've been sitting on that one all night long, and you got your chance on the big stage here on the Team 1040. Canucks practiced with tennis balls yesterday. Maybe they'll practice with golf balls on Wednesday. Oh, we don't have the budget for, like, the rim shot, but all right, fist pump here. Whatever, they get their chance. They're not out of this thing. You know, you start to let your mind wander in a number of ways. Nashville eliminates Anaheim, so we know that the Predators are through to round 2. Detroit is already waiting for an opponent in the second round. San Jose gets another chance to finish off Los Angeles tomorrow night down at the Staples Center. But you're starting to think, at least I've started to think, so what if they do make it through? What if somehow they rise above, they get the win they're looking for? Then what? I mean, how would you know what to make of the Vancouver Canucks moving forward? And there are some that would say, you know, that would just liberate them. Getting past the Hawks, going through these struggles, you know, look at it, it would be smooth sailing. I don't know how you could possibly say that. I mean, the way that it's setting up, if San Jose takes care of Los Angeles, Canucks would face Nashville in that next round. They're having trouble scoring against the Chicago Blackhawks. Need I remind you that Pekka Rinne tends the nets for the Nashville Predators. But the Canucks can't worry about the Predators or the Sharks or the Red Wings. It is all about finding a way to beat the Chicago Blackhawks. They had 3 one-goal leads, including one in the third period, and they couldn't make them stand up. They couldn't build on them. They couldn't stretch those leads, and it came back to bite them in the rear end. 604-280-TEAM, star team on your mobile. Toll free at 1-866-266-TEAM. Wherever you can hear us, you can dial us up. Jeff Patterson with you. Another 10 minutes. That'll do it for playoff game night at the end of this one, and then we'll turn it over to the Soccer Boys full-time, your soccer show starting at midnight. And again, we'll be back to do this on Tuesday, and my pledge to you, I've got Eddie on board. I had to twist his arm. We will go as long as it takes in the aftermath of Game 7, as long as you are out there and you want to weigh in and voice your opinions and your thoughts on the series, however it shakes down, we are prepared here on playoff game night to pull an all-nighter. We'll see if it happens. Rusty in Vancouver, you're up next.
Hello, Jeff. Thanks for taking the call.
That's what we're here for.
First-time caller. I enjoy the show, and in particular, I think you do a very good job. You're an objective observer of the Canucks. I have a question, Jeff, about fandom. I might not be the right guy to ask. Is it better to have unwavering support for your team here and now, the Canucks, or is it better to make criticisms and to conduct postmortems, or should you just have blind, unwavering support?
You're asking, should a fan?
Yeah, I mean, like from a...
to each their own. I can't answer that for you. I prefer the ones that have a little objectivity. I mean, support your hockey team, but don't do it with blind faith. If there are issues around the hockey team, they're there to be discussed. You know, if the effort isn't good enough, why isn't it good enough? What can be better? What do you do to change it? Those are the questions. I mean, I'm an analytic, person by nature. I'm a bit of a cynic as well. So maybe it's not a surprise that this is the line of work that I fell into. I don't understand the fan at all costs, my team can't do anything wrong. When the Vancouver Canucks rolled over the way they did on Friday night, 5-0 in a clinching game on home ice, that is the opportunity that they worked for all season, that was presented to them because they had won the first 3 in this series. They got smoked in Game 4, but they were back home Game 5, and they just flat out fell on their face. I mean, they threw up all over themselves. And yet you're going to tell me that there are people out there that somehow thought that was a good performance, that was the desired result, that's what they wanted to see, that they were okay with that? I don't want to hear from those people. I don't want those people a part of the listening audience. Well, they can be listeners, but I don't want to engage them on the phone board if you thought there was nothing wrong with what happened on Friday night. Tonight, 100 times better. The Vancouver Canucks, for long stretches of this hockey game, were the better team. They controlled the play. They held Taves and Kane and Sharp in check. But their depth guys haven't come through. Chicago's getting saves, ultimately, that they need to get, and the Canucks didn't. 1 goal, 1 shot in overtime decides this one. And my guess is Game 7 will be a tight one as well, although we thought that back in 2007. Trevor Linden with a big night that night. Canucks won 4-1, I think. Beat the Dallas Stars 4-1, 4-2. 4-1, I'm going to say. And it wasn't all that close. But back in 2004, Marty Jelena. Overtime. After Matt Cook and Ed Jovanovski, the penalty box, you remember that goal? I mean, that was as tight as could be. And Jelena wins it on a scramble in overtime. That's what I'm not expecting overtime necessarily. Never go to the rink thinking you're going to get overtime. I expect more of what you saw tonight, though. No big leads. Nobody could pull away from the other team. I think you'll see it tight, and I think that plays into the hands of the Vancouver Canucks. Game 7s aren't always decided by the heroes, though. It's not always the Twins and Kessler. Even though the Canucks need something from Ryan Kessler, Jonathan Taves due to break out at some point. But you look back at recent Game 7 Stanley Cup final, Max Talbot, Ruslan Fedotenko. I mean, there are guys that have stepped up and been the heroes of Game 7s that aren't the big goal scorers. And right now, through 6 games, when you look at the way that this series has unfolded, the depth issue sides with the Chicago Blackhawks. So maybe, if you're a believer that things will ultimately even out, maybe the Canucks are overdue to get a goal from a depth guy. But right now, it's the Chicago Blackhawks who certainly have momentum. Steph in New Westminster, you're on the Team 1040.
Oh, happy Easter, Mr. Patterson, with a single T and J for Jeff.
Right back at you in the remaining moments here, yes?
Oh, thank you, and happy Easter to Eddie manning the boards. Thank you. Thanks for holding this forum. It's great to be able to converse. I've tried texting numerous friends and family, but I think everybody's asleep. So it's nice to be able to just hypothesize and theorize.
Well, keep her moving here. There's a few that I want to jam in before the end of the show, so let's get to it.
Okay, my apologies. I kind of to the hypothetical poll question for tomorrow with regards to the starting keeper. I can't remember the goaltender's name with the Moose, but he seems to be quite well. He would be a great start if both keepers are injured. I feel that there was phantom calls and non-calls this evening. The flash on Daniel Sedin in front of the net was that was a flash, and I thought that Pro League coming in, I thought he lost a blade with regards to. And I didn't think there was any protrusion from a Canucks stick that impeded his approach to the net. I really thought it was, and then it was called a penalty shot. I was like, really? Seriously? So that, and also Michael Samuelsson. I know he was brought in as I thought for this time. I know that the regular season is definitely a Prancey Pony show.
Yeah.
And come playoffs, it's Clydesdale time. You all inherently have that prancing pony within you. However, it's time to.
I got a prancing pony inside of me.
Pardon me, sorry.
No, who's got a prancing pony in them?
Well, I think the majority of the team does, definitely. There's a great skill base there for sure, and they provide many glorious, memories of, fantastic feats of maneuverability that are just unfathomable by myself on ice. But,
but the point is,
Point is?
Well, come playoff time, it's definitely Clydesdale time, and you got to bite into the bit.
Yeah.
And you have to, if the opportunity is there, for sure, but it's grind it out and be smart.
Well,
and Mr. Samuelson was brought in for this time, I thought.
No, you're right. He's been a disappointment, and he just looks disinterested an awful lot. Puck was sort of following him around, I thought, in the second period. He was my pick to score in overtime, so I saw something there in him tonight. But, this is a guy that's gone an awfully long time without scoring goals. It's just not there for Michael Samuelson. 1 goal in his last 19. He's going to turn 35 later this year. Health a bit of an issue. He's got a year to go on his contract. And you're right, he was brought in for this reason with his experience, and he hasn't shown up. And so you add him to that list of prancing ponies. Apparently we all have a prancing pony in us, Eddie. Things you learn late night on a show like this one. To Burnaby. Sean, go ahead. You're on the Team 1040.
Hey, I tell you, I feel a lot better about Game 7. I still think we got to start Schneider. I think that was the absolute right move. Luongo tonight, everything, rebounds going into the middle. He looks like he's lunging at the pucks. Got no control, and he's flopping on the ice. I could play goal if that's the style that needs to be done. So I do feel a little bit better about Game 7 than I did heading into this one. And as long as Luongo's not playing. I did, besides the disappointment tonight, and the last caller sort of touched a little bit on, is it just me? And I don't want to be playing the whining Vancouver fan, but we get Mason Raymond getting a penalty for touching some guy's, shoulder on a penalty kill.
Yeah.
And then Daniel Sedin gets a stick in the face, and that's not called. We get called for having a puck go over the boards, and somehow magically Chicago doesn't. There was, plus the penalty shot, there's quite a bit there that I'm not really liking, and I'm also not liking since Vancouver's power play got to first overall, where we are not getting nearly as many power plays as the opposition. And I would like to end the night on a little bit of that conspiracy theory and get your thoughts.
I'm not buying into the conspiracy theory. I have said, a 3-all series, games that for the most part, 1, 2, 3, and 6 have been, evenly contested. And if you remember Game 4, the start of Game 4, 1-all after one period, yet the power plays were 4-1 for Chicago. It is beyond me that the power plays in this series, 28 for the Chicago Blackhawks, 16 for the Vancouver Canucks. I've watched every minute of every game, and it hasn't been a 2-1 penalty fest. The big bad Canucks beating up on the Chicago Blackhawks. It just hasn't been that way. And so I think the Canucks have reason to feel that, they've come out on the short end of the stick. And again, it's the timing. They weathered a 5-on-3. You just kind of think that at some point you're going to get your opportunities. They didn't get a power play after that. So power plays didn't determine this game, although I guess the lack of power plays maybe did. End of the night, Chicago Blackhawks got the goal that they needed in overtime. A depth guy coming through, Ben Smith, has been a terrific story here. And the Canucks they don't have a guy on their depth chart to match. So we'll see where it goes. It doesn't get any better than Game 7 in sport. Playoff overtime, spectacular stuff. It was a terrific hockey game, and the Blackhawks won it, and the series continues. But it will be settled Tuesday night. Rogers Arena will have it for you here on the Team 1040. My thanks to everybody that got through here, your phones, your calls, your emails, your texts. Following me on Twitter at Patterson Jeff. We'll continue to break down this series. Look ahead to game number 7 at 7 o'clock. Big thanks to Eddie Gregory as well. And the pledge, one more time, because we're doing this. If the Canucks advance, we're back into round 2. We'll have playoff game night for you after the post-game show. But the pledge is we'll go as long as we have to go to get in all your phone calls, all of your response after Game 7, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, playoff game night. Make sure you're here to join us. There's going to be plenty to talk about regardless of the outcome.